Good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the June 3rd Fairfax regular town council meeting. And I would like to remind everyone that we are under COVID protocols, and so we are all participating remotely at this time, expecting that may change, but we're not sure when. We're looking forward to that. I want to start by letting everyone know how you can participate tonight. We have multiple ways for you to join the meeting. So I'm going to read some of the ways you can participate, and I'm going to ask that Michelle go ahead and project that fancy slide you have. Do you have that?
Sure. Yes.
Excellent. So I'll read it because some of you out there may be listening by telephone. Members of the public may join or watch the meeting live using any of the following options. So you can go to the Town of Fairfax, which is www.townoffairfax.org/watch-live/, or you can go to cmcm.tv/27. Cable TV Comcast channel 27 and AT&T channel 99. You can join via Zoom. The meeting ID is posted on the website, or there is a call-in option, and you dial *667-669-900-9128. And the meeting ID, as I said, will be posted on the website. So here's the way that everyone can participate and provide public comment tonight during the meeting using one of the following options. So if you're using Zoom, select the raise hand icon during the public comment time, and you will be added to the queue. The clerk will go ahead and unmute you when it's your turn. If you're calling in, press *9 during the public comment time, and you will be added to the queue. The clerk will unmute when it is your turn. Because we have many items on the agenda tonight, if you email during the course of the meeting on an item that's going to be heard later in the evening, your email will be included, one, in the public record, and two, read aloud to the council when we get to that agenda item. I think I just said that. And so with that, I would like to go ahead and call to order the regular meeting. Michelle, could you give us a roll call, please?
Sure. Councilmember Hellman?
Here.
Councilmember Kohler?
Here.
Councilmember Reed?
Here.
Vice Mayor Ackerman?
Here.
And Mayor Goddard?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Michelle. Before we move forward, we need to do an approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting. And before we do so, I would like to propose that we take a look at the agenda and that we continue item number 15 from the regular agenda until the July regular town council meeting. So with that proposal on the table, I don't know if anyone has anything to say about it. I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting with continuing item 15 to the July 1st meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes, second.
Okay, so I have a motion Kohler and second Reed. And then I'll do a roll call for the rest of our votes. So Councilmember Hellman?
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman?
Aye.
And I proposed it, so I vote aye. So the next thing is that we have a report out on the closed session held on May 20th, 2020. And since I did not participate in the closed session, as I'm recused from the item, I'll ask that Vice Mayor Ackerman do the report out.
Yes, and there is nothing to report from that closed session. Thank you.
Okay, so that was quick. Thank you, Bruce. Before we move forward, and I go into the protocol of our meetings, this is hard to do when I'm looking at squares and not a group of people in a room. But I believe that at this moment, there is a peaceful protest in the parkade downtown. I'd like to go back to May 25th, Memorial Day, when we all entered into a collision of calamities, is what I'm calling it. The COVID pandemic can infect anyone and can potentially sicken every member of the global human population. We cry out, we're in this together, and together we work for a vaccine and for resources to ensure help for those who get sick. But racism is a chronic pandemic that affects people of color. The whole world has seen the atrocious and devastating image and heard the words of George Floyd begging for breath. But I want to know what action we will take. What action will I take? We, with white privilege, which most of us don't even know anything about, we step up and we honk our horns for a while, and then we step away. We have unearned power as white people. The question is, will white people use our arbitrarily unearned advantage to try to reconstruct power systems on broader issues, on a broader base? I grapple with this question every day, and I call for each of us and each of anyone who's listening, anyone out there, to ask ourselves, what can I do to take my emotionally driven advocacy and use my human and my fiscal resources to actually change society and move forward for new and equitable outcomes? So I leave us all with that to frame the meeting. And then I would like to hand the microphone, so to speak, to my colleague, our colleague, Stephanie Hellman, who has prepared a statement to usher in our meeting tonight. So Stephanie, thank you for preparing.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you for those words. And thank you for creating the space and opportunity for this really important message for this incredible time right now for our nation. The town of Fairfax stands in solidarity with those across the nation who protest. And I'd like to personally recognize the recent protest in Marin City, particularly our youth who are showing up and channeling their anger and frustration constructively. We recognize systemic racism, that it pervades all aspects of society. And while police brutality and looting are horrible for our communities, as I see it, there's an awakening taking place that is healthy and necessary for healing and reform to take place, for the cultural reconstruction that is ahead of us. We all have work to do to truly uphold the principles of our Constitution. Black Americans and people of color have suffered severe injustices for centuries now. I'd like to send a call out to our community leaders, leaders of our parishes and temples, schools, business organizations, nonprofits, community sectors, both public and private. We have work to do, and it's important you lead by example and that your organizations hear from you. If you have not done so yet, please issue a personal statement expressing yourself however you see fit. I urge you to demonstrate solidarity in any way you can. Find your role as an ally in this. Start, begin, read, watch documentaries, Buy from Black-owned businesses and listen for understanding. The inner work can be intimidating and it's hard to know where to begin. And it's okay if you don't have the language or you have fears about what you'll learn about yourself. And I do not want to position myself as an expert because I'm not. The future of our country depends on our collective commitment. And tonight, I'd like to announce a subcommittee on race and social justice in Fairfax. If you have an interest in joining Renee and I on this, please send us an email. And if you would like a suggested reading list or viewing list of documentaries or movies, I'd be happy to share that with you. There are residents in our communities that are experts in this realm, and I'd be happy to point you in their direction as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. I forgot that I was supposed to be running the meeting. Appreciate this statement. So moving forward, the meeting protocol, I think we all know the protocol that we'll treat each other with respect and that we'll follow the time limits. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. Garrett will be holding the clock up to the camera, which I think unless you're on the phone, you can see. I'll give you a reminder. So far, meetings on Zoom have worked out really well, and I respect very much the way we're all self-monitoring. And with that, we will be reviewing the agenda at 10 p.m. I think this is going to be a long one. So we'll be ascertaining which items, if any, can be continued to another meeting. And any matter that we haven't started by 11:30 will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend the rule. I'll just make the announcements quickly so that we can move forward to public expression. We do have vacancies on boards and commissions. The applications are always available at Town Hall. One agenda item tonight is to talk about when Town Hall will be reopening. So you can actually get those applications online at this point. There's a vacancy on the Planning Commission. There's 3 vacancies or up to 3 vacancies on the Climate Action Committee. Parks and Recreation Commission has 1 vacancy. Remind everyone that the Fairfax Food Pantry continues to serve. And the numbers at one point were increased significantly, and they have come back to a little more of a flattened line. Still higher numbers of people being served than pre-COVID, but we seem to be leveling off. The mobile showers are at the community church, simultaneous to the food pantry, and anyone who needs a shower, anyone who may be in need of extra services, a cold or a hot shower, and all of the toiletries that go along with it, please visit that mobile shower unit every Saturday morning between 9 and noon at the community church at Oak Manor and Sir Francis Drake. Chipper Days is coming right around the corner. So you can drop off your large vegetation trimmings for chipping at any one of these Chipper Days. There's so many dates on here, but I'll go quick. So Saturday and Sunday, the 20th and 21st, the Cascade neighborhood, the chipper will be in Doc Edgar Park. There will be a door-to-door pickup service in the Cascades for that Chipper Day. On Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, the scenic Tamalpais Manor Hill Firewise neighborhood will have the chipper located at Sir Francis Drake and Olima. Also, there will be a door-to-door or curbside pickup for the Manor Hill neighborhood. And July 11th, downtown, the Pavilion parking lot, that is just people coming to drop. And then on Saturday and Sunday, July 25th, 26th, there will be the Deer Park. You can drop off at Doc Edgar, and that will also have door-to-door pickup and include Forest Avenue. And details on bundling and all those things can be found on the website. Maria Baird is our contact person. She's doing a stellar job. mbaird@townoffairfax.org. Okay, Thank you all for your patience. And we're moving on now to open time for public expression. And I think everyone knows this is a time that you can have 3 minutes, 5 minutes if you're a group. And these are matters that are not on the agenda tonight. Good. So we are ready to begin public comment. Michelle, if you could tee us up for that, that would be great.
Yes, I'd be happy to. The first person is unmuted, Dee Lee. Are you there?
I am here.
Oh, hello.
Hello. So Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive. It has been 6 months since Cascade Drive was restriped, and we were going to give it a trial of, I believe, 8 weeks. So I'm wondering what's going on with that. The survey that's online on the town website shows that a majority of the people who have responded want the street returned to its original configuration. It's coming home at 4 o'clock today. This bright blue Lexus, I'm coming up Cascade Drive, crossed the double yellow lines. It looked like it was going 70. I tried to catch him, but I couldn't. So I don't really think it's doing the job of slowing traffic, and I think it's making it more dangerous for everyone because the pedestrians have this false sense of security. So that's that. Meeting protocol, which wasn't read completely tonight, but we want to refrain from ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public. Last council meeting, 3 council members and the town manager, a member of the public. And I that's unacceptable. That's just unacceptable. I have been in that hot seat before, being dressed down for having asked a question that a council member or a staff member didn't like, and it's very uncomfortable and it's not appropriate. The next thing is Zoom meetings, and this time I am watching the clock, by the way. In the Zoom meetings, I know it's all new for everyone, but in the May 27th Zoom meeting, the neighbor consultant was sitting there as a 6th head, as if he were on the dais with the council, giving thumbs up when, through the whole meeting, when he heard a comment he liked and shaking his head when he didn't. I think that was inappropriate. And now I'm finished early. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. I will take note of learning more about where we are at the 6-month mark of the striping on Cascade. And we will bring that back with a plan or some information. Next speaker, please.
Bert Barch.
Hi, it's actually Valerie.
Oh, Valerie.
Valerie Hood. Hi, everybody. I wanted to say how sort of appropriate it is, that background behind you, Renee, today, with some of those little trails in the sky. It was about 105 on our porch at 3:30 p.m. today. Not exactly a normal temperature for this area. Number 2 is I really appreciate you guys making some comments about the Black Lives Matter issue, Black Rights Matter. And I just wanted to point out that I'm really glad that the kids are getting involved with Marin City. We could have used their help before, but it's never too late. We had several hearings in front of the Marin County Board of Supervisors pointing out that we have less than a third of the residents of Black people, the most Black people that live in our areas at Marin City. Marin City residents were begging to please be allowed to create their own future, but instead an outside consultant was brought in. And as we pointed out, when you are Black and you are turned out of your house, even for a short period of time, you don't have a lot of options. And of course, now in this time, it's even worse. There are no rentals, there have been no rentals. And if you're a Black person, there really are no rentals. And the very least safe place for you to be is on the street if you are Black at any time, as we find out. So if any kids are watching this, I sure hope that you will approach the leadership at Marin City, find out what they are looking for in terms of their own self-rights, their own self-protection, and see if you can give them a hand. You could show up at supervisors meetings on Zoom, and you could start to do the kind of protesting that we were doing. We had 100 people at one time outside of supervisors' chambers trying to get attention. And the only way the Black community felt safe was by those of us who were white with white privilege could show up. Because if they said they did that by themselves out there on the street by the civic center, it could have been considered a riot. And they know exactly what would have happened with our sheriff. So they said that, those are their words. It's very important that we start to pay attention to the Black people that live in our area who have been asking for help. Finally, very shortly, I wanted to say I see a lot of stuff on the consent calendar, and that is all about taxes and stuff in our budget. And frankly, a lot of it's really hard to navigate. All those items that may be affecting how we live in the coming months and years, I'd really like to see some discussion about, because this is not something that the public just can tell what you're talking about. Some of that discussion, I have to say, in the staff report is just like gobbledygook for me. Now, maybe I'm just stupid about money. Maybe. Even so, I need some help. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Next speaker, please.
Can you hear me? This is Jody Timms.
Hi,
Yes.
Jody, we hear you.
I'm the next speaker. Okay. 290 Cascade, and as your representative for the Commission on Aging, let me say, I also really appreciate the comments that you've made, those of you who had the time, and I know all of you share our concern about social justice in this country. So along those lines, and particularly the crises, the mini crises that we're facing, tomorrow morning for the Marin Commission on Aging, Dr. Larry Brilliant will be speaking. He's a world-renowned physician and epidemiologist on COVID-19. So the information about that is on the town's website if anybody would like to join that Zoom call from 10 to 11. Also, the Ross Valley Seniors is meeting tomorrow as usual in the afternoon. Well, starting at 1, they have a presentation on the San Geronimo Valley. So we're getting our activities back kind of in place more consistently. And I just wanted to encourage older adults in Marin to engage as much as they can or would like to counter any isolation or concerns that they have, or because we're up and running again. Also, the forum this month that would normally be at the library will of course be on Zoom. It will be on medical cannabis. Not that's a rights product for you to use. So the ins and outs of buying cannabis will be the topic. That's Friday, June 12th from 1 to 2. And again, that's on the website for the town. And earlier that day, the task force for age-friendly Fairfax will be meeting for an hour and 15 minutes at 9:15, again by Zoom. And people are welcome to join that. So I just wanted to mention those few things that we have coming up. And also, I was on a call today, an advocacy call for, as we all know, a lot is happening financially with our cities and towns and also the state's budget. There are a lot of threats to a lot of cuts proposed and a lot of negotiations happening around services for older adults and disabled folks in the state. So if you're inclined, certainly contact our representatives, Levine and McGuire, and let them know your concerns and your priorities for the state budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jody. Much appreciated. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mark Bell. You're unmuted.
You can hear me?
Hi, Mark. Yes, we hear you.
I watched the video from the April meeting regarding the Firewatch appointee, and I found it quite interesting, you know, because we're told that, oh, public comment is welcome. Well, public comment obviously was not welcome because whoever called in and supported Council Member Hellman was dismissed as being one of her supporters, therefore they didn't count. Part of her campaign contained very innovative ideas about fire watch, fire safety, and that's probably why a lot of people voted for her. And you just shot that down like you're a little cabal. I never recall when a new comes in that the rest of the council members say, oh, you're new, so you can't do anything because I want it, or you're not qualified. That's not how it's supposed to work, and I find that quite disgusting. On the same line, you're not supposed to be rude. Well, not meaning to be rude, John Reed comes up with this incredibly rude comment. So it really makes me wonder, John Reed, like I talk to people, what do you do, John? You're not in marketing. What do you do? What do you do that enabled you to buy another house out in the valley at the top of the real estate market? Where'd that money come from? Huh?
Mark,
And then I go to the other meeting, which Deborah Benson mentioned, and I watched that as well. Personal attack against Frank Egger by Toy, 4:07:51 into the meeting. Personal attack by Ackerman, 4:25 of that meeting. Personal attack by Reed at 4:27 against Frank at that meeting. Oh, I see. So like we're supposed to be polite, but you can be obnoxious twits? That's not how it works.
okay,
And if you want
Mark,
to play that game, you don't want to play it with me. Believe me. And as far as your insinuations go, Frank came down on the day of the meeting because Michelle Gardner contacted him to let him know that the documentation that he'd been waiting for was ready that day, 470 something pages, which he whittled down to 5 pages for you. It wasn't some deep plot. If anything was a plot, it was why he didn't get the request for public records sooner than the day of the meeting when he requested them 4 or 5 weeks ahead of time. So if there's something fishy going on, it's not from his side, it's from yours.
okay,
I'm out
thank
for
you.
the moment.
Your time's up. Thank you. Michelle, next commenter, please.
The next commenter is Cicely Emerson.
Okay.
Hi. Actually, I'm using my boss's Zoom thing, so sorry. I'm not Cicely. My name is Liz Froneberger, and I was tuning in because of the Marinda, or whatever it's called, Marinda Heights. You know the thing.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
So I was scampering in between my neighbor's house and here because we couldn't see the channel 27. All of that was blurred. So if you were hoping that people could read any of that, we looked at it on 2 different screens. We couldn't see any of the numbers. So I scampered back up here. And I think what you said was agenda item 15 was being continued.
Yes.
And that's the item that I think I'm interested in.
Right. So for clarification, I'm sorry that you couldn't see that. We will put the screen back up that allows people to know how they may participate. But just so you know, we did vote unanimously to continue item number 15, which is the Marinda Heights EIR bid to the July regular meeting. What's the date of the July meeting, you guys? I'm sorry, I don't have my calendar. First?
July 1.
July 1. It will be July 1.
So July, and I apologize, I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but so in between now, anything, I'm kind of a late entry into this situation. So anything I need to find out, I can probably look at online, anything that's been submitted, anything about the EIR.
Yes.
My ability to find out about whoever Preserve Fairfax is, all that kind of thing. I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you won't find the Save Fairfax contacts online on the town website, but I'm sure you can find their contact.
Find them somewhere.
But
Okay.
all the information about the project and what's coming will be on the website. Please go on, anyone who's listening, and subscribe. When you subscribe, you can subscribe to the newsletter. You can subscribe to the agendas for the Planning Commission, the Town Council meetings, and you can subscribe to receive special notifications about particular projects. And one is the Marinda Heights project.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, you guys. And I'll chat with you later.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have much more public comment, Michelle? Because I'm thinking we should put the screen back up.
We don't have any more public comment.
Oh, good. So then let's take a moment and put the screen back up so that
Okay.
we give it another chance for people to read.
There you go.
Okay. I'm just going to ask that if anybody is viewing the meeting and you cannot see this screen, would you just put your hand up and let Michelle know? Anybody? Michelle?
Well, because I'm sharing my screen, I can't look at the participants.
Oh, good point.
If you hang on a second, I can stop. Just a sec.
Yeah, it's worth doing this.
Nobody has put their hand up.
Okay, so we will project that here and there through the meeting. And anyone who's listening can go on the website and get all the information about how to get on it.
Could I just advertise that the website has on the homepage 2 buttons. One is how to participate, one is watch live. And also the town council meeting itself, when you click on it, has all that information on the agenda as you scroll down.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're moving on to the consent calendar. And I'll just read that the opportunity for public comment on consent calendar items will occur prior to the town council's vote on the consent calendar. So the council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action. In the alternative, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. So I'd like to open it up to council to see if anybody has any quick comments or questions or anything they'd like to pull. Barbara?
Just a question on item 9, when we open town hall, are we intending, and I'm hoping that we will open the restroom in town hall as well? I think that will help some people who are walking through town.
Garrett?
Yes, that would be the intent. Is the restroom would be open. Now we will have social distancing policies.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're breaking up big time.
Your sound is kind of zooming in and out.
Oh, sorry. Well, not sure why. I was having trouble with the audio earlier.
You sound like
answer your question is yes. The restrooms would be open, but everything in the lobby would be subject to social distancing.
And so you might want to sign off and call back in, because you are pretty not understandable.
You're important for this meeting.
All right. Let me try. I'll log off and try logging on again.
Okay. So anything else on consent? Stephanie? You're
Is
still.
Michael Vivrette on? I had a question, just a quick question on 5D.
Michael, are you here? Is that you? Oh, there you are. Excellent. Okay, go ahead, Stephanie.
Well, I'm not familiar with this fee. So is this a new fee, like per Valerie Hood? Is this a new fee, or could you just elaborate on this?
Yeah, I don't have a source document in front of me to say when it's
Sorry,
passed, but
it's the runoff for the purpose of local stormwater pollution prevention activities.
right. Yeah, that's been around for a dozen years or more. I
Okay.
don't know. I don't remember when it started. I don't have a source document
That's
to,
fine. But
to give a background on it, but it's basically a tax to pay for stormwater improvements, and it's based on the impact of property to runoff. So it's basically like $15 for you know, regular units. Large areas of open area may also have an alternative way of providing the tax.
Yeah. That's fine, Michael. Actually, that one, it actually says on the staff report that it's the same as last year's, as does A, B, and C. It's the
Yeah.
E that
It's
says,
a set amount, right?
yeah, it's the E that doesn't say if there's an increase or not. It's the,
There is a slight increase to that. The amounts that we put in are designed to cover the debt service that we have for that year, and also adjust for the amounts that we collected in the prior year, because, you know, oftentimes we calculate that the assessed valuation may go up by 3.5, but it really goes up by 3.8. So we lower the rate the next year in order to cover that. We had
so what was it before? And so it's going to 0.0.
it was 0.025. Now it's 0.0265.
And Michael, the previous fiscal year, it was more like, I don't have it in front of me, wasn't it like 2.7 something?
Yes, we dropped it unusually low last year because we had some high years of pulling in property tax that was above what we projected. So if we're close in projecting it, then that kind of an adjustment isn't necessary. I've actually got a debt service schedule projecting out to the end of the bonds what we're likely to be charging, which is going to be an average of about 2.7%. But in those years that we collect more than we anticipated, that rate will actually drop. If we collected less, then we'd obviously have to collect more because the debt service is a fixed amount, and we're collecting it off of a variable source.
Okay, all of that would be appreciated in the staff report moving forward, just because for the sake of transparency, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Unless anybody has anything else before we go to public, I just want to thank the Climate Action Committee and Vice Mayor Ackerman for the extraordinary hard work you guys are putting in. I saw your committee reports, Bruce, and you're doing so much. And we did ask that you put in written reports because of the nature of our very full agendas. So I just wanted to send you a shout out and a thank you for that, and to the whole committee. So thank you guys.
Yes, I look forward to a chance when we have time to really talk this through and move
Right.
it.
Yes, one day we will have time. So I would like to open this to public comment. Any comments on consent? I open the floor. Michelle?
Okay. Yes, the first speaker is Mark Bell.
In looking at the agenda, there's a link on the written Climate Action Committee. It looks like, is that the actual report?
Yes.
Okay, because I think people should read that, because the time when they gave the oral presentation was, I wouldn't say I was frightened, but I found it quite interesting that basically they want everyone to go to electric, and then really all you're looking at is the cost of solar panels and batteries. So I really don't think a lot of people have 40 to 60,000 that they can drop on that, in addition to getting a new stove. And for the most part, probably getting new pots and pans. Seems to me that there's a better way to go about it. So I'd like to read the report. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope it answers your questions. Next speaker, please.
Next is Valerie Hood.
Hi, thank you again. So I just have a question about the budget. So I really did try to go over it and try to understand what was going on there. What I do understand is that towns across Marin, across the country, are preparing for perhaps the biggest depression we've ever had. That's reports from all over the world, actually. I saw absolutely no reflection of that in this budget or of any of the words in that budget.
Valerie, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're still on consent. And so
Oh, I'm sorry.
the budget item is number 14. And so would you hold your comments and come back then?
So we're going to have a chance at, I didn't.
Yes, that's
I
a
thought
public
we were
hearing
doing
item.
a one big item. Okay, there
Yeah.
you go. Thank you.
All righty.
Sorry.
No problem. Anyone else on consent, Michelle?
Yes, we have, the next speaker is Gary Graham.
Oh, hi, Gary. Anyone else on consent, Michelle?
Good evening, Gary.
Yes, we have, the next speaker is Gary Graham. That's weird.
Oh, hi, Gary.
Oh, hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Anyone else on consent?
Good evening, Gary.
Yes.
Hi, guys and ladies.
Hi, Gary.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Here's what I think is one of the most important subjects to be discussing today. Can you hear me? Okay. Here's what I think is one of the most important subjects to be discussing today.
Can you hold on one second?
And that is
Gary.
to shine the light on the plight of the small businessmen in Fairfax.
Can you hold on one second? Just a minute. Gary, can you hold on one second if you can hear me? Michelle, we have a problem with sound.
Yeah, I hear that.
Winston Churchill said that we'll know who's standing when the tide goes out. Yes, yes.
Michelle, we have a problem with sound.
He's watching. Can you turn off your audio, please, Mr. Graham?
That's what.
Turn off your computer or your TV while you're speaking.
And now the tide has gone out, and our community will see how many Fairfax businesses are still standing.
Computer or your TV while you're speaking.
And now the tide has gone out, and our community will see how many Fairfax businesses are still standing.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Michelle, can you?
How many Fairfax businesses are still standing? I think it's time for the public to understand.
Thank you, Gary. Michelle, can you?
How many Fairfax businesses are still standing? I think it's time for the public to understand the plight of the small businessman. I think it's time
Okay.
to understand the plight of the small businessman. These are the people who gamble their money. These are the risk takers. These are the ones who employ people, and these are the ones who will make our community go. These are the people who gamble their money. These are the risk takers. These are the ones who employ people, and these are the ones who will make our community go. I know there's a lot of talk about employees, but now it's time to turn the light on the plight of the Fairfax small businessman. These are the ones who make our community go. I know there's a lot of talk about employees, but now it's
His time is up. Mr. Graham, your 3 minutes are up.
Wait, Michelle, we can't really. Okay. Michelle, do we know what happened there?
I do not know what happened, but I suspected that he had either his computer or his TV going, and he was watching the
Okay.
call at the same time.
I would really like to have heard what he said, so I don't, perhaps I'll,
So this has happened on other Zoom meetings. People need to turn off their TV or streaming their computer because that's when you hear that.
right.
I think we did, at least I heard it because it was repeated a few times. But it would have been better. I think Michelle was trying to tell him to turn off his, but maybe you can remind people of that because it creates that weird triple thing.
Mhm. And I will actually reach out to him and ask him to send that email for the record, because he has done business in this town forever. He has a perspective that's really valuable. So thank you. If you hear us, Gary, thank you so much. So next,
There are no more speakers, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Actually, I'm sorry, a hand just went up.
Okay.
Okay, and it is Elizabeth P.
Hello, my name's Elizabeth. I'm over on Willow Avenue. Renee knows my constant song about the intersection at Pastori and Willow, right by Good Earth. And right now, people are driving excessively fast through that intersection. And I have asked repeatedly for one back speeding signs that shows that it is 25 mph through there. And you can't know that if you were 2 blocks on either side of that intersection, because there's no signage on either of those streets. So whatever you can do, it's my constant request.
Yeah.
If you want me to go out there with the speed gun and write down how many are speeding, I will do it. I will do whatever it takes to get this intersection improved for the safety of all the children and pedestrians and anybody who wants to cross the street safely and not get run over by a car, and flipping people off as they're zooming by and running the light. It's pretty discouraging. So
Yeah. Thank you, Elizabeth. We were making progress, and then COVID hit, but this has been years and years. So I would actually like to ask Garrett, would you please, I know there were issues about putting a car there on Drake, and I think it was something about San Anselmo and the line there, but I think a car there is really important right now as people are getting back on the road. And that intersection, as we know, for years and years, we've looked at doing things. So that is the easiest thing we could do.
Is there a sign that doesn't require a car? Is there like one of those little pop-up sort of tow along signs?
So Elizabeth, let us check it out, and
Okay,
and I hope that we can make some progress.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, that looks like that was the last speaker.
Okay, great. So we're moving on from consent to the public hearing items. Number 12.
We would need to
move approval of.
Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. Yes. Okay. Can I have a motion for approval of consent?
I'll move adoption of the consent calendar as it's written in the agenda.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, excellent. So we have motion Ackerman and second Reed. And I will take a roll call for the rest of the votes. So Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
And myself, I vote aye. So we move on from consent. Thank you for that reminder. Moving on to the public hearing items, as you'll see on the agenda, item number 12 has been continued to the July 1st Town Council meeting. So all parties are privy to that and in agreement that that is what we should have done. And so we've continued it to July 1st. Please stay tuned. And we are now on item 13, and that is the item that I am am recused from, and that is because I live within the 500-foot proximity mark to the Meadowway Bridge. In fact, I live 350 feet from the bridge. So I will be tuning out, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Vice Mayor Ackerman, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay. I guess we begin with the staff report. Garrett, could we have that?
Sure. I'm going to leave my video off. I think that will help the audio for whatever
Often
reasons.
does, yes.
Having some technical problems, and obviously it was working fine earlier today. But yes, so the item before you is the adoption of the resolution for the Middleway Bridge Replacement Project. That would be the adoption of the initial study and mitigating neg deck, and then an adoption of the project, or authorize staff to move forward with an EIR for the project. So you'll note the recommendation this evening is different from what you saw in March. And part of that is just based on the various comments, part of the issue being, it seems like every time we have the initial study mitigating neg deck on, we always receive comments either a little before or after, and then we're always trying to prepare more comments, responses to the comments for the council to consider. And so that perhaps could continue forever if you kept on doing it like that. So we just wanted to put two options for the council to consider, which is, again, adopt the final IS mitigated neg deck, adopt a resolution for the project, or authorize staff to proceed with the EIR. And so for the staff presentation, I'm going to do something a little different this time around. Two meetings have kind of gone through their chronology and different things that we've done. Rather than doing that again, because we've done that with all the previous public hearings, I think I'd just like to point out that we originally started this project in 2013. And at that time, what we had pointed out to the council is we've pretty much reauthorized the project from Caltrans, and let's move forward. It is a bridge replacement project. At that time, there was concern expressed by the neighborhood about, does a bridge really need to be replaced? Can it be wood? What would it be? And just lots of concerns. And most of the time, most of those concerns came from the residents. I think there were very few non-residents even involved. So we went through that process. We determined that in order to get the federal funding, it has to be the minimum width at 21.5 feet. We did get approval that it could be striped single lane, because that was a concern of the residents. And we also went through the process of appealing to make sure that wood was an option, because you have three options: concrete, steel, or wood. So that whole time, we did work with the neighborhood. We had community meetings. Again, mainly the residents, not so many non-residents. So moving forward, when we got to the point of bridge type selection, there basically were three types: wood, concrete, and steel. The steel, it's true, would be a prefabricated steel bridge. Could be brought in parts, but then you would just fabricate it on site. So to point out, which always seems to be a point of contention, is all three types of bridges actually need to sit on a foundation. That foundation would be called what we call abutments, concrete abutments. And then those abutments would have to be protected by retaining walls. And we'll get over that a little bit more, but retaining walls are needed to prevent the scour and erosion that currently the existing bridge suffers, protect the abutments so that doesn't happen in the future. And so the neighborhood selected concrete. We did emails, did surveys, we had meetings on this, and so that's what they selected. And the council, taking into account the neighborhood selection, selected concrete. So I forget what the staff recommendation is. At that time, we gave the different numbers, different bridges had different maintenance numbers and so on. But at the end of the day, as staff, we just said, it doesn't matter so much as you probably should just take what the neighborhood wants in terms of material. And they selected concrete. So based on that, then we started moving forward in the process. And now we got to the assessment of the project. And with that, within that process, you may remember that at the time, there was concern that the retaining wall was way too long, too much concrete. I think it was 100 linear feet or so. And so we went back to the drawing board, asked Caltrans, and we revised that design to be more what we refer to as half retaining wall half revertments or riprap to have a more natural feel in the creek. And the council said, that sounds good. And so we went forward. Now, let's not forget, when we finally issued and asked for public comment for the initial study mitigated neg deck, we received one comment that happened to be from a resident, but only one. And then now, as we've gone through March and your May meetings, obviously we received a lot of comments one way or the other, but definitely more comments from non-residents. I mean, that's just how it works. But I just want to point out, all through that 7 years we've been working on this, it typically has been comments for the residents. It's only been the last several months where we've gotten other non-comments. And then one other thing to point out regarding the EIR, just to be clear on the EIR. So the EIR itself, it obviously has a component where it studies alternatives. Alternatives it would study, or usually we would term, but have to be technically feasible alternatives. So any alternative in which a bridge would be built without abutments and retaining walls to prevent the abutments, that's not a viable alternative because it's technically not viable. It's not something that's going to protect the bridge and actually be long lasting, and it wouldn't qualify for any federal funding. Now, for the environment, for the EIR, if you choose to do one, we also don't believe the EIR is going to find any environmentally significant impacts that cannot be mitigated to less than significant, similar to what the mitigated neg deck does. It says any significant impacts it found, there weren't any, because everything can be mitigated to less significant. When that's the case, ultimately, regardless of which approach you take, the council is still going to decide on what type of bridge to build. That's the important point. The EIR might point off environmentally superior alternatives, maybe, such as nothing, no bridge project, but the council still will have to decide what it would like to do. So I just wanted to point that out before I kind of turn it over to the to Nodder with the CIA and Jeff Riley with WRA to continue on with the presentation. And we obviously have Janet Colson, the town attorney, and we also have Sarah from Janet Colson's office. So with that, if I could turn it over to Nodder for a brief presentation and then turn it over to Jeff Riley, if that's okay, unless there's any council questions for me.
Are there any questions from any council members at this point? We'll have more chance after we have the rest.
Okay.
Of the presentations.
So Nodder, did you want me to put your presentation on the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. So give me a second. Right.
Good, thank you. Obviously, everyone can hear me pretty well. Good evening. This is Nodder Tamanay, the town's project manager for this project. So I just wanted to now change the tone a little bit from that excellent introduction by Garrett and just go right into sort of showing some graphics that would hopefully help everyone visualize the project, both from the standpoint of the creek and the standpoint of the road. So we just prepared these visuals. This, to begin with, would be about 200 feet upstream of the bridge, natural riverbanks, and water level that you see is actually, this is all to scale, and the water level is 100-year flow. So that's as high as it gets for that sort of a return period. Next, please. So about 150 feet or so from the bridge, the improvements begin. This is pretty much the tail bottom end of the embankment that would be heavily worked on during the period. This is what I'm showing here is the finished project, obviously. So there's a revetment beginning on the left side, a refashioned slope, stable slope above it, and a short retaining wall up on the slope next to, well, this is all with this portion is within within actually private property. You see a line in the middle of the view shows public right-of-way versus local residents. So this wall is actually will be in the local residents' property. Below that is a portion of the property that's not used for development. So next one, please. Now we have gone through the revetment area. We're approaching the abutment slowly. The big retaining wall at the edge of the creek that Garrett.
Otter, you might just want to explain what a revetment is. Not everyone knows that.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a good point. The revetment is essentially the embankment essentially taken down to the rebuilt with a grid of large logs laid in a grid down at the bottom, filled with properly sized riprap, and then built up on top of that with a little bit more riprap and essentially river materials and local stuff that gets excavated out, gets put back in. Now the revetment then therefore is a solid structure with ends of these logs, roots sticking out a little bit in the creek. There would be a low flow area right in front of them, close enough, and a little bit of a lower channel, if you will. These logs essentially catch debris, woody debris, and things that fish and other critters like. Becomes a shade and resting area for the migrating fish. There will be planting on top of it. When all grows out, shade will be provided. The revetment itself provides shade by the virtue of the ends of the logs sticking out a little bit over this little depression in the creek. So that's then revetment is essentially built up. The revetment area is built up all the way up to the top of the slope. Beyond the revetment, if we go back to the previous slide, you'll see that the slope then continues stable. This slope is called a 1.5 to 1 slope, and it's fortified with geo-web type material, which is kind of a waffle plastic structure of 6 inches or so deep that gets that holds down the embankment and allows soil to be put in it, and growth happens through this waffle shaped hollow grid work of covering slope. So going forward again beyond the revetment, yes, let's be 100 feet or so. The wall that Garrett earlier alluded to, which is the wing wall to the upcoming abutment on the west side. You'll see that somewhat to the left of the screen. Again, the water is shown at the 100-year flood. If we move to the next slide, please. There you go. So now we are in the real near the bridge area. You have your abutments and wing walls on each side of the structure. One thing I like to point out in this, you see the dashed line in the creek. That is the current, that's called the existing ground. If you look at this one, and I should have brought this up on the previous slide as well. The creek actually, the existing ground is always, we are actually not encroaching beyond the existing grades. Not only that, we're actually going back a little bit and opening things up. Because of that, the flows are going to be unchanged. The 100-year and 50-year floods are going to be essentially lower by about ½ an inch compared to the existing. The flow velocities, local eddies and obstacles that create erosion and high local velocities will be eliminated. So this flow will be much less erosive and scouring type. Please. Here's the bridge crossing. Again, this is a good example. The dashed line you see is the current confines. That entire valley, well, has opened up a little bit. Also, you see the structure foundations, the riprap. There's a lot of talk about riprap spanning the creek or creating hardscape. That's the extent of riprap. Essentially, the entire riprap is enveloped by at least 3 feet of riverine materials. We put it back where they got excavated, but the creek opens up. Next slide, please. And this is pretty much the end of the last wing wall. The last 2 wing walls are only, they extend out 15 feet beyond the edge of the bridge, and they conform to the existing, on the right side is an existing retaining wall. That's a long continuous retaining wall. They conform right to that on the right, and and the other wing wall dives in the existing embankment. And again, that's the flow that you see. The extent of it never comes close to anything near residentials and remains unchanged. So that's the next one, if you will, please. I wanted to show kind of a visual of the aerial of this. So the existing bridge is shown with a cross hatch. The stage 1, which is kind of blue, but when it mixes with the other color becomes kind of a purplish, but that whole blue purple is the route during construction. And then at the last stage is kind of the orangish color is the one straight shot, and the bridge will sit right in the middle of the right of way, equidistant from both sides for all the neighbors. If the next slide, please. So this visual shows now cross sections through the bridge itself. The existing bridge on the left, the stage 1 structure on the right, water, what it would be during high flood, which won't be because this is going to happen during construction. Next slide, please. That was the middle of the structure. Now we're looking at the far, if you're looking east, that's the east abutment. On the left is what I was talking about, where our wing wall comes and conforms to an existing retaining wall on the left side. The orangish kind of a dirt, that is the riverine material that gets put back in, and what you see below that is the riprap and the foundations of the bridge. These are the foundations are footings sitting on top of piles that go down in the ground some distance. Next one, please. Now this is like turning 180 degrees and looking now at the west abutment area. That is the area past the revetment. This is the abutment and the wall that's attached to that. See the water line, see the river material. This is right at the wall. So those abutments and footings and riprap that you see are right there at the at the wall. The entire middle and most of the creek is actually natural creek materials all the way down to bedrock. Next slide, please. And this is the entire west side with what you just saw on the right side of it, and the revetment and the slope above it, the private fence that gets rebuilt on the retaining wall that got pushed up the slope where it used to be down at the edge. The edge now is the revetment. So that, I believe, concludes the visual. I think I talked about most of the stuff that I wanted to further on, but I'll be happy to answer questions later. So just conclude it there.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'd like to turn it over to Jeff Riley. So Jeff, give me a second to get your PowerPoint on the screen. Can you see the screen, Jeff?
Mr. Riley, I think you need to unmute yourself.
Yep. Jeff, I think you still need to unmute yourself.
May I call him?
I think you may need to.
To unmute your phone, you need to press *6.
Oops.
I can't unmute you.
Okay. I'll, oops, where am I? Okay, we'll call him.
How about now?
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know if this.
Your visual is up, Jeff.
Oh,
Hi,
Jeff.
Garrett.
Oh, so you're on right now, Jeff. We could hear you.
Okay, I'm very sorry about that. You're not getting the echo, are you?
No, I just turned it off the phone. So go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to continue, okay?
Yeah, sorry, start from the beginning
you.
because
My
we
apologies.
just had that glitch.
So
here
just
you
to
go.
continue, again, I did a presentation on this project, 2 other hearings, March 6th and then, excuse me, March 4th and May 6th. And I'm not going to go over all that detail today. I'll try to be as quick as possible, get through this. And I'm just going to focus on the 4 comment letters that were submitted after the new comment letters that were submitted after public review period on the draft initial study MND, which are ISMND. And those were submitted, 3 of those were submitted, thank you, on May 6th to the town, and the last was submitted on May 29th. So those are the letters that you see there and on the screen. And I'm not going to go into all the details, but if you could just go back really quickly, please, Michelle. But staff and the CEQA team and the project team have responded in detail in responses to comments to all of these letters. And if necessary, we can use the Q&A portion of this meeting to go over any questions the council may have on the letters and the responses. I wanted to point out, though, and maybe you noticed this as well, that some of the letters include inaccurate information, appear to ignore the facts in the initial study MND and the supporting documents, and overall aren't supported by substantial evidence. And overall, the new letters do not change staff's position that the proposed project would result in any potentially significant environmental impacts that have not already been addressed in the initial study MND. And therefore, again, as I said in the last meeting, we don't feel that an environmental impact report or an EIR is warranted. Next slide, please. I wanted to just, if I may, quickly take the opportunity to just clarify a couple issues that were discussed in the last meeting and repeated in several letters. Starting off with the fact that the initial study relies on the United States Fish and Wildlife Service's National Wetlands Inventory, or NWI, for the definition of the stream at the site. And it clarifies that classifies wetlands and waters at a finer scale than the USGS, or United States Geologic Survey, maps do. So NWI classifies the reach of the San Anselmo Creek at the site, as you see, as SBC. And so you see the code there. It's riverine, intermittent, stream bed, and seasonally flooded. Now, NWI describes an intermittent stream as follows, quote, "The subsystem that includes channels that contain flowing water only part of the year. When the water is not flowing, it may remain in isolated pools, or surface water may be absent." Next slide, please. And then one other topic that keeps coming up that was addressed in the initial study and commented on several times is the foothill yellow-legged frog. And as you may know or recall from the initial study concluded that it's not likely to occur at the site. And this frog in the area of Marin County is no longer being considered a state candidate for listing. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife Commission reviewed the petition for listing, and the frog in the North Coast was not listed. And that includes Marin County and far beyond to the North Coast, including the project site. So therefore, this population is not a state candidate any longer and receives no special protections. But I want to remind you, though, that the site does not provide suitable habitat for the species anyway. Next slide, please. So the 4 letters that were submitted, the first 3 largely repeated information that was commented by another commenter, Mr. Egger, whereas the last letter from the Watershed Sciences firm focused predominantly on landslides, alleged impacts related to landslides and geology and soils impacts, and also hardening of the stream channel and related hydraulics impacts. All of those comments that you may have seen today in the responses to that letter have been addressed by the project engineer, the project geomorphologist, and the CEQA team. And specifically, the detailed responses confirm that there are no new significant impacts related to these 2 topics that, as was suggested by the commenter. And again, those comments, that letter, as well as all the responses to the other letters were provided to the town council before tonight's meeting. So just to wrap up, and this is a similar conclusion, next slide, please, is that, as was alluded to by others earlier, with the implementation of all the mitigation measures, all the potentially significant impacts of the project can be fully mitigated. The new comment letters fail to provide any substantial evidence of a fair argument that the project would result in any potentially significant impacts that are already not identified in the final initial study, MND. And there, we feel that an EIR is not warranted. I mentioned in my first presentation the fact that the project also went through the National Environmental Policy Act process, and it has met, or it's been approved under NEPA by Caltrans local assistance. And then lastly, as maybe another backstop for anyone that may be concerned about any environmental impacts associated with the project, this project cannot be initiated until all regulatory permits are issued by the regulatory permitting agencies, specifically the California Department of Fish and Wildlife in the form of a 1602, it's called Stream Bed Alteration Agreement permit, the Corps of Engineers 404 permit, and then the Regional Water Quality Control Board 401 Water Quality Certification permit. And these permits cannot be issued for the project until CEQA is approved or adopted. And so So even if the project gets approved tonight or at a later time with an EIR, there's no grading allowed until these permits are issued. I just wanted to clarify that for the public. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
So I believe that concludes at least the staff presentation and the presentation from our professional team. I don't know if our attorney Sarah Osowitz or Janet Colson, the town attorney, have any comments to offer. Maybe not hearing any. Maybe.
No, this is Janet. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're just here to respond to any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. We may have some. So, do we have any questions from council regarding any of the information that we've received in or in the oral report?
I have a few questions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I forgot the gentleman's name who just gave the environmental update.
Yeah, that'd be Jeff.
Hi, Jeff. Sorry. Could you advise how, you didn't just report on this, but in the reading, how the method of how the blackberries are going to be removed? That's something that's a concern of mine. What is the method for that? Are you there?
So Jeff, actually Nodder could probably answer that too. Nodder, are you still on?
I'm on. Yes, I can.
Okay.
Would you like me to respond to that?
Yeah, I think so.
They are part of the embankment. They're mostly on the embankment that ultimately becomes a revetment, and they get removed with industrial sized equipment and tractors and backhoes and uprooted. There's no pesticide to be used for that purpose.
So with mechanical equipment, no toxic of any sort, no chemicals, no.
Absolutely.
Is that what I'm hearing?
That's exactly what we're saying.
That for the record, please. I'd like the record to capture that for whoever's taking the minutes. Is that understood, Nader? Did I get that right?
Absolutely, that's correct. There would be no pesticides used, no chemicals used to remove them, and we have control over the specifications. So this kind of input is great. Appreciate that, and we will put that in the project specifications. And they invariably are already, but I'm making a note of them, and we include them in the project specifications that no pesticides to be used at the project site.
Okay, so that's not necessarily standard.
That is the standard.
Okay.
Well, that is the standard. That is the standard, but for emphasis,
okay,
we'll make sure that the language is there.
Okay. Garrett, I have just a couple questions. If you'll just bear with me. I know you've said this before, but so the town or taxpayers, if you will, we pay CEQA and 11.5% of design costs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the construction and the remaining design costs are covered by whom?
Construction costs, the percentages, the construction design cost percentages still apply. So we would pay 11.5% of that. However, construction's 100% funded by the grant, and any right-of-way issues is also covered 100% by the grant. And any construction management services that we'll need, because we will need that during construction, that's also covered 100% by the grant.
Up to a certain point, or do you have to go back and ask for funds? Like, is there a cap at all? Is it up to the 4.7 or?
Yeah, so how it works, it's a good question. Nader could probably explain it better. But in essence, how it works is when you submit your paperwork, you have an estimate, then Caltrans approves that. if and during the process you find that something came out and you need more funding, then you go back to Caltrans for more funding. So every phase, as you work it out, you get a number. So for example, I would assume how it works is if we bid it out and it's more than we have, and the cost is more than we have in the actual, what they call a document E76 from Caltrans, then we would go back to Caltrans and say, hey, the bid is this much, we need that.
Okay, and by the way, I'd like all of this cost information captured for the record as well. Okay, so there's a little bit of confusion in the community about the proposal of the bridge, the original, and then moving the bridge 7 feet south and requiring, or maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I thought that that movement, if you will, of the bridge impacted sewer lines and water lines. And we don't exactly know, Garrett, I know you sent me an email on this today, but I'd like to disclose that to the public. So as best we can. So do you want to share that? Like what those costs, as best we know, what they are and who's going to be responsible for those costs?
Sure. So when you replace the bridge, you'll have to replace all the utility lines, which are sewer, water, and PG&E. Typically, the utilities are responsible for relocation of the line. So in this case, the Marin Municipal Water District are responsible for their line, sewer district responsible for theirs, and now you have to help me in PG&E. I'm assuming PG&E's responsible for theirs. And we've confirmed that with the water district and sewer district. Now, they're responsible for the one-time relocation and the odd chance that because of the project to relocate it twice, we would be on the hook for the second relocation. And
when you say they are responsible, ultimately that's passed through to the ratepayers, which is the public, right?
Right, but that's all ratepayers within the district. So this is a normal thing that all the water districts use. So like for Bon Air Bridge, the municipal pay to relocate their line for the new Bon Air Bridge. So it's true, the ratepayers do pay for that.
Right. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you. Okay. I think I'm good on that. I think I'm good. I don't have any other questions right now.
Can I just ask, Garrett, when we go to public comment, because you won't be talking, can you turn your video on?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
So either Barbara or John, do you have any questions at this point? Okay. I'll just follow up on just the last thing that came up as Stephanie was asking, just because it piqued my curiosity. But whatever design had been settled on for the bridge would still require rebuilding of the utility lines. Is that correct? It's not.
Yes. Yeah. You would, I mean, because you're doing a new bridge.
Yeah.
Presumably, probably like sewer, they probably upgrade their line anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
one more question about the budget items or the cost items. Can you hear me? Am I on mute?
Yes, go ahead. You're the.
We're purchasing some property from residents, and that's coming out of the grant, the federal grant. Is that right? That's
right.
not coming.
That's correct. Right away, if we need permanent or temporary easements, that would all be covered by the grant.
Okay, I'd like that captured for the record as well. Thank you.
Okay, so if we have no further questions from council, I believe the next step would be to go to public comment on this matter.
I think, Bruce, you have to open the public hearing.
Okay, yeah, that's, I'll say that formally. We will open the public hearing. And Garrett, if you can turn on your video so we can see your magic clock. And Michelle, if you can lead us through the public hearing, public comments.
We have a couple of hands raised, and we also have an email comment. And I would just like to note, a few people from the public have emailed me expressing concern that the letter they sent to the council in the last couple of days is not on the website. Actually, I had to upload letters in batches over the past few days, and all of the people who have asked me about their letter being on the website, their letter is on the website. So I will not be reading those letters into the record. You can find it in Supplement 1 or Supplement 3. All right. First public comment is Deborah Benson.
Oh, thank you. I'm first again. I think that a project of this size with a 100-year life with possible effects to people downstream, as nice as the drawings are and as nice of a bridge as this may be, deserves an EIR. I found in the MND several errors, inconsistencies, and that leads me to question the whole thing. One of them was describing our tree ordinance and the diameters of the trees that were able to be removed without a permit were misconstrued. Another one was whether we were working on Sundays or not. There's a place in the MND that says we're working on Sundays. There's another place that says we're not working on Sundays. The start time of the project, I question. It says that nesting season ends June 1st. I'm in possession of a letter from the Audubon Society saying that my house right around the corner from Meadow Way is within a quarter mile of northern spotted owl nests, and nesting season ends July 31st. And not to even go outside and play loud music. Don't do tree work, don't do construction, don't do leaf blowers. So that would mean that the window would begin August 1st and end on October 15th. So my question is not whether there should be a bridge, is whether this is the right bridge for the place. And I think only an EIR is going to answer that question. Thank you. I'm done.
The next speaker is Kate Linscott.
Hi, my name is Kate Linscott. I have lived on Meadow Way since 1983. My husband and I raised our family here. We have enjoyed a wonderful neighborhood. And specifically, I want to mention that we have enjoyed the Eggers as wonderful neighbors all these years. But on this particular issue, I strongly disagree with the efforts to prolong the environmental studies on this bridge. This bridge replacement and safety concern, the environmental studies have been extremely complete. I am appalled that the urgency of this replacement is being undermined by dithering over aesthetics and nitpicking over biology and engineering that will be addressed in final plans. It seems to me that Frank has turned the environmental process on its head. He has refuted the extensive studies already completed and is requesting this EIR. He does not trust what the town has done and impugns their experts. If he doesn't like the results of the EIR, what happens next? Frank has a powerful lobby in the community and beyond. The letters from the Sierra Club and from the consultants that were kind of dropped at the last minute, I believe intimidate the council and us as neighbors. This bridge design was improved by most of the residents. The town council, I don't envy your position, but Frank is not a member of this council, and his opinions should not have additional weight because of his powerful lobby in town. I take no joy in my comments here, but this bridge has got to be built. Our lives and our properties depend on it. And now I'm obviously done.
Thank you for that comment.
Next is John Berg.
Hello, can you hear me? It says unmute. Hello, my name's John. Hello, honorable town council members. I am John Berg and I live on Meadow Way. On behalf of Protect Fairfax, and I'm requesting 5 minutes speaking time for a group. And I want to thank the town council members, town staff, project consultants, and all those who spoke and wrote letters on support of the Meadowway Bridge. I particularly want to mention Jeff Riley's presentation because it really drives home why an EIR is not necessary. I feel qualified to make these comments because I was a lead civil engineer for Marin County's bridge program. I retired in March of 2019. The mitigated negative declaration for the Meadowway Bridge is appropriate given that this is just a replacement project and that the existing degraded creek will be restored with a program of fish habitat restoration. There are some people who seek to delay the project and are requesting an environmental impact report on the premise that additional information is required to justify the decisions already made. This is unnecessary. An EIR will delay the project because the final design cannot be completed until the environmental document is certified. The design process is a serial process. Reconsidering the environmental document will delay the project until the environmental process is completed. This project has been in design for 7 years, and there have been a lot of studies prepared to support the mitigated negative declaration. Among these studies are a native environment study. This was already covered, and there was 5 field surveys, and Jeff Riley really drove home that the steelhead are present and their habitat will be improved. Coho salmon are not present, but the design of the project will enhance future habitat for them. Foothill yellow frogs are not present. They may be present upstream, I understand, in the Cascade Preserve, but they're not here. And there's a mile of houses between that location and the bridge. The frogs will be accommodated by the construction and design of the project as well. Northern spotted owls are present on the hillside between Meadowway and Canyon Road, across from a ton of residences along the creek. And they're making noise all the time. The project will accommodate the northern spotted owl by avoiding nesting season. All these items are included in the native environment study that supports the mitigated negative declaration. There's another study by the National Marine Fisheries Service. This is the federal agency responsible for fish, and it has the same conclusion as the native environment study. Mitigation is suggested in the letter, and it's the same mitigation that is in the native environment study and the MND. There's another study, the bridge type selection, that was prepared by a CIC. This report justifies the design of the bridge, including the structure and hydrology and hydraulic design of the creek. There is extensive design commentary on the access road to the creek and the management during the winter months. The report evaluated the 3 types of bridges with a full engineering estimate for each bridge. Concrete is the least expensive option. Before others assert alternate pricing, they should be required to present an engineering estimate. Other studies, there's a geotechnical services study. A geomorphologist weighed in on this. He's a very good one, Matt Smeltzer. A bridge hydraulic report by the Stetson engineers, they're excellent. And there's lots of other reports that are supporting this bridge. It's a technically complex bridge, but all of this is supported. And we got this categorization of the stream as intermittent, which is what it is. I live on the creek and it is dry. In conclusion, the Meadowway Bridge project will replace a dilapidated wooden bridge, which ensures the residents will continue to have public safety access and utility service to their neighborhood for the foreseeable future. In addition, a program of fish habitat restoration using bioengineering methods and low earth berms and woody nooks designed specifically for this site will be implemented. There are adequate studies for the understanding of the locality and preparation of the bridge and creek design. After approval of the mitigated negative declaration, the design will be finalized and additional improvements to the design will be made. At this point, the Fairfax Town Council should approve the mitigated negative declaration for the Meadowway Bridge. I hope you will act to approve it today. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Valerie Hood.
Hi. Y'all are still awake, I see.
Yes.
Allegations are being made that people are trying to delay the bridge building, and that's simply not true. Anybody who's walked, ridden a bike, or driven a car over it knows that something needs to happen. So I think those comments are degrading to the people that have concerns. Fairfax has a long history of talking about maybe a little more than a lot of towns do about how we care about the environment. We used to call ourselves environmentalists here. I don't hear that word too much anymore. It's usually called sustainable. And I actually take some of the fault for that, for having to help start Sustainable Fairfax, but that's really not what it was about. It was really about being environmentalists and going more deeply. And the idea that we wouldn't consider the frog because it's the Trump administration no longer considers that to be important is, I just don't think that doesn't feel like Fairfax to me. I'm sorry about that. So I have a question about the notification to MMWD and Ross Valley Sanitary District. Did the contractor just forget to contact them, or was that just something that was left out of the report? That's kind of important, because if that was an oversight, then it kind of calls into question the credentials of this firm. Also, I wanted to say, as I suffered through this contractor over several years while going to classes at College of Marin, there was much comment in the papers from local residents questioning the consultants' cost overruns, mistakes that were made, the time, the noise. So I wonder if staff reviewed the local history of this firm. So I guess that's about it. Thank you. Also the traffic, I guess, too, because there was a lot of problems with traffic at that intersection. And that bridge, I don't even know if it's finished to this day. So as far as I know, that's the same contractor you're looking at right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you. The next speaker is Larry Bragman.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Larry Bragman, 30 Hickory Road, and I'm speaking as a Fairfax resident and not on behalf of MMWD. First of all, I want to acknowledge the frustration and anxiety of the residents of Meadow Way who are concerned about replacing the bridge. I support replacing the bridge in a timely manner, but believe there are significant questions that should be answered and can be answered without delaying the project. A careful review of CIC's bridge type replacement studies indicated that it was a prefabricated steel bridge that was actually their #1 recommendation. The report concluded, quote, "The speed of prefabricated steel construction and the relative ease of moving it to its ultimate location, steel superstructure may be the best." The January 2017 Fairfax report also concluded, quote, "Steel would provide the advantage of speed of construction and less impacts in the creek." As far as I could tell from the minutes of the January 2017 meeting, the decision to choose the concrete design was based upon a tally of emails submitted to the town. There's no indication in the minutes of that meeting that the relative impacts of the two approaches were discussed or analyzed. Residents may not realize that the concrete design they chose will require relocation of at least 2 major underground utility lines that run under the bridge at its current location, MMWD's high pressure water line and a sewer main. The steel design will not require the bridge to be moved from its current location or relocating the underground utilities, which is going to involve excavating Meadow Way for the entirety on both sides of the bridge. This would not be needed, obviously, if the bridge is not moved. You may need to replace the line that runs directly under the bridge, but the approaching lines that are very expensive to construct will not need to be moved. And these costs will be paid by taxpayers, but are not included in the financial analysis provided to date. And that process itself of moving and coordinating utilities may cause additional delay. The MND itself failed to analyze the carbon impacts of each design, which is supposed to be central to our town's commitment to reducing its carbon impact. There really isn't a discussion of the carbon impacts of the two design choices. I don't know all the answers, but they should be addressed before a final decision is made. And the town itself, and the public really needs to be aware of this, the town itself has stated publicly that this project isn't going to begin until 2022 at the earliest. Hence, we have some time to take a closer look. My suggestion is a compromise. I would suggest that we request the consultant to augment the MND to answer the unanswered questions, construction timing advantages, the costs of coordinating relocation of utilities and roadway, as well as the carbon impact comparison of the competing approaches. This would probably take 60 to 90 days, and we have the time to do it. Let's use the time we have to arrive at the best solution for Fairfax and the creeks that run through it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Michelle, this is Samantha. Did you just unmute me?
I did.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for your time this evening. My name is Samantha. I live at 78 Sir Francis Street downstream. I would like to request that we do move forward with an EIR similar to some of the other callers. My general concern is about flooding my property and my neighbor's property. And I think one thing that we need to take into consideration is it's not just the bridge replacement, it's the domino effect of everything that's downstream, and the opportunity to slow down and take some time in consideration to make sure that the right decision is being made for all the community members would be greatly appreciated. And I know that there's a cost to the EIR. However, it does just seem nominal when you think about the damage that could be done if the wrong decision is made and if it's not made right. So I'd like to request that the council members just take their time and consider whether an EIR is an important aspect of this project, because I'm concerned about my property flooding downstream. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andre Fino.
Greetings. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Town Council, the opportunity to share our feelings as neighbors on Meadow Way is sincerely appreciated. And I'll try not to make this like a public comment scene right out of Parks and Rec. I'd like to address the letter from Watershed Sciences, the consultant offering their opinion on Meadowway Bridge Replacement Initiative. It's critical that the town council's decision be based not only on the content of the MND itself, but also on the totality of the investigation, the study, the research, which has already been conducted on the bridge, including the many site-specific studies and reports from government agencies and highly reputable firms. The MND needed to cover a wide range of environmental issues specified by law. However, if it were to include as much additional detail as other studies covered in total, it would amount to many hundreds of pages. In fact, with exhibits, the MND itself comes to 486 pages. Had Watershed Sciences been provided these other scientific and technical documents, all of which are in the public domain, and had themselves conducted a site visit rather than focusing exclusively on the MND itself, they would have understood that the concerns that they had raised had already been fully addressed and resolved. For example, the biological opinion from the National Fish and Wildlife Service goes into considerable detail to, quote, conclude the proposed project is not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of threatened steelhead, nor is it likely to result in the destruction or adverse modification of its critical habitat, unquote. It adds that there will be insignificant effects to steelhead and critical habitat from temporary reductions in riparian vegetation, unquote. As another example, there's the issue of landslides raised by Watershed Sciences. Site-specific studies with geotechnical boring should be considered as the standard for evaluating landslide risk, rather than the old area-wide ones that Watershed Sciences relied on. Thus, the geotechnical study for the project site confirmed the MND's conclusion that, quote, the project site is classified as flattened by ABAG and would not be susceptible to earthquake-induced landslides or rainfall-induced landslides, unquote. On point after point, multiple scientific and technical studies reinforce one another in concluding that the mitigated bridge project will not cause significant environmental damage. Bottom line, it's clear. It's clear. Laurel Collins, the principal of Watershed Sciences, is dedicated. She's professional. She's an expert in what she does. And should the town council bless this initiative move forward, we hope to leverage her guidance and experience to make our bridge the best it can be. That said, taking the documentary record as a whole, the concerns raised by the Watershed Sciences letter have already been raised, investigated, addressed, and mitigated. The neighborhood on Meadowway depends on the safety and stability of this bridge daily. I live at 60 Meadowway. We've been working with the town in good faith and transparency for 7 years to have this bridge replaced. We're not builders, we're not speculators, we're not real estate investment trusts, we're environmentalists. We love our town, we love our unique character of the place that we live, and we just want a safe access point we can depend on. For these reasons, and so many other the reasons that have already been mentioned online in previous meetings, I humbly ask the town council to move forward with this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Marilyn Gaines. Marilyn, can you hear me? I see that you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Mr. Vice Mayor, would you like to move to the next person?
Yes, let's go ahead and we'll see whether.
Oh, I think she's talking. Marilyn?
Can you hear me now or no?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hallelujah. Okay. So I live at 7 Meadow Way, which is right next to the bridge. And it was obvious 7 years ago that the bridge needed to be replaced, and it's still obvious now. So the town and Meadow Way community have been involved in a several years long process to replace it. As a resident of Meadow Way, I spent many hours in meetings at the Women's Club, sat through many presentations about governmental regulations, engineering requirements, costs, funding to be obtained, maintenance requirements, environmental and safety considerations, types of materials and design about the bridge itself, as well as the adjoining embankments. And just to tell you that none of this was an abstraction to me, it was all too real, because I had recently been through a huge fire in Santa Barbara, and this bridge would be my way out in case of fire and or earthquake in my neighborhood. And because of my mobility problems, it will be my only way out. There was a lot of information sent to us online that needed to be sorted through and digested. I spent many, many hours of my precious life doing this work, and we all did, residents of Meadow Way and many others. And eventually, we neighbors had the opportunity to vote for the bridge and embankment options we thought best, given all that information. This was not a superficial choice. There were legitimate pros and cons for the different options, but ultimately, the informed neighbors of Meadow Way voted for a concrete bridge. It's not just that we are anxious and champing at the bit to get our bridge finally built, but also that the issues that are being raised now were already dealt with years ago. It's understandable that people who were not part of that lengthy, involved effort might think we need an EIR or should choose a different type of bridge. However, it's time to move forward and take the actions that were democratically decided upon. Any other further delay is really unconscionable in my eyes, truly. The town council needs to approve the ISMND.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chance Cutrano.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, council, staff, and consultants from WRA. I just wanted to first off thank Jeff for the presentation again and the recap. I wanted to acknowledge that, I in my comments, I also brought up the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service categorization for as far as intermittent creeks go, and really appreciated seeing that brought out in this next round, as well as the justification why that is used over the U.S. Geological Survey inventory. I also wanted to acknowledge, I think it was Valerie's comment about the process, and I think it's a learning experience for all of us. But a lot of organizations came in at the last minute. Whether or not it was good intentions or bad intentions is one thing, but I think the fact that there was only one comment during the CEQA process is an indication that we need to do better as a community to engage these organizations earlier on, to make sure that we're not rushing to this at the last minute. And I think we need to take that into consideration as we move forward with other bridge replacements and other town. The next thing I wanted to note is I wanted to thank Jeff again on the frog item. The intermittent piece of the creek is, that should be justification for the fact that the frog might not be there. But I think I had done further research since Mr. Bragman spoke about this last month and did find that, both the Center for Biological Diversity as well as Garcia and Associates locally had come out with various studies and publications that both spoke to what Jeff spoke about in his presentation about the risks and the actual categorization of that particular species. So I think that is something I'm comfortable with at this point. And I wanted to acknowledge finally, Mr. Bragman brought up the Meadoway Bridge type selection report and the fact that that steel bridge was identified as a high scoring bridge. I just want to make sure the public was also aware that it actually received the same score as the concrete bridge. I recognize that carbon and climate implications were not identified in those report conclusions, but I just wanted to highlight that they received the exact same score. And I think the concrete arch bridge actually was cheaper than the steel truss bridge that they had identified in that Meadoway Bridge type selection report. So just providing clarifying comments for folks, members of the public, but I'm feeling pretty confident with this project, and I look forward to hearing other comments. And thank you, Council, for allowing me this time to speak.
Thank you, Chance, for your always well thought out comments.
The next person is Pamela Mix.
Good evening, everybody.
I will tell folks I was on the Planning Commission for 9 years. I am also elected on the Ross Valley Sanitary District, but I'm not speaking in their behalf. And I've lived in the Cascade Canyon 38 years. I am not near Meadow, but kind of halfway up in the canyon. After reviewing the data and information related to the Meadow Way Bridge, this is what I concluded, and I sent you all a letter. I'm just going to read from the letter. The size, scope, and massive project does not warrant the need as a replacement for that neighborhood. While the bridge needs replacement, a lower scale and less damaging plan would be a better way to proceed. Is there a middle way? I like Larry's ideas. I totally understand, and I believe Larry's Bragman's ideas as well. Number 2, due to adverse significant impacts to sensitive and threatened species, including rechanneling the creek as listed in the Sierra Club letter, a EIR must be done. And I really truly believe that, being a planning commissioner that long and seeing when EIRs are not done, and it is a neutral document that could answer a lot of questions. Number 3, there is unanswered questions from MRA consultant, as noted per the Sierra Club response. Number 4, an EIR would clear up many of the non-answered questions and the answers that have been challenged, especially related to the rechanneling the creek, endangered habitats. Number 5, time is of the essence. There are safety concerns. As I know, I also live in the Cascade Canyon. It is sad that the bridge plans have been mismanaged and delayed. So number 6, create a fast track plan for a quicker, smaller project to complete the new bridge with a 1-year plan. And it's going to take probably for sewer and water, I think, another 2 years. I mean, you're going to need consultants and engineers and all that planned as well. And then number 6, the Sierra Club letter has strong teeth to create a strong legal debate that I feel would win to promote an EIR. Is this what you want the town to battle? I understand and I agree the neighbors want this bridge done as soon as possible. However, it needs to be planned in a right manner before it becomes a lawsuit. Basically, you want the best plan for the community. All of us are paying for the bridge, not just the Meadoway people. The whole town is paying for that bridge. So I think I have another point that I forgot or missed, but that's pretty much. Thank you.
Gary Roth is next.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Hey, thanks for pulling me in. And I'm going to kind of read in little bits and pieces from a letter that I posted because I struggle with my speaking. But I've lived in Fairfax for over 20 years, grew up in the area. I'm a practicing landscape architect. And I've dug through the project documents. I've been in debates with various opponents and proponents of the bridge and trying to understand where I might land with this. For the past 25 years, I've worked on public and private projects, many related to access to federal and state lands, including bridge design and construction and implementation in sensitive environments, including with threatened and endangered species. And I was just hoping to provide a little perspective and provide my opinion on where I think we need to be going with this. I'm mostly really upset with the level of uninformed debate being promulgated by opponents asking for this EIR. They're showing a lack of respect for the current compliance process, and I think it's kind of a little bit over the top. And I do understand if anyone's still struggling with their feelings of loss over this old wooden bridge. I feel sad about it. I think we all do. I think we also need to understand the need, the codes, the liability, the complexity of the engineering and construction staging requirements to work in these sensitive environments before we question the motives of the consultants, the motives of the town council, town staff, or indeed Caltrans for that matter. None of us wants that old bridge to go away. It's iconic in its little sweet way. And people felt that way about my big valley oak on my street, the San Anselmo Bridge, the Ross Bridge, the go on and on. And this new bridge and the mitigations can help improve the hydrologic regime and provide a longer-term uptick in the health of this route to stream. It's very possible. It's also going to be safer for this next generation. I keep seeing people throwing out, we can do it all in one season. Yeah, I think the contractor would love that. They'd make more money that way. But they have to show a second season because the narrow construction window from June to October is narrow. And they have to put in healthy abutments, a lot of work before you even get to the bridge deck, which is less than 20% of the cost of this. So arguing over the bridge deck is a false flag. The bridge's design and character may be what we're all reacting to in our questions and as we motivate of all of that. But Caltrans design standards, and they are the funders of this, regularly upset people, including myself. I've fought against those standards myself. Let's not pretend there's some other bridge style that's going to cost less here. We've already heard that from everybody. The bulk of the cost in this project includes the regulations for in-stream work, what we're going to call general conditions, difficult access, utilities, foundation, abutments, the grading, bank restoration, monitoring. They're required as part of this compliance process in its current state. And in addition, they're required to monitor the restoration and mitigation work for years afterwards. I'm certain that a significant part of the cost is to ensure that habitat value after construction is not only not degraded, but improved using proven techniques and long-term monitoring as dictated by the terms of the mitigated neg deck. I've worked against those Caltrans design standards for aesthetic and cost goals. And if we want to explore new design options, you got to understand that the cost benefit of the actions in the form of an EIR will not be worthwhile. The result for this could be a financial wash at best, and it'll carry tremendous risk for that neighborhood in delays and high cost for our town in developing an alternative design that Caltrans will approve. In the meantime, the town's going to continue to pay to maintain the old bridge, and that would not include additional hundreds of thousands of dollars needed to do an unnecessary EIR that would likely point to doing the mitigations specified for this type of work in the neg deck and as part of the detailed design process. In addition, the risk of losing the funds to these delay tactics is pretty disturbing. I've been in near constant dialogue with the opponents as well as the proponents, as I said. Some further let's see. There's a balance to the need to protect our town and its people from potentially imminent hazards and protect the core mission of the regulatory agencies, which is to bring all of our creeks up to a healthier hydrologic and hydraulic regime in order to support a robust riparian system. We have to change the discourse to have a wider view of this project, more than just the sadness we all feel.
Gary, your time is passed, but thank you very much. If you want to wrap up a sentence.
I have about 2 sentences. To those who think they have a design alternative to this bridge, be prepared to provide a Caltrans approved bridge design that supports emergency vehicles, utilizes Caltrans standards, and let's see it quickly. Because in the absence of a new approved design, you're holding up a necessary safety upgrade for that neighborhood, emergency access, and it'll only make the timeline and cost for our town climb. That's what this project is, and the process is difficult, but it's where we are, and it's time to preserve any outrage for more pressing issues instead of unnecessarily delaying this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Vice Mayor, there is one more comment, and it's on email, so if I may read it into the record.
Please do. Thank you.
Right. It states, my name is Joan Crane and I live at 86 Sir Francis Drake. I think it is a huge mistake to initiate upstream measures such as bridge replacement and repair measures when so many downstream measures are unresolved, most notably the Corte Madera Creek project and the highly flawed San Anselmo flood risk reduction. The Corte Madera is not close to being approved and the San Anselmo project highly flawed. Putting more water in the creek will be a colossal mistake until we know where the water will go. I live on the creek at 86 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard in Ross, downstream of Town of Fairfax. And I am very concerned that Town of Fairfax is taking shortcuts via the adoption of the mitigated negative declaration. Bypassing an EIR will result in harm to the environment, habitat for wildlife, and result in increased water levels downstream. Is the Town of Fairfax accepting responsibility for downstream flooding that could be the result of the cumulative impacts caused by altering the hydrology and all the creek work that has never been studied? Thank you for your consideration, John. And I see two more.
Question then.
Sorry?
Go ahead. So you see more hands,
I see more hands on Zoom. Yes.
little virtual hands popping up.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So the next one is Karen Arnold.
Hello, Karen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Town Council members and Town Manager, Mr. Garrett Choi. I first would like to start by thanking you all for your very hard work in creating a great town for our community. I know it's a really tough job, and I appreciate the work you do. Specifically, I would like to thank the town staff for their extensive work on the Meadowway Bridge project. They helped support the study, the consultants, the analysis, the public meetings and discussion over the past 7 years. And I respectfully request that you vote tonight to approve the ISMND and the current Meadowway Bridge project as designed. I've been involved in this process from the beginning. The public process was followed, and the end result is a very good, environmentally sensitive project for our town. We will be replacing a 64-year-old rickety creosote leaking bridge with a significantly seismically sound concrete bridge over a difficult S-turn in the San Anselmo Creek. This has been an engineering challenge. This bridge is at very high risk. If there is an earthquake or a canyon firestorm, it has gas and water and sewer lines underneath, all susceptible to collapse in a natural disaster with catastrophic failure. As a Meadowway resident, it feels like a daily risk to myself and my neighbors who are reliant on this bridge for access to our homes. The current project is good for the environment. It restores the creek bed, reduces channelization with the riprap and the tree root additions, builds a new fish habitat, and adds native plantings, all of which will improve the area for our future generations, my children and my grandchildren. The project went through a very thorough CEQA process. It was studied on site by biologists for over 5 seasons and was approved by NOIA and the NEPA. Since some in our community are claiming environmental reasons for the addition of a town-funded EIR. Those opponents have no evidence based on scientific analysis for these opinions, but rather they are relying on alternate opinions expressed by individuals who have not completed the extensive site-specific visits or reviewed the extensive technical reports which have led the scientists to recommend to the town to accept the MND and not complete an EIR. The recommendation to accept the NMD is based on the facts of the bridge project, and I urge you to accept their expert opinion. Now is not the time for needless political posturing at the town's expense. There are 2 very specific reasons. Number 1, requiring the town to pay unnecessarily $180,000 for an EIR, which is wasteful. And the second reason, with further delays, the town continues to put 29 homes and 76 Fairfax residents at risk from the failure of this bridge, which is the sole egress into and out of our neighborhood. Please, in conclusion, I urge you to say yes to our community's safety and the environment, and no to unnecessary spending and political posturing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Talia.
Hello, my name is Talia Friedman. I'm an environmentalist who lives on Court Lane, downstream from the Meadowway Bridge project. San Anselmo Creek defines our property line. 2 years ago, we completed a creekside restoration spanning around 80 feet, which was paid for completely out of personal funds. Our project was permitted by the JARPA process, and we are required to report annually for 5 years on the progress of the restoration. Without question, this significantly improved our property with native plantings, which are now thriving. Come check it out. It's gorgeous. We also, importantly, improved the properties downstream from us. One thing I learned from this process is that there are way too many hurdles that are both way too costly and time-consuming that stand in the way for more neighbors public and private, from participating in such environmental efforts. Having read the reports carefully, I think that requiring further studies and reporting is just that, an obstruction to very necessary improvement of our creekside. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nadim.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for your time tonight. Thank you, Town Council, for really taking this issue seriously. I live on Meadow Way. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time. I think everything I wanted to say has been said already. I do, plead with you to vote for the ISMMD. I've been on Meadow Way since 2006, moved here from San Anselmo to, be part of the Fairfax community, live amongst the trees, so to speak, and, really enjoy my community. And I mean, quite honestly, this whole process, I mean, if there's anything, whatever you decide today, the good thing for our neighborhood is it really brought our neighborhood together. We're pretty organized, and I got to meet neighbors I really didn't know over the last 10 years. It's pretty interesting. But one thing that's a common, theme amongst all of our neighbors here in Meadow Way is that we are all fearful of that bridge, and we're fearful of the event that we all can't imagine that would happen, kind of like a pandemic. If an earthquake knocked that bridge down and maybe simultaneously there was a fire on our side of the creek, I mean, much like we saw in San Francisco in the Marina District, we would all be stranded on this side of the creek. And I don't know if that's a town liability, if that, strange event happened, but those are things that I think about on a daily basis when going over that bridge. It's a creaky bridge, and obviously we've all agreed that it needs to be replaced. And from a common sense standpoint, I'm really surprised that 7 years into this, we're discussing aesthetics. We made a decision on the concrete bridge. It turns out that it was lower maintenance costs for the town. That was, I know the discussion around here, people chose it. The steel bridge, I don't believe that it's a fabricated bridge. It's basically what I read in the bridge design report. It's a two-piece deck. So basically it comes in two pieces and laid down. It's like the foundation, the wing walls, everything is the same as the concrete bridge. So we're talking about a sliver of material here 7 years later after the concrete bridge was selected. If I'm going to offer any compromise and add to this, perhaps from my vantage point, the steel bridge probably works along with the concrete bridge because it was all presented to us in the same, that they would all work with the same foundation. So I can't imagine that if the neighborhood decided to go with the steel aesthetic bridge, that it would delay this project. That might be something to look into. But I'm totally against going through the EIR process because there are no guarantees that it's not going to delay this project, that it's not going to increase the cost. From my vantage point, I think it will increase costs. And I'm also worried about the town's finances. And having gone through this whole COVID shutdown, you guys have had workshops about trying to get business back into work in Fairfax. We know tax revenues are going to be down. And God forbid, we lose this grant money because of delays. And that's my biggest fear, is that we lose money and then the town is on the hook for the whole darn thing. Those are things that I see as a big risk. With that, I'll say thank you, and thanks for the time.
Thank you, Nadim.
I see no further comments.
Okay, I'm going to give it a minute or so because I know we have a delay as we were hearing when Gary was speaking earlier.
Yes.
Delay in the system, so we'll just let people make sure everybody's hand has gone up. If they were trying to be the last person making a comment, they might be waiting to know that this is the moment.
Yes, this is the moment. There are a couple more hands.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, so Annika Towers.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. My name is Annika Towers and I live on Meadow Way. And I've spent significant amount of time educating myself about the environmental impact of the bridge project in its current stage, as I'm sure the town council members have done as well. After reviewing all the studies done to date, I come to the conclusion that the project can be done with no long-term negative impact to the environment. On the contrary, if you have studied the plants, the surrounding habitat will actually be improved long-term. Therefore, I don't think delaying the project any further with requiring an additional environmental benefits anyone in Fairfax. It will just continue to put the safety of residents of Meadoway and surrounding neighbors at risk for more years to come. And I have to honestly say, it's scary to live on this side of the bridge. So I ask that the town council vote today to move forward with the project without an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, you said there was, yes, there we go.
Sorry, I was muted. Matthew Towers?
Yeah, hi, thanks for listening. I'm calling, most of what's been, most people have said what I was gonna say, but basically I'm calling to urge the council to move forward with the project and to accept the environmental assessments as they are. We are all on Meadoway, as other people mentioned, I got to know my neighbors better. We're all advocates for sound environmental practices in our creek and elsewhere as well. So I believe, as do other people, that the project will repair poor construction and environmental practices of the past. You have only to look at some of the photographs of what is there now to know that. I'm very concerned that if we delay this, we will lose this opportunity to improve the creek if we lose Caltrans funding. So from my perspective, voting to do an EIR will create unnecessary delays and wasteful spending. It's certainly up. So the EIR, from all I can see, will be very redundant with the existing studies. And I want to emphasize that it would be my expectation that if the opponents did not agree with any findings of the EIR, we would be faced with the same challenges a year or more from now. So if you decide to delay this now, you're just doing that, delaying it. You'll go through the same angst and threats of lawsuits a year or so from now, or maybe different pretexts, but the same thing. So from my perspective, every day that passes here puts residents at risk on Meadoway for the bridge failing and leaving us stranded without any escape route. An EIR will just add to that time and that risk. I think it is very disingenuous to suggest that additional studies will speed up the process or save money. There's just no rational basis for that. So I encourage the town to work with any consultants who have a better or new ideas about plans that we can improve upon the designs, but we can move forward with the project at the same time you're considering those new things. I did want to mention that I would really hope, and I believe this is what the town council would do, is to defer to experts. You've had a lot of people come on here and talk about different ideas for different designs and environmental concerns, but the experts don't think that. So refer to people who are engineers and biologists. I would hope that you would do that. Lastly, I do want to say there has been a silver lining to all this, as Nadeem has mentioned, in that it really has galvanized our neighbors. And I've really got to know a lot of them a lot better. And we are all eager to find a practical solution to fixing our bridge. I really hope the council will hear our calls for safety first and move forward immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Next is Mark Bell.
Yeah, hi. I also contacted the Center for Biological Diversity, and I got a much different story than Chase. When I first contacted him, he thought that there were no yellow lake frogs in the area. And then when he heard that there were, he was very concerned that there was a construction project going on and that they weren't even mentioned in the mitigated negative declaration. He gave some parameters on that, and the person I spoke with is the one who wrote the environmental law for the state of California. Yellow-legged frogs, this species, are a species of special concern. And I don't think that as environmentalists, you want to just dismiss them as by not mentioning them. Also, the spotted owls have been in the area in addition to the Sierra Club, also, other various centers, such as the American Bird Conservancy, also would be very concerned. And they did send some things to me, though they said that they would need more time to study as far as what happens where there are existing roads and what type of parameters are needed to protect them. That's not covered in the MND either. So the other thing that I'm not quite clear on is I didn't see any hydrology reports. Obviously the water, if it's not on the surface, is underground, it's subterranean. So if you're going to start running heavy equipment onto the bottom of a stream, how is that going to impact the various strata underneath? And is that going to affect what happens upstream where yellow-legged frogs have been spotted? So I think what we need is a much more detailed research onto the environmental impacts of what is actually going to be impacted, not glossed over. Also, like some of the things that I found questions about, Garrett Toy said something in the comment was, do you have to actually be in the creek? And then he said that contractor would have to decide how to do the work. So I'm not clear. I mean, if you have a bid, it must have a delineated cost basis. So how are they doing that? I mean, how can that be a question if you're talking about something that's at this stage? How can there be nothing concrete about what's happening with the cost? And as other people have mentioned, the bridge is going to be impacting more than just Meadoway, and it's going to be paid for by more than just Meadoway residents. And while I can see why they would have a pretty significant voice in what's happening with the design and the project, I just find it really interesting, that when the majority of people in Fairfax voted and supported a recreational marijuana dispensary, they were ignored. So I'm sure we could have used the money from that at this point. So that's all I have, but Ling Xin would like to say something on a different 3 minutes, so here she is.
Hi, Ling Xin Bell. I also live on Dominga, obviously, and I just wanted to add my voice to what Larry Bragman said, and I wanted to ask you to seriously consider the possibility of a metal bridge versus a concrete bridge, both for cost and for lesser impact, and then removing the need to have to move all these piping, because that's going to be a huge. Anytime, if you can reduce the amount of cutting away in the roads and everything, it's a better option. So please take the time to consider the possibility of a metal bridge. Apparently, it would be a lot less impact. So please take that time. Thank you. That's it. All right.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ed Tilton.
Hi, it's actually, is this working? No.
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Okay, this is actually Kathy. I don't know why Ed's name's there, but that's okay. So good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say this project is not just about the residents of Meadoway. This has to do with all of us who live and pay taxes in Fairfax. I would like to mention an email from consultant Nader Tamanani sent to town manager Garrett Choi on January 9th, 2018. It discusses how they will handle Fairfax asking Sandra Goldman, a Larkspur resident, to cast a vote on the bridge selection survey here in Fairfax. Why did the Fairfax Town Council allow this person to vote on the Meadowway Bridge selection? I'd like to know. Who else besides Sandra Goldman, who is a resident of Fairfax and of Friends of Corte Madera Creek, got to vote on our bridge? Is Sandra Goldman the same person whose name is at the bottom of Protect Fairfax Budget and Protect Fairfax? There are signs that I see all around town. I am confused as why the town of Fairfax is pushing to have the most expensive replacement bridge built on Meadowway. The bridge being pushed by Garrett Toy and his attorney seems to be over the top expensive, will take years to complete, and the most disruptive replacement bridge to the residents and wildlife. Why is this type of bridge being pushed so hard? My gut feeling is that they are planning to build homes at the end of Meadowway and Edgar Preserve. On the general plan, Edgar Preserve is listed as a town park. However, it is zoned as residential. I would not put this past them to pursue building large homes there. So if you think you can handle the disruption of a bridge for years, just wait until the developers show up with their contractors and trucks. If the town council votes and passes the concrete bridge that Garrett Toy is recommending, when can this replacement begin? How long will it take to complete? I am hearing that a drop-in steel bridge will cost the same as a concrete bridge. Is this true? How long will this project take? I want to know what the cost of both bridges will be and the time frame for the completed projects of both types of bridges. I need concrete answers for these questions. Thank you, Kathy. I need concrete.
I do not see any more public comment.
Okay, let's wait a few seconds just to see if there are any. And then we can try to address some of those questions.
There are more hands raised.
Okay.
So I will call on one who is called call in user 3. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, yes, you're on. I think you need to turn down the sound on your watching the meeting on your computer or your TV.
Yeah, we get an echo if you have that sound on.
Hello?
Yes. Go ahead.
This is.
Hello, Frank.
I'm speaking for Save Fairfax. The truth is, this bridge project cannot start before summer of 2022. An EIR would take 8 months. Entered into the record 4 California Department of Fish and Wildlife 2013 reports for Fairfax, San Anselmo, Cary, Camp, and Cascade Creeks. The Fairfax Creek report refutes the biological assessment and opinion that there are no steelhead in Fairfax Creek. A scientific study by geomorphologist Laura Collins explaining why an EIR is necessary was submitted to Fairfax. The 2019 California Natural Diversity Database map for Fairfax is part of a public record for another bridge project in the Cascades. It shows northern spotted owl nests and foothill yellow frogs close to the site. It shows northern spotted owl nest trees in the vicinity of Meadowway project area. It missed a large owl nest 200 feet away from the bridge. The mitigated negative declaration does not address the cumulative impacts of all of this contractor's 6 Fairfax bridge projects. The adverse environmental impacts on steelhead, a listed species, will cause extinction of this species in the headwaters of Corte Madera Creek. CEQA requires cumulative impacts be addressed. My March 7th Public Records Act request was given to me May 6th, the day of the last meeting, 477 pages. For instance, on March 9th, 2020, Toy emails consultant For your information, we are trying to narrow the scope of the request. Since I recall, he made a similar request 2 to 3 years ago. I'll let you know if I need any assistance. That was told to the consultants as responding to my Public Records Act request. This is now a 21 and a half foot wide bridge. September 12th, 2019, an email from Caltrans. Number 2, explain the geometry of the new bridge. How does a 12-foot lane, 1-foot buffer, and 5-foot walkway add up to a 21 and a half foot wide bridge overall? August 29th, 2017, Troy Donator. Broach the concept with the Thompsons and share with the neighborhood, even if Thompsons don't like it. On the bridge selection survey, January 9th, 2018, Nader, DeToy, and Gardner. It says that there were 14 votes for Meadoway, and one of the 14 votes was Sandra Gouldman, a Larkspur resident, and she's the head of Corte Madera Creek. She voted. Only 14 votes for Meadoway, and they said they need to get more votes, so they put it out to another list for people to vote, and another 22 votes came in from somewhere in Marin County. September 18th, 2016, wildlife will be cut off from the creek site for duration of contract, 2 to 3 years. Wildlife will be cut off from their water supply, just like the Park Service did in Point Reyes to the elk. Hundreds died of thirst. Fairfax will kill local deer the same way. Under this current administration, federal agencies are no longer protecting the environment and fish. 9/25/19, report to Caltrans. Fairfax is paying 3 Meadoway residents for their support. One gets $187,500. One gets $22,000. One gets $6,500. I wasn't offered any money. September 9th, 2019, CIC's Nader to Caltrans. Bridge projects on San Anselmo Creek added to Fairfax projects. Same consultant. Nokomis, Center at Sycamore, Bridge Avenue, Center at Lansdale, and Saunders Avenue. So the Fairfax contractor now has 12 projects going on here between Fairfax and San Anselmo. No cumulative impact report. It's a segmentation that violates CEQA. Join Spawn, Sierra Club, Watershed Alliance of Marin. The impact on San Anselmo and Ross flooding is not discussed. Protect Fairfax from future downstream flooding lawsuits. Please provide an EIR. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is, oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. Oops, is Alexander Binnick, but it looks like I'm getting a note that Alexander, you're using an older version of Zoom. So you might try calling in. I can't unmute you. Okay, call-in user number 5 is next.
Hello.
Hello, you're on.
Okay, this is Ronita Egger. I live at 13 Meadow Way, next to the bridge here. And this whole project would have been done a long time ago if my neighbor didn't want to have the bridge moved 7 feet to the south and totally disrupt the whole thing. It could have been done a long time ago. 7 feet is a big deal. We have to realign everything. All of the sewer, the water, the PG&E has to be realigned. It doesn't make curves. It's got to be realigned. I don't understand why my neighbors don't understand that. I've lived here for 60 years. The bridge has been fine. I'm not afraid of it. I don't think it's going to burn down. They're all, I guess, relatively new to the area. And I just felt that I needed to speak my piece. Yeah, we could have had a bridge done a long time ago. Drop it in, cement or steel. It's easy. People do bridges in 2 weeks, in a month. And this one can be done the same way if you choose to do so. Let's make this easier on the taxpayers. Just because you have a grant doesn't mean you have to spend all of that money. It's not, it's not your money. I don't think that, actually, I don't think we're going to have that money to spend anyway, the way that things are going these days. Anyway, thank you. And I'm sorry my neighbors are against us, but that's the way it goes. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
The next speaker is Mallory.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to just put my voice in on Willow Avenue. I'm also a taxpayer. This is going to affect everybody, at least financially. I want to say that I'm for a steel bridge. It's easier. I don't want to move the existing bridge. I'm agreeing with Frank, Edgar, and most of the other people that have spoken who are probably from old school here and from Fairfax for a long time. What I've read about the existing bridge, it's not going to fall down that soon. And I just want you to consider what's easier, what's more cost effective, what's more ecologically safe, and what everybody else, what most of the people who in this area want it done, and they want it quickly. And I think you can do this without a concrete bridge and without messing up pretty much everything else. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Milan Mouchette.
Hi, I'm a resident of Deer Park. I've lived in Fairfax for over 45 years. I do not live on Meadow Way, but I have dear friends that do, and I've crossed that bridge about once a week. I'm very concerned about the liability to the town should anything happen. After 7 years, and thank you, Town Council, for 7 years of hard work of trying to put something together to fix the bridge. But should something happen, I have to worry a great deal about the liability. I'm getting rather confused. The issue is the environmental impact report, which it seems to me there's been all the studies done that need to be done, and it's basically approved by the powers that be, or if the issue is a different kind of bridge than was requested by the residents of Meadow Way. I am a taxpayer, and I've watched the repairs on the Meadow Bridge, and I think it's added up to something like $90,000 over the years. I think that's enough. It needs to be done. It needs to be done now, while there is perhaps still money to make the repairs. Thank you.
Next, I believe that Alexander is trying to get in on his wife's Zoom, so I'm going to unmute you. Are you there, Alexander? You have to unmute on your end.
Not seeing me on mute.
Sorry?
There we go.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. What an evening. I've tried 1,800 ways of trying to get through to you, so that's why. Thanks so much. What a hassle. So Alexander Binnick, 7 Meadow Way. I'd like to speak for 5 minutes on behalf of Detoxics Institute. Partly speaking, extemporaneously because I've heard people call in and say all kinds of things, and I understand people's concerns. I understand, based on the information they've heard, some of which I believe is misinformation. So I'm going to try to respond to a couple of those things if I can remember them. It's understandable that people who live downstream would be concerned about flooding issues. We've been very concerned about that too, for ourselves and for them. And it's just so ironic because this design of the hydrology work in the creek is to, and it's been checked out by various agencies and so on, determined to slow down the velocity during storms of the water going through, and therefore to protect the downstream properties, not to make them more subject to flooding, to protect them from flooding. So there's so many things like that. Someone mentioned about the pipes going across the bridge, the natural gas, water, and sewer lines. And if it's a concrete bridge, that they would have to be replaced and not otherwise. As was said earlier, I believe by the town manager or someone, no matter what kind of material is used for the deck of the bridge itself, those pipes are going to have to be rebuilt and replaced. And there's a whole process for how that will be done in a way that we don't lose those services in the interim. Someone talked about concern that the work is being done in the bridge, even though it's probably going to be done when everything is dry at the site, that somehow creek water will back up and harm upstream properties. And actually, the way that any water that might still be present, even subsurface, is going to be moved down through various pipes so that there won't be any backup upstream. So whoever's concerned about that, you can rest your mind about that. An EIR, people have said it could only take, I think Frank said only take 8 months, and that's a pipe dream. It's going to take much longer. With the scoping alone, and people bring up all kinds of side issues, I guarantee it's going to be at least a year and possibly as long as 2 years for the entire process to play out. Those are the main things that I remember that I've heard tonight. And I want to go to what I was planning to say, which is for the past 28 years, my next door neighbor and I have been friends and allies, often standing shoulder to shoulder on issues of social justice or environmental concern. He has in fact accomplished wonderful things, and it gives me no pleasure to state that he's now deviously applying his considerable political skills, including his ability to rally admirers, to a cause he himself doesn't really believe in. I'll say more about that in a moment. One thing that I and others have really had trouble with is that Frank has been a part of this process from the beginning, from 2012, 2013, to the votes on the kind of material and so on. And I haven't heard of any new environmental information that he's received all of a sudden now. Whatever his concerns were, somehow he's been he's from all the decades he's lived on and had other contact with other residents here, he never saw fit to, if he had any concerns about threatened species, he never saw fit to call a meeting of the neighbors and discuss them. Rather, he waited strategically until the meeting where the M&D could be approved to bring it up as an objection. This is like 7 or 8 years down the line. And we've gone through so much, all these meetings, all these reports and so on. It's a strategic decision on his part to slow things down and to apply pressure where he can, because he's aware of all the legal situations. It's not honest. So Frank's become the ringleader of a campaign pushing for a duplicative, costly EIR. But in a weak moment, he recently admitted to a number of neighbors that he's not really concerned about threatened species. Rather, he actually wants an EIR only in the hope that it will move forward his preferred idea for an alternate bridge project, purportedly requiring only 3 weeks for construction. We would all prefer his quick build scheme if only it were viable. Unfortunately, it's not. Our consultations with construction contractors and the recently retired lead engineer from Marin County's bridge program, all confirmed that his idea is just a pipe dream. He's even convinced that no problems need remedying in the creek bed, which is patently false. His political strategy seems to involve calling in chits from past friends and environmental groups, rallying support from those who still trust him, at the last minute directly or indirectly threatening litigation, and throwing every red herring claim he can think of at the wall to see what sticks. He recently even imagined that the town manager or the lead engineer had manipulated the outcome of the independent survey that all the neighbors participated in 4 years ago. He was concerned that why were there more than 29 votes when there are only 29 homes? Well, there's more than one adult in most of these homes, and they all had an opportunity to vote. I had to explain that to him. He complains about how much income the hardworking lead project engineer is making, but he nevertheless seems unconcerned about the $200,000 his requested EIR will cost cash poor Fairfax. So what happens if his cynical gamesmanship gets him his EIR? After a year or longer delay, it still won't create a construction plan. That would require many more years of design work and expense, including substantial further expenditures by the town. And if he's not happy with the outcome of the EAR or anything else in the future, he could simply appeal or once again threaten to sue. That brings me to the role of you, our town council. If you allow fear of a lawsuit requiring an unneeded EIR, you'll simply be enabling more of such toxic behavior by him or anyone else. Legalistic bullying is no more benign than mugging someone in an alley. The only effective way to stop bullying behavior is to finally stand up to it and say, no more. I understand that you council members are trying to do the right thing under difficult circumstances. I pray that you are able to stiffen your spines, certify the MND, and approve the replacement project before you. Call his bluff about a lawsuit, since if he or his allies actually file one, Fairfax has a very excellent chance of winning on the merits.
Alexander, your time is passed.
Can I have one more sentence? Just one more sentence?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just one more sentence. Caving into him now would be an extremely demoralizing outcome, not only for his 70-plus Meadowway neighbors, but also for many other Fairfax residents. I hope you make the decision you and we can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Green.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't think it's very nice or it's against the rules to like be, zeroing in on one person like you just did on Frank and with all that stuff. You guys should have prevented that from happening. And that's my first thing I have to say. The other thing I have to say is, you guys are worried about $200,000 paying for an EIR, whereas you guys are paying $200,000 to neighbors for using their area, which you wouldn't have to pay if you did this the other way. We're paying off neighbors to use their property, evidently. Okay, that's the other thing. I think you really, I don't know whether all of you have actually read that report by that scientist that wrote that letter. You guys all made up your mind already, but I don't even.
I just need to break in for a second and let you know that, speaking for myself, and I believe the rest of us, we read the reports.
Okay, well, I'm glad you did. I mean, to me, it really, brought up a lot of important points that that these other people skimmed over that report you guys have. It just seems to me something to consider. All those things in that report that were very impressive, and I think you guys really need to look at this objectively. I realize you have pressure on you from all these different sides, and but I think an EIR is really the proper thing to do with this, and that the whole thing's going to take a really long time. anyway. And, you know, look how fast, watch the Marinda Way EIR and see how fast that happens. You know, if you're worried about how long this thing's gonna take a year for an EIR, I don't think so. I think that Marinda Way thing is just happening in a few months. And that's a way bigger project to go over than this bridge. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Kenton.
Hi there, I'm going to be really quick. The neighbors on Meadow Way have already, I think, spoken very articulately in regard to the arguments for the bridge. I know you pay attention to what residents are participating and following and counting numbers, so I just want to raise my hand for in favor of moving ahead. I'm really tired of the constant tactics. We hear the same arguments, the same tactics, the same conspiracy theories about what's really going on issue after issue after issue. And so I just want to, as other people have said, I want to see a stop to that. But more importantly, I think the bridge should move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Sorry. The next speaker is Tuna Fish. Tuna Fish, can you?
Hello, Tuna Fish.
Here I am. Here I am. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
You guys realize that you look like the Brady Bunch on the screen? In little pictures there. Anyway, I'm going to be quick. I've got I think a pretty inexpensive solution in some ways that might also be kind of fun and build community in some ways as well. And I don't think anybody's thought about it. And I'm willing to volunteer to help organize people to do it. We can just weld up some steel plates or something, or do some earth. But why don't we get rid of the bridge and just put up some ramps on each side? We might even be able to get some excess Evel Knievel ramps from the Snake River or something. And we could just jump the creek right there in our cars. And I think it'd just be a little bit of fun. And I'll just leave it at that.
I'd hate to see the mitigated negative declaration for that idea.
Okay, I don't see any more public comment. And so,
okay.
if you want to close the public hearing?
Let's go ahead and close the public hearing at this time, the public comment period. So with that, take a little deep breath here and let's get started in going through some of those questions. I'll ask staff to begin. Garrett, maybe if you have any, or Nader or Jeff, if you have specific things you wanted to cover, and I have some questions that I jotted down. I'm sure other people do as well from those comments.
Right. My suggestion would be if you just have questions, just go ahead and ask them, and then either Jeff or Nada or myself can answer them, or even Sarah or Janet if required.
Well, I can start unless other council members have something that pressing that I do have a number written down. Is that okay? I'll ask, are there any, a couple of the speakers talked about additional possible flooding downstream. And I believe we've heard this in the past, but I just wanted to confirm that with this project as proposed, it would not create greater flooding downstream. It might slow the water down, but most likely it wouldn't change anything at all. But there's no reason for it to increase the flood risk downstream. Is that correct?
Nader could probably answer that. There he goes.
Yes, thank you. There was an extensive hydrology and hydraulic study done by Stetson engineers who are, by the way, the same ones who are doing the studies for the entire watershed for the county's flood control program. So they have models and digital models that are calibrated to the various floods, particularly the 2005 and 1982 floods. And these models that were run for essentially a reach of the creek, not just this locality, as well as this locality, to predict the future 50 and 100-year storms are, what the flood elevations would be, and they did that. And as I mentioned earlier, the flood levels, essentially the volume of water doesn't change. It's the same volume of water regardless. This project does not add any appreciable plus or minus to the creek, but water elevations the same, velocities. The 100-year flow here is 4.5 feet per second. That's very modest and moderate velocity. As far as the impacts elsewhere around the project goes, as part of the NEPA studies, a location hydraulic study report was essentially spun off from that larger report by the same firm in the format that the federal reviewers would like to see. That's the report that triggers FEMA if there is any kind of risk of flooding additional, and the map has to change. And that was not triggered. That was, the entire report was essentially approved. The NEPA was certified by the U.S. Federal Highway Administration. So that's essentially, this project is absolutely neutral in terms of flood risks or adding any flood risks. It slows down the velocities at the site. All the local velocities created by obstacles in the creek are going to be eliminated. Scour and erosion are going to disappear. So
something that Frank said, which I thought was a little, I'd certainly never heard before, is that Fairfax was paying Meadowway residents to support the project. I assume that might be referring to the fact that there are easements that need to be purchased in order to do this, but just to clarify, nobody's being paid to support the project. I don't think I even need to ask that, but that is, as far as you know, Garrett, that would be what Frank was referring to, was the easements that will.
Yeah, I think he's referring to, and Notter can chime in, is we're going to need right-of-way, which is temporary, and permanent either construction easements or actually permanent easements. That's probably an estimate for what things could possibly cost. Obviously, things have to be appraised. Obviously, things are negotiation, but we haven't really had any level of discussions regarding purchasing any easements. We've just talked to some property owners regarding having to get easements from them in order to access the creek in order to build the project.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bruce, can we go back to the flooding topic for a second? I wanted to consult Sarah and Janet on that liability, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
If the attorneys could just, could you talk about how we are on the hook from a liability standpoint from downstream residents or the town of San Anselmo and Ross in the event we are sued, in the event of a flood? Should we not have an EIR in place versus if we have an EIR in place, the distinction there, please?
Well, I think that Sarah can address the CEQA issues, but it's following CEQA. It's not whether you have an EIR or not. You're following CEQA. This is Janet, by the way, so just make sure everybody knows who's talking. And so we're following the California Environmental Quality Act. And so I'm not sure that I understand. You're asking about
I understood
liability.
I understood that from our discussions in the past, Janet, that the EIR gives you more legal protections for when you get sued. Is that correct? That's what I understood from our prior consultations.
No, I don't think that's actually correct. I think that's a misunderstanding. What I'm saying is you have to follow the California Environmental Quality Act, and that's what we're doing. So as far as liability, floods are usually considered an act of nature. And as long as we followed all the appropriate laws, rules, and regulations in replacing this bridge, I don't see liability from a flood. And I'm not sure the distinction you're trying to make.
My question. So when we discussed right now I'm talking about flood, but in general, when we've talked about, right now I'm talking about flood. But the EIR does protect you from a liability standpoint, correct?
Would you like me to address?
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
Go ahead, yes.
Good evening, members of the council. Hi, this is Sarah Ostowitz with Best and Krieger. I am a CEQA lawyer for my sins and have been for 20 years now. Oh gosh, more than 20 years now. That's a little terrifying. Anyway, so to answer Councilmember Hellman's question, litigation is litigation. It has costs. The city is the sponsor of this project. Whether there's litigation over the neg deck or litigation over the EIR, the city could have to pay money if it does not prevail in the litigation. But there is no actual, that's just for paying for the other side's lawyer. That's it. And you would pay for the other side's lawyer in litigation if it were over an MND or over an EIR. So in terms of costs, MND versus EIR, it's still the same claim. A lawyer for a petitioner would seek to be paid if he or her were to prevail in that litigation.
Does that help you, Councilmember Hellman? Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What is the value of the EIR then, in terms of, just so I'm clear, what is the value of the EIR from a legal protection standpoint?
I can only advise you in general, not in specifics, in a public meeting, but that advice I can give you is that the standard of review applied by the courts is more deferential to the city if EIR is prepared. That is true. Legally, it is more deferential to the city. That doesn't mean, though, that CEQA requires an EIR to be prepared for all projects, for instance. Absolutely not. It doesn't. And in fact, CEQA, as the statute says, that controversy alone is not a basis or should not be a basis for preparing an EIR. That said, it is also true that a court is more deferential to a city when it prepares an EIR than when it prepares a neg deck. And that's just generally true. That's true of all neg decks and all EIRs, whether we're in Calabasas or Redwood.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple more questions that I could just, I'm kind of just looking to clarify some things from the public comments so that we can put some of the issues at least to rest. One question that seems like we can clarify, I know Gary Roth mentioned this, the cost of the deck, that is to say the part that would be different if it were, say, a steel bridge versus a concrete bridge, was maybe 20% of the total cost. Is that somewhere in the right ballpark?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want more details, but yes, the bulk of the cost is for your abutments and retaining walls. The material on the deck will vary. That's not the majority of the cost. if that answers your question.
Yeah, yeah, and of course also all of the staging and the easements and many other parts of the project that are constant with both of them. So just to clarify that. And I just would, well, and then just one other thing to clarify, and we've been through this in a previous meeting, but that this bridge is going to be 21.5 feet wide because that's what Caltrans requires, and that would be the case no matter what kind of bridge we built. Not going to change.
That's correct. That's their minimum width.
And so we have now negotiated with Caltrans and successfully negotiated with Caltrans to say that we can make it a single lane bridge, striped as a single lane. And they've said, okay, you can do that, but it's still 21.5 feet wide. So it'll be a nice wide bicycle lane. Okay. Why don't I just pass it to other council members as far as any sort of clarifying questions, and then we can get into a discussion of where we want to go with this. John?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have a number of comments, but I guess in terms of clarifying questions, mostly about moving the bridge. I mean, basically it's, you know, that as we know, most of the work is on the stream beds and putting up the walls and foundation to hold up whatever bridge there is, whether it's steel or concrete. And then at the end of the first year, we get say it's a concrete bridge or, you know, whatever it is, goes in one spot. Then the old bridge gets taken down, and part of that process, the pipes get held up and stuff like that. And we're moving the bridge then 7 feet after taking down the first bridge, and we're then moving that over so it's in the center of the right-of-way. If we don't move the bridge, is it still in the right-of-way?
I can answer that. If it's exactly in the same spot, it will still be in the right of way, correct?
It will still be in the right of way. So the decision driving it to move it into the center of the right of way seems like it's also, you know, maybe costing us something to move the pipes temporarily and then move them into the regular spot. Are there disadvantages to not having it in the middle of the right of way?
Yes. So one of the reasons the current bridge is rated down, one of the aspects that brought its score down was its alignment. It's not properly aligned with a 40-foot or so right of way. Here is a 14-foot bridge tucked up against the northern boundary of the right of way. So people have gotten used to driving this stretch without even thinking about that they're actually doing a little S-curve on top. And so, but the bridge has, here's the challenge. You have a one-lane bridge that's going to a community of 24, 26 homes on the other side. That's the only entry and exit. And so you'd have to build, first of all, the new bridge on the side, then come back and remove the existing bridge, build the rest of the abutment so that you don't leave your embankment bare, and finish, you know, stabilizing the rest of it. And it just makes perfect sense in that case to put the bridge in the middle of the right of way, because you're protecting the area. And from a driving standpoint, safety and all of that, it's just, and it's going to be, you know, the same distance away from both sides, so no one can complain that, you know, the traffic, because essentially you have to follow, once you enter, you know, otherwise you do the same, a little wow in your driving. So there are several advantages. Now, as far as the utilities is concerned, one of the ways that we're going to approach is that even when we remove the existing bridge, we might be able to save a frame of that existing bridge and leave the utilities hooked on it till the end of construction, and take out the rest of the bridge, the rest of the spans, and we need to build abutments. At that point, we just need enough space to build the second half, the second halves of the two abutments. So the utilities will stay there and get one move at the end, and that's there's been questions about the cost of that. That's all borne by the project. And when I talked to MMWD and RVSD senior managers, they both like the idea. Their lines are old. The sewer line is actually undersized. It's 10 inches on each side, and it reduces down to 6. And they like it replaced. They welcome that idea. MMWD, the same thing. They love to modernize their lines and tuck them under this new modern bridge and safely suspend it from the bottom of the bridge. So we've been coordinating with them since the beginning of the project, and put things on ice for a little bit while the environmental was going through. But we got a preliminary negotiate or information exchange done with them, and so when I talked to them again, they were all welcoming of essentially reigniting the process from the preliminary to final design, which is the next phase of the project anyway.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're saying that moving the pipes twice is not necessarily, as some people have claimed, moving pipes twice is not something that's necessarily going to be necessary.
No matter what happens, whether we have this so-called mystery dropping bridge, which we don't really know what it entails, really, there has been no detailed proposal ever given on that to us. So whether you build that, the utilities have to be upgraded. There's no way around that. It's, the way they are right now is not sustainable. And so, yeah, if you don't replace them, you damage them, and you have to replace them during construction anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But is there a need to move them twice? I think is what John was asking.
Well, that's Garrett may have shared with yourselves, and we have been sharing that, we're looking at proposals that involve that very thing right now, but we haven't specifically really focused on that. That's not been an issue. Again, in the preliminary coordinations that you do with all the utility companies, and there's everything here that you can think of. These details are deferred to future phase, but you will have to look out for them as well, and not force them to doing something that's not that could be avoided. There are things cannot be avoided. We put in a fund for utility relocations for those circumstances where the utilities are going to be taken if something is needed for that the extra that may be needed. But that's been budgeted, overall budget, by an appropriate amount.
Understood. So basically, we have a safety net we don't know fully at this time until we work out the details.
That's correct. But yeah, we'll do our best to just move these once and be innovative and use, like I said, try to use a part of the framing of the existing bridge and hold the utilities in place and work around them. Again, these kinds of things, there's risk involved, and we have to consider that. Is that a better thing to do? Have equipment running around utilities that are overhead and they're flimsy to begin with and old. Or so that's part of the study that I was referring to, is just like dig in and really look below the surface, so to speak, a little bit more.
Okay. Yes, I guess that's my only clarifying question at this point.
Barbara, do you have any kind of first pass clarifying questions?
No, I've listened carefully and I've read every bit of documentation and every email and every letter and correspondence. So I think a lot of the information that was brought up tonight was covered in many of those responses or the nearly 500-page document. So I'm pretty, I think I'm out of questions right now.
Bruce, did you capture all the questions or comments that needed responding to from the public? Do you feel like you've satisfied?
I would say that the primary thing I would come back to is this so-called middle ground idea, that somehow we can not do an EIR, but that and this is just something that Larry suggested, I believe, and I wondered, is there such a middle ground? Because I haven't understood that yet, that would not delay the project. That's what I'm particularly thinking about, is
Enhance the M&D.
well, this idea, as I had understood it, that possibly we could do some further study that might evaluate a completely different bridge design, but that it would not be an EIR and it wouldn't delay the project. I'm not seeing how that happens, but I just wanted to, since you asked what have we not addressed in terms of the public comment, that's
right. Nadir or Garrett, is that something you would like to comment on? I would certainly like to hear and have a response on that one.
And I'm not saying we should do that, because we did vote on, the residents voted on the bridge and we're this far down the road, but I'm just asking that question because I want to just to be transparent about the comments that we got.
Cheaper, faster solution, it should be surfaced now.
I don't think, oh, sorry. Am I answering?
Sorry, Garrett, please go ahead.
Okay, I mean, Sarah could obviously comment, but I didn't, Mr. Bragman's comments, I kind of took it as, we're not really changing the mitigated neg deck. He was asking for maybe some more analysis on the carbon impact. And then I can't read my writing, but the other things, and he thought maybe that would satisfy some concerns.
Yeah. Let me see if I can't break that into two pieces, Vice Mayor. I think you've actually posed two different questions. As I understood the commenter, he wasn't suggesting a different consideration of a different project. I understood him to be suggesting additional consideration of potential impacts of the proposed project. So I'll take that one first, but then I'll also answer another potential question of what about taking time to look at a different configuration of the project. So the first concept, studying more, that's just, bottom line is just another continuance. You would just do more studying and bring it back to the town council. Based on the information we have today, I have no reason to think that it would include any new impacts or more significant impacts or any new mitigation. It would just be more time and cost and just time. And then you'd bring it all back with lots more paper, basically. I mean, I don't mean to say paper. I'm sure we'll have some studies, but you just bring it back and read it and then think about exactly what you're thinking about today, plus more studies. So that would be the first possibility. The second is, any configuration in which you looked at a different bridge, I think could raise questions of whether you could proceed under existing CEQA document. It certainly would create that question. Whether or not it would actually create that reality, I can't say. It would just be total speculation. But it would create the very real argument, at least an argument, that you cannot, even after the studies are prepared, you couldn't adopt this neg deck. You would have to do some additional CEQA document. I'm not saying that that would be the legal requirement, but I'm saying you would absolutely it would absolutely allow for the argument to be raised. So those are the two different configurations, at least as I understand your question, Vice Mayor. And if I haven't understood you fully, let me know and I'll take another shot at it.
Yeah, well, I'm just, yeah, I think that's all the answer that I needed at this point. And just this, you may call this a clarifying question, but I think it's already clear to me. I just want to ask it as a rhetorical question, maybe. Is it really true that people build bridges in a matter of weeks, or that could possibly be done here? Because we have seen the scouring that currently exists underneath the retaining wall of the current bridge, and we've seen that it's on this complex S curve, and it's really pretty torn up down there. So it doesn't look to me like there's any fast solution. So I don't even know if we need an answer to that, but I just don't think, I think in terms of anybody who's listening, this is not between putting in the bridge that we're now considering tonight and doing something that's going to be done in a month. That just is not possible. Primarily because the creek needs to be, the whole base of the thing needs to be redone and done better.
I think the other point that's been made several times is there isn't the possibility of just dropping in a steel bridge. You need the abutments and the wing walls no matter what you do. So to me, that's a different project. And I think we need to deliberate. It's 10:30. We were supposed to review the agenda at 10 to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting, but I suppose you might be able to violate that because I think the mayor wants to be in on that. I don't know, should we ask our town clerk if we can just bypass revisiting the agenda at this point?
Michelle, yes, I agree. It would be good to have Renee back in when we discuss the rest of the agenda. So shall we just continue with this item and finish up whatever?
Yes, I think you can continue with this item, but we have attorneys on the line if they want to disagree.
No, I'm fine with finishing up this item and then bring the mayor back. This is Janet, and look at the agenda at that point in time.
Okay. So let's get into council members speaking about whatever comments you'd like to make on this, because we need to come down to making a decision. John, since your picture is looking right at me, okay, for some reason.
Okay, I mean, for me, I believe that a lot of the issues here have been dealt with, and in terms of being talked about, and we have done a lot of research with this. I mean, the 500-page document kind of spells out a lot of different factors. It says where the yellow-legged frogs are. They're a mile away. They're not there. There's not water there in the summertime. That doesn't support the frogs. The spotted owl a little over a quarter mile away. I think one of the people asking question, a member of the public said, "Oh, you know, I bet you there's going to be building going on in the spotted owl habitat. You know, just you watch this council do it," which is frankly a ridiculous statement. The reason why that is a nature preserve is because somebody couldn't build in there because of the spotted owls. But for me, the basic question here is that bridge that's there is not, it's seriously deteriorated. It's, you know, it's falling apart. If you walk down underneath, you can, especially later on this summer, anybody can walk down there and check it out. You can crawl into this cave underneath the foundation if you dare to. It's huge. It's really undermined, and you know that's the basic foundation of the bridge. If you look at other ways that the bridge was held up, you know, it was really done, you know, catch as catch can. I mean, there's parts of it where they just shoved bags of concrete underneath. They didn't even mix it up and pour it in a form. They just slid bags of concrete under and put the bridge. It's not, probably maybe it was building practices for certain things in the past, but it's surprising to have that happen on a bridge. But the scoured away section underneath the abutments is, it's amazing to think that it's still holding up. It probably wouldn't take much of an earthquake to take it out. You know, God forbid we should get a fire kind of thing, but we're getting a lot more fires these days. I mean, yes, it hasn't burned in 60 years, but the Cascades haven't burned in 60 years either. And if there was a wildfire there, there's no question that a creosote soaked wooden bridge is a lot more vulnerable than a concrete bridge. You know, I think that this looks to me like a pretty good project. It really enhances habitat in terms of steelhead. You know, their question before us tonight is really not whether to replace this bridge or not, which I just addressed. I think that that's a really important thing to do. I think we should do it sooner rather than later. I think that the questions that have come up with this extensive research that have come up have been, there's a solution for every one of those things, and that's the essence of what a mitigated negative declaration is. The negative declaration says, you know, it's not bad enough so that you can't fix each problem as it comes up, and here's the solution for each of these problems. And that document says, and an EIR, yes, we'll look at the same questions a bit more thoroughly, and, you know, cost an extra $200,000. And, you know, yes, a court tends to look at that a little bit more favorably because, you know, you spent the extra $200,000 and the time that it takes to do that. I think that really that's not warranted in this case. So that's pretty much where I'm coming from. You know, I was kind of intrigued by the augmented mitigated negative declaration, if there are more questions there. You know, some of those questions I was just asking tonight, I mean, the alignment of the bridge, if you need to finish the abutments and protect the banks after you take out the second bridge, and it takes you a day and a half to move the bridge over, why not move the bridge over? You know, that doesn't seem like a big cost-saving thing to me, you know, to not move the bridge over if you're having to do that work anyway that's underneath just to hold it up. Let me see. I guess, yeah, most of my questions are pretty much answered. I might, you know, reserve to have more questions later if something comes up, but on the face of it, that's what I've got right here now. So that's pretty much where I'm sitting.
Okay, thank you. Barbara, you haven't spoken as much yet, so what are you thinking?
Well, I first of all want to thank everyone for coming tonight, either on the phone or also sending emails. And I'm pretty amazed at the number of people who have really dug into this project. We don't always see that. And some of this stuff it's overwhelming. I read everything. I'm a scientist. I've read everything that's come before me. I've carefully considered all the emails. And from the prior meetings, I've read all the documentation. And I've considered all of them. I want to also mention that I hold in the highest regard Frank Egger, Larry Bragnon, Sierra Club, and Swan in other contexts. And I'm not familiar with the Watershed Alliance, the attorney Michael Graff, or watershed scientists. I think the responses to comments that were done by either WRA or CC or with other experts actually were really helpful. And I think it's good that these issues were raised to us so we could further elaborate on issues that I believe actually were already covered in the document. But more information is better. And I think being in Fairfax, we get held to a higher standard than some of the other cities. We have such an engaged community, and I appreciate that. I also did find, and I'm not an expert on all these matters, although I do have a background in a lot of it, is there was a lot of inaccurate information presented by those commenters. And I found that the responses were clear and they were more than adequate. I'm concerned that, somebody mentioned that the project was mismanaged. I've been involved in this since 2013, since I got on the council, and John had been on the council. So the two of us have been involved in this. I sat through workshops in the Women's Club, shoulder to shoulder with folks. And if you read the chronology, nobody's been sitting on their hands. These projects take a long time. And I think we're at kind of a decision point so we can move forward. I also think I'm a little concerned that, we worked with members of the community that first wanted a wooden bridge. We worked with Caltrans fought with them to get approval for a wooden bridge. And then folks wanted a concrete bridge, more stable. I don't know all the rationale, probably wouldn't come down in a fire and would be lower maintenance. So what concerns me is folks saying, well, just ignore all that public participation. I'm not supportive of that. And I also, I'm concerned about, again, the misinformation. The project is going to be largely covered by federal funds. I think we've spent about $200,000 so far. Bridges cost a lot. That's the bottom line. These are not cheap projects. And I don't know what we've spent on all the responses we've done, but as I said, it's good these issues were raised. We were able to make sure that we didn't miss something. And the feds, I want to remind folks, did a National Environmental Policy Act document, and they came up with a categorical exemption. So I like what we've done here. I've read this document. I like the mitigation and monitoring plan. And I have a lot of experience with CEQA documents. I've led a lot of really big projects in the state for different kinds of work, but I've overseen pretty big environmental projects. Some of the things that I think about is the potential risk to residents on Meadow Way should there be an earthquake, a wildfire, some other disaster that takes that bridge out or renders it unusable. We have heard this is going to be the hottest year on record and the worst wildfire season. Well, true. We're not going to get to the bridge until 2022 should move forward tonight. But sooner rather than later is a good idea. I worry about those natural gas lines, the sewer and water lines on the bridge. What happens if the sewer line breaks, if that bridge is taken out? I did my master's thesis working in the sewage effluents in creeks. I know what kind of effects that has. There won't be any steelhead in that creek after you have a sewer line explosion. And all the aquatic invertebrates will be taken out. Completely different, lack of oxygen. I worry about a natural gas explosion should there be a fire, or just no water. What happens if the fire and the water line's taken out? How are they fighting that fire? So I think it's time to make a decision to move forward. I feel that the environment will not only be protected, but there will be improvements to the environment for wildlife, the riparian habitat, and for the community of Meadow Way. I don't think cost should be a factor in our determination as to whether or not to do an EIR. True, we're totally impacted by the COVID-19 downturn in the economy, but that should not be our sole decision. My decision is based on have we fully evaluated the environment, and do we have plans in place to preserve and better the environment on the Meadow Way Bridge? And I believe we've done so. I don't think that further delay will more fully protect the environment or the residents of Meadow Way. And I know I'm probably beating a dead horse, but I want to remind folks, I'm the only one on this council that is truly a scientist. And not that that doesn't diminish any of the issues that any of you raise, but I have been there. I've been doing this work for decades. Cleanup of hazardous waste sites statewide, creation of new environmental programs for our state that never existed anywhere, pursuing hazardous waste enforcement against large corporations, air quality enforcement, climate change work, and more. In my earlier years, I was an aquatic ecologist. My thesis and other graduate work and years of work was spent evaluating water quality in streams, lakes, rivers, and swamps. I've also had lots of experience with California Environmental Quality Act. I feel that we all have background for different purposes, but I think I'm particularly well poised to render a decision on these documents because I've done this kind of work in the past. My thoughts are we need to move forward. Let's make a decision tonight. I support certifying the documents tonight with the categorical and statutory exemptions that we've added on further bolster our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Stephanie. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
I see that.
There we go. Find that button.
Yeah.
All right.
I prepared a statement. I wanted the community to know that I've read every email, and I really appreciate the time that every resident in our community and outside our community takes to spend the time to write to us. I read those emails. I think all of my colleagues do as well. And I've spent a great amount of time reading, researching, speaking with several community members, local environmentalists, as well as with staff to get caught up with this effort. So obviously I am new to the council and new to this project, so I did have catching up to do. So people who know me, even just a little, learn that patience does not come naturally to me. And I have the deepest sympathy for the 7 years you've waited for this solution. You've waited a long time, and I too would be frustrated. I see no point in looking back and pointing fingers for reasons for the delays. From my research of the facts, there can be blame assigned on both sides of this effort. With so much community goodwill and solidarity occurring right now that I have the reward of being part of with our COVID response, the divisiveness, particularly recently in the way some residents dare to discredit a neighbor who has dedicated most of his life to this town and to environmental causes. It is very unfortunate this effort has created such dissension. The website that was created by the Meadow Way neighborhood in support of certifying the MND feels to me over the line. And I'm glad to hear this evening from a Meadow Way neighbor that he is feeling closer to his neighbors as a result of their mobilization. But as my observation, their recent website serves to divide the community, and I respectfully request that you remove it after this evening's meeting. Right now with COVID, the economic downturn, the work we have to do with tackling systemic racism, truly the last thing we need is forces that pull us apart. Quite the contrary. I believe the bridge in the current design is over-engineered, including the temporary bridge component. Engineers and environmentalists both tell me they've seen simpler solution to a common bridge replacement, and this construction approach is over the top and should be able to be executed in one season. My subjective opinion on the design is also that it does not meet with the design aesthetic of Fairfax. I can see this bridge in Orange County, perhaps. On the environmental front, this deeply concerns me. I've learned the EIR would offer more substantial hydrology and water quality, one that offers a depth analysis. Currently, it is not known how much pumping impacts the groundwater. An EIR would also provide a vibration analysis, which the MND did not. Also, in my independent research, I feel satisfied the fish species could withstand the bridge project as it is currently proposed. Further, I am reasonably satisfied from my conversations coupled with the documentation on the risk of flooding to our downstream neighbors of San Anselmo and Ross. Since there is no competing proposal benefit and in the interest in keeping our Meadow Way residents safe in the event of fire and earthquake, I'm left with little choice. While the EIR offers legal protections the MND does not in these economic circumstances, I do not feel comfortable spending over $150,000 on an effort that I cannot confidently say will yield a benefit. And finally, I would like to point resident Mr. Bicknick to page 5 of this evening's staff report related to this effort. He was pushing back that the EIR would take over a year, and the staff report this evening advises that it would take 7 to 9 months. So I just wanted to highlight that for you. That's all for me, Bruce. Thank you. You're on mute, Bruce.
I was. Thank you. I also want to really put out a thanks to the community for the many comment letters. It's we got a lot of comments in tonight's meeting, but many more than that we've gotten as emails, and very thoughtful, well-considered emails, and generally very respectful. So thank you all for that. And I was really struck. I won't name names, but several of the emails that we have gotten have been from people who, well, including Alexander Binnick, because he identified himself in this way, people who have worked closely with Frank or worked very heavily in the environmental field for many years in this town, and who are supportive of going ahead with this project at this point with the studies that we've done now. So I was struck by that, and so this is not a matter of people who are environmentalists all wanting to stop and do something else. I would consider myself an environmentalist for a lifetime as well, but people who are active, have been active in this area for decades, are saying it's time to get moving with it. Just pointing out a few things that come top of mind to me as for why I feel like we should move on. There's, it's been mentioned recently in some of the emails that there's a risk of the sewer, the water, the gas even rupturing, given the current bridge and the unstable state that it's in. That is a pretty severe risk. Just sort of generalizing from that, the incredible danger that the people on Meadow Way are feeling that they are under. That danger, and this has been mentioned by some of the commenters, is not only for people who are on Meadow Way, but for really all the rest of us as well. In particular, people in the Cascades, but really all of us. If there were a fire on Meadow Way at this point, first of all, even without any damage to the bridge, the firefighters have already said they can't get their biggest equipment over there. And they have a 6-inch water line as well. I don't know how that impacts it, but I heard that tonight. That gives me a little concern. But imagine any kind of problem with that existing bridge, if it were to catch on fire. The firefighters in this whole area who would come to mutual aid to try to fight a fire in Fairfax would be completely focused on evacuating 70 people by carrying a number of them across the creek when the bridge is burning. And they wouldn't be able to get their own equipment in there. I mean, it just, you shudder to even think what a thing that would be. And meanwhile, in that kind of a fire situation, there would be other parts of Fairfax burning as well, which they wouldn't be able to fight. I mean, it's like, I don't even want to talk about it, but I have to, because I have to highlight that we really have a responsibility to move with this. And I think we have studied it to the point where it's time to. And I think that the aesthetics of the bridge, we could talk about that as long as we wanted to, but we went through a process of deciding on the bridge. It's going to have to be 21.5 feet wide. That's just going to be the way it is. It's going to be a modern looking bridge. And it sounds like one of the reasons the neighbors voted for the bridge that they did was because of maintenance issues. And so keep that in mind, that it would be nice not to have to go out there and paint the bridge or whatever else you might have to do with the steel bridge periodically, because that's construction. So the nice thing about this concrete bridge is that once it's in, your neighborhood will be quiet, other than whatever other construction the neighbors are doing. We like to say in our neighborhood that we live in a very quiet neighborhood, except when there's construction, but there's always construction. But on the bridge, there won't be. I think that it's environmentally a benefit, the way this is designed. We've been through this, and I really appreciated the tour, that little tour that you gave us tonight. That was nicely put together as you kind of move down the creek and see the cross sections and get a really good sense of how this is designed. But this is going to be a major upgrade to the creek, to the natural habitat there. So that speaks to me in terms of being a good thing to do. And so I think that I'm going to leave it at that and just say that I'm inclined to support the project. So with that, are we ready for a motion? Would somebody like to make that?
I'll make the motion. Okay, but I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolutions. Well, I'm going to read the recommendation. Adopt resolution approving the Meadowway Bridge Replacement Project and adopting the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, final initial study and mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the proposed Meadowway Bridge Replacement Project as well as approving a statutory and categorical exemption from CEQA. Oh, and, oh, I'm sorry, that's it. I'm getting confused.
Second.
I believe we have two things to do. So that's the first one. Second from.
Yeah. Well, no, we've got Bruce. This is Janet. I believe she's made a motion for both resolutions, both A and B, both to adopt the California Environmental Quality Act final initial study and mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the proposed Meadoway Bridge replacement project, as well as approving a statutory and categorical exemption from CEQA, and B, approving the Meadoway Bridge replacement project.
Okay, so that's, both of them were in that motion, right?
Thank you for that clarification. So moved. And John, I think you
And I
seconded.
second that.
Okay. So, Michelle, do you want to do a roll call vote for this?
Sure, I can do that. Councilmember Hellman?
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman?
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, and Mayor Goddard is
Goddard is recused.
recused. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad to see us complete this discussion, and I hope that we can move on to building the bridge and to taking care of our town with the funds that we have. It would be time for a recess here for a bit, and then we will have Mayor Goddard back and we'll talk about.
I'm actually back. Might I propose that we rearrange the agenda and then take a small break, because I know council members have not gotten up.
Good idea. Let's discuss that first.
Okay, so I have an actual proposal because I've had a little time to think about this. And I would actually like to propose that we take item 16, which is the urgency ordinance for the downtown businesses. And we get through that tonight. And we add a special council meeting on the 17th, which is Wednesday, and we can then work on the budget early with participation.
Mayor Goddard?
Yes.
Mayor Goddard, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I have a conflict that night, I believe. Bruce, I believe you and I will both be at a vector control meeting, won't we, on the 17th?
So yeah, it might be the only time we can do this so that we can get to the budget early, which is appropriate. And then we can add the Marinda item back on, which was continued tonight as item 15. So I would like to make that proposal. Garrett, do we need legal counsel here for the budget? Oh, we do for Marinda.
We do have.
Not for the budget, but you could keep Marinda on July 1 if you like. One thing though, you need to ask the town clerk is the calling of the general election.
Right, well, we can do that. We can do that tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we'll do that tonight.
Okay, so do we need to ask for a motion for that?
So the motion is to move the budget, which is I don't know, now I've lost my agenda.
The budget is item 14. And we would continue it till the 17th of June and add that as a special meeting.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to move item 14, the budget, to the 17th of June. And that will be a
May I ask, excuse me, could you, you'll be continuing the public hearing, right? So we don't have to renotice.
We will be continuing the public hearing.
and continuing the public hearing. So we would have that on June 17th. My one question is, are we planning on doing that at 7 o'clock or would we do it at 5 o'clock? Something like that. Is that a consideration?
Why if it's okay, I think 5 is too early for people who are at work until then. Perhaps 6 o'clock gives us a little.
Yeah, why don't we consider that if we're just doing the budget, we may be able to get through that more quickly. So I would say, okay, so we're moving item 14 to June 17th to a special meeting, which would convene at 6 p.m. And we are continuing the public hearing, so there will be no renoticing of the public hearing.
Okay, and so that's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so I'll just do a brief roll call. So Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
And Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
I already asked you, sorry. And myself, I vote aye. And let's take 5 minutes, and then we will come back and do something that is urgently required of us tonight. So see you at 11:06.
And I remind you all to turn off your cameras and mics while you.
Okay, thank you.
Recess. Thank you.
Yes, we've got both of those, but I would like to propose that we waive the 11:30 rule.
I'll make a motion to waive the 11:30 rule.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Okay, great. So motion Kohler, second Ackerman.
Go ahead and take a vote.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I would say go.
Okay, so Councilmember Hellman.
Waiving
We're waiving the 11:30 rule. You're muted.
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
And myself, aye. And I don't know where John is, but motion carries. So we're going to go ahead and get started here. We're moving on to item 16. And I'll read the subject, and then we'll have Garrett go ahead and give us a staff report. So this item is to adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into certain right-of-way agreements for outdoor dining, seating, and outdoor uses for other businesses, to close certain streets for the same purposes, and to waive certain restrictions in publicly owned spaces regarding the consumption of alcoholic beverages, and adopt an urgency ordinance creating a temporary outdoor use permit for restaurants and other businesses wanting to use private property. And with that, Garrett, can you go ahead and give us a staff report, please?
Sure. Give a brief staff report. So it's, as you know, obviously this all is coming to you really due to the impacts of COVID-19 on our local businesses. And so we have two things. One's a resolution to have some flexibility, create some outdoor spaces. And the other is an urgency ordinance, which I should note does take a 4/5 vote of the council. So there's 5 of you, it would take 4 of you to pass, and that creates a temporary use permit process. But as you know, the governor has created this 4-phased approach for relaxing stay at home. And recently, the county health officer has been doing the same thing based on data. Back and effective June 1st, he actually allowed for, among other things, outdoor dining and outdoor retail. And so our thinking is that in order for these businesses to comply, because there are social distancing requirements, that we think they're going to have to temporarily expand into adjacent outdoor spaces, public and private. And so that would be things like, public's like parking spaces, roads, parking lots. Private is generally they have a parking lot adjacent to them, or they have an outdoor backyard area. And so in order to achieve this, and within the context, before I forget, is you may recall just last Wednesday, you had a presentation by John Bella, a Fairfax resident and partner director of Geld San Francisco. And he did a presentation on the use of outdoor spaces, such as parking spaces and other things to assist businesses when they gradually reopen. And so what we have before you tonight are kind of two things. One's a resolution ordinance. The resolution is the ability to give the town manager or its designee the ability to use or contract with or allow the businesses actually to use the outdoor spaces adjacent to their operations, and so on, primarily outdoor dining and outdoor retail. So in essence, what the resolution would do would allow me to create a process, that process being the typical, call it an encroachment bid or something, that would allow them to expand into that space. What the resolution also does, it gives the town manager some flexibility depending on what the council wants to do related to closing some streets. And it also talks about doing and allow the consumption of alcoholic beverages and food in Bolinas Park. So let's start with the right-of-way. Right-of-way being things like parking spaces, parking lots. And so what the resolution does, it allows the manager to create this temporary outdoor use of right-of-way agreement. It would be a modified kind of encroachment permit. And what that would do is allow them, the businesses, to use adjacent sidewalk space or parking spaces for their temporary uses, whether it's retail or dining. These agreements are revocable and are subject to compliance with operational and safety precautions. So some of the requirements would be things like they have to comply with the state and county health orders. If they're serving alcohol, they have to comply with the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, call it ABC, comply with the Americans with Disability Acts, ADA. And then we have our standard provisions like insurance, indemnifying the town, cover any costs of damage to the town. And then we'd have things like maintenance, right? They need to keep the space clean and maintain it. Now, one of the key things to this that we're going to ask the council is for direction on your thoughts related to that and the spaces. What we're proposing for this temporary right-of-way agreement, I'll just call it an encroachment permit just to make it easier, is we're thinking the initial term would be 120 days, and then it could be extended. The reason for the extension is that we really don't know how long social distancing protocols are going to stay in effect and when they're going to allow outdoor dining. We're guessing July, but we're not really sure. And so that gives a little more flexibility if they need to continue to use that outdoor space. Now, we're also recommending no fees for this agreement. So that's the one thing. The other thing the resolution talks about is temporary closure of certain. So under California Via Code, the town can adopt rules to close by can adopt rules and regulations for highways by resolution. That just means your roads and streets. And so this is one where we're proposing that the town manager have that authority to do that, but really what we're trying to do is get more specific. And so we put out some ideas of what are possibilities, and ultimately the goal would be the more specificity the council could provide, that would be good. So what we had talked about as a concept based on discussions with Mayor Goddard and Council Member Hellman was maybe the eastbound Broadway lane between Closs and Bolinas, portions of Mono Avenue, just in that front port fronting Bolinas, right next to the Stalt House, portion of Mono Avenue on Bolinas, right adjacent to Village Sake. Thought pattern would be would just close that front area, but keep the rest of it open because that provides access to Mono Avenue from either Bank Street or Pacheco, depending what side of the road you're on. For fires purposes, they're fine if you just close a little portion of it. If you try to close the whole thing, then it creates access issues because they need a fire lane, and Mono's so narrow, it's only wide enough for a fire lane. So we're just talking about the front areas. That's not a problem for the fire department. Now, the other thing related to the urgency ordinance is something we're calling a temporary use permit. And what that is right now in our code of temporary use permits, we just have use permits. So this urgency ordinance would create a TUP process that, among other things, will allow restaurants and businesses to temporarily provide or expand outdoor seating or outdoor sales on their private property. Right now, they would have to amend their use permit and go through the planning approval process, take quite a bit of time, completely discretionary. What we would do is similar to our encroachment permits. They would still have to provide all the different operational and safety approvals, as well as any ABC licenses. But this allows administratively to say a restaurant said, well, I can only have outdoor dining. I don't have any sidewalk, but I have a parking lot. So I like to be in the parking lot and I could have X amount of spaces. So we look at that. They'd have to come in, you look at the TMP, but we'd be able to grant that on a temporary basis because we would temporarily exempt them from meeting the minimum parking standards. Because typically there's parking standards associated with a business. They're supposed to have it for the business, but we allow them to use that. And that's what the TUP does. Now, then again, that could be done by the town manager administratively or as designee. The TUP would be good for initial 90 days and could be extended for another 90 days. The only reason we requested that flexibility is we're not sure if the shelter-in-place order continues to require social distancing for restaurants and still doesn't allow indoor dining, gives us a little more flexibility to address that issue. Of course, ultimately, that's the council's decision on how long you want these things to happen, and so on. Now, one of the things that's not subject, I don't believe that's in the resolution or in the urgency ordinance is fees to amend a use permit. So we've had one business apply to amend their use permit for outdoor dining. And they've indicated due to COVID-19, there's a great financial burden on them for small businesses, and they'd like the town to consider and suspend or waive this fee. Well, we don't recommend you suspend or waive fees, and similar to your sidewalk grant program, we usually recommend the town just pay it on their behalf. Maybe you create a little budget fund and not exceed it for that. If you wanted to allow the business, in this case, not to have to pay the use permit fee, which is $813, they would still be required to pay everything else that they would have to, and they'd have to go through the normal planning approval process to amend their use permit. So again, so that means it goes to plan. It's completely discretionary. So the planning commission could turn it down, but they were just wondering if the town would consider not charging that fee. In their mind, they wouldn't have to pay it, whether the town pays it on their behalf. It doesn't really matter to them. So that's one thing that we were asking, did you want to do something like that? And then specifically for the key policy directions, the reason we created all this resolution and urgency ordinance was to give us flexibility to help these businesses with recovery by using obviously our outdoor public spaces. As a matter of practice, staff would assume we'd work with the chamber, individual businesses, and a council ad hoc committee of Mayor Goddard, Councilmember Hellman to work out specific details. Obviously, we make good faith efforts, kind of parties, but ultimately decisions have to be made what's in the best interest of the majority of the merchants in a specific area, and maybe on a specific block because the parking is adjacent to the businesses on that block. But as you know, it's highly unlikely we're going to make everybody happy. Someone's going to be upset, whether it's a business, whether it's a resident, whether it's whoever, but we're going to try to do the best as the best for the majority. And so that being said, I think what we really wanted as staff is we really wanted the council's direction on whether you think some things are good, some things are bad, you prefer some over the others. So like, for example, closing that portion of Broadway, is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? But I think from a staff perspective, the more you narrow things, the easier it is for us to figure out what you're willing to do, and then we can go forth. Regardless of anything, we're assuming that the council, and what makes sense is we would report back to council every month. Every meeting you have, we report back of where we're at. So it gives you a check-in, because the reality is, if at any time we did a check-in, and even though there's a resolution urgency ordinance, and you said, we think it's time to stop, staff would stop, regardless if we had the authority or not, just because that's council direction. But with that, so the key policy directions, generally you could see in the staff report things like using the parking spaces, sidewalks, access, retail and restaurants, things like dedicated curbside pickup or just outdoor dining in the spaces. We have a concept there that we're calling grouping spaces. So for example, if you're on one side of the street where Village Sake is and Mono all the way to Broadway, if we were to do something for a few businesses there, most likely we would just take that whole block of parking spaces and no longer permit parking there, but use that for the outdoor space, whether it's on the sidewalk or people walk into the parking spaces for the access. And the reason for that is safety. It's easier to block off groups rather than space here and there, because you don't want cars backing into or driving into spaces people are going to be sitting to eat. And so that's our approach we would probably do. Another thing for council direction, we need to know, are you thinking we should just do this 24/7? Should we only do it on weekends? We're kind of advocating a certain block of time because we wouldn't be able to do it on an hourly basis, like evenings only. Just too difficult to move everything in and out. But, you know, on a weekend basis, maybe we can do some things like that. It just kind of depends. It's a little tricky for parking spaces because we got to put delineators and other things down. More so maybe on the Mono Avenue spots. Again, closures to street direction, Bolinas Park. We are asking if you wanted to allow the consumption of alcohol in the park in recognition of that temporary change to ABC regulations, that restaurants can serve food and alcohol to go. What we found is in those situations, say, example, Gestalt House, a lot of people put in the cup they go, and if they're a cyclist, they're obviously not driving a 16-ounce cup home, so they'll just go somewhere and drink it. And the question is, do you want one spot where you can do that? And then the town role, like clean the sidewalks, parking spaces. Obviously, we're sure we'll have to set up the barriers and delineators. We'll do the application process. ADA ramps, that's gonna be a little tricky how we do those. Require businesses to clean and provide their own outdoor furniture, or do you want to do it and clean it? And then it'll take some time. And the last thing was when I talked about the fire chief, police chief, I've talked to both the fire and police chief about all these options. Explored everything. They're willing to work on anything, but the mono thing, that was an example, is there's some fire lane issues there. So the front of it's great, but don't do the whole thing. You know, I'm not advocating, if you look at this, closing Bolinas or doing any of that. I'm really only talking about Broadway. But that being said, I'm really looking for guidance from the council on how you want us to proceed.
Wow. Garrett, you just put out a lot of stuff for a few policies at 11:25. So I want to add something to the staff report, and then we're going to have to figure out how to do this in an organized manner so that we know exactly what you need from us tonight to get these things moving. We're not going to decide on every parking lot and everything tonight because it just will be chaos. I want to add that Stephanie and myself have walked with John Bella and Alec Schuldener, who helped to bring John to us for the presentation that they generously offered last week. And we have looked at every single tiny bit of space and all the suggestions that came to us on the 27th, every single one. John has actually drawn it up. He's still volunteering his time. And so tonight, if we could focus on the larger policy issues, and if there are some specific areas, then we should look more closely. Otherwise, we're going to get lost. I want to put out there, and then I'll be quiet, is there is no consideration of closing Bolinas Road at this time. We're looking at parking places on Bolinas. We're looking at reconfiguring how people will walk, possibly in the roadway, and letting businesses use the sidewalks. There is no talk of closure of Bolinas Road at this time. And we've looked at it all the way around. So I just want to say that as part of the staff report, and then open it up for questions that you guys have of staff, and go from there. So Bruce?
Well, I have a question. So Garrett, and thank you all for Stephanie and Renee as well, I'm sure, for putting this together. I like it because it sort of opens up our ability to be creative during this time. And I see sort of three different, from the staff report, it seems like there are kind of three different pieces here, plus also temporary closure of certain streets in order to make it possible. But the three different sort of permitting pieces, one of those is the fees to amend the use permit. And since it's a little vague, you're saying that you've received one application, but of course you can't really disclose who. So I'm trying to figure out what that really means. We're talking in that part of the use, that's page 4 of the staff report, the printed staff report. That question is, does that refer to a business that is interested in permanently amending their use permit? Is that what that means?
Yes, it would mean a business. In this case, it's the lodge. Wants
I
to
kind of
amend
guessed that, but yeah.
amend their use permit so they could put tables in their parking lot. So
Yeah,
that's actually has to amend their use permit.
So that's why there's the question of the actual use permit fee, because it would actually go to the planning commission like any other use permit, because it's a permanent thing. This is not a temporary thing. This is
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The
Okay.
planning commission would have to determine
So that was
what's
my only
appropriate.
question there. Yeah.
But Grant, but
Otherwise, I have no question.
mindful that at this time, we're talking about temporary use permits. So that could happen like that.
Yeah, the
Talking
temporary
about
use
permanent,
permit
it's a different
wouldn't go
process.
through the planning commission, and they wouldn't have a fee, but they would be temporary. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify my understanding. So are we saying that the use permit, in this case, let's talk about the lodge. In this case, the use permit would be waived, but it would only be temporary. And so post-COVID, if they wanted to continue as such, operating as such, they would need to renew it or reapply and pay the fee.
Right. So in their case, if they want to get a temporary use permit, then they could do that immediately. But once the temporary use permit expires, then if they wanted to make it permanent, then they would have to amend their regular use permit and go to the planning commission to get that approval.
Okay, and how long are we saying, I'm sorry, or if it's somewhere else in here, how long are we saying it's good for?
Temporary, oh, sorry, am I, okay. Temporary use permit, I think we said 90 days with the ability to extend for 90 days.
Garrett, we received the toolkit of all the policies around the county from John Colley, the mayor of Mill Valley, and not the mayor, council member in Mill Valley. And he said that you're all recommending till Thanksgiving as the initial encroachment.
That's what Mill Valley did. I watched their meeting and they changed it at the meeting. That's not part of their original toolkit as far as I understand.
But you can do it any length you want.
All right.
That feels more reasonable to me. Sorry, Barbara.
Okay, so I have some stuff I want to get out there. I had my hand raised on the screen. Should I go now or wait?
Sorry, go for it.
Okay, so a couple of things. I've sent some of my comments to Garrett, so he gave me some responses, but I think that it's very ambiguous, the streets we're talking about, and I want to hone that down tonight. And I think we should make decisions based on specificity. I don't feel comfortable, not that I don't appreciate all the work that you guys have been doing, delegating closure of streets to an ad hoc committee. I think that we should make decisions as to what streets we want to close tonight, and then should there be other streets. So my proposal, which I think Garrett sort of captured, is that every month we get on consent, a report of how things are working, any expenditures that you want approval on, and any new closures or any big ticket items. I would also ask that at 60 to 75 days that the group do a reassessment of how this is working, not just for the businesses, but for pedestrians and traffic, and bring that to the council at 90 days. So that would be the August meeting. So initially, you're talking about these 120 days. I would say this, is that at 90 days, we have some discussion. Is it working? Are there things that really aren't working for people? And so we allow things to go through 120 days, but on that 90-day review period in August, we don't just extend till Thanksgiving. I watched the Mill Valley meeting. They have a different setup than we do. they also have a few more ways in and out. And so I don't think we necessarily need to mirror everything that they did, but I think we revisit it. I'm not saying we wouldn't go forward, but we have an opportunity to really talk about this as the council. I think these are hard decisions, and I'm totally supportive of moving forward with the businesses. So that's what I'd like to say is starting forward. I also have some concerns about, I mean, I walked on Sunday all the areas that were in the staff report. The closure of Broadway, Klaus upwards, I just don't see how that could work. I mean, what do? You turn on Sir Francis Drake and you have to make a right turn because the other part is closed. Then where do you go? If you come up Bolinas Road, where do you go when you get there? To me, that seems very complicated. One of the things I would suggest, and maybe this isn't that workable for all the businesses, but since we'll be opening up the bathroom in town hall, I think we could get rid of that porta potty that's in our right of way there, right across from the hair salon, and use that for some of the businesses. And so that's one suggestion I have. My feeling is I think we should limit it to the closure of the mono alleys for now. If there's some better idea that comes up, it can always come back to us, you know, a month from now, July 1st. But I really don't think we should be closing streets with an ad hoc committee. Those are big decisions that impact a lot of people in town, and I don't think we want to put that on your shoulders and then we all are brought into it. So I would suggest Mono Alley. The other place, I'm not sure if it's a public right of way or if it's private, is I believe it's in between Perry's and the Thai restaurant. There's kind of an alley in between there that goes way back. Markets in there. So if that's private, obviously we'd have to get some ability to use that. But if it's a public right of way, maybe we could use that because there's a lot of space and it goes so far back that people on Bolinas Road could use it as well. So I do like those ideas. I also, I think the idea of anybody wanting a permanent change to their building should be subject to all the fees. I think the idea of the place that asks, they can get the TUP. Let's go forward with that so they can move forward tomorrow. They have to wait for the planning commission. That takes time. So let them use the TUP. They can be preparing for a long-term solution if they want to use that patio. So I kind of prefer that we charge people for those long processes, but if we need to give some relief during this time, let's really keep the cap on that about 4,000. I think you've already said we're not looking at narrowing Bolinas Way. We would, Bolinas Road, we would use some of the sidewalks and have some peds walk or pedestrians walk in the parking spaces, but I think we want to be cautious about losing all that parking. So maybe not every area. I'm not real supportive of curbside pickup just because it's more parking and it will get in the way. I think people can walk a block for curbside pickup. The other thing that concerned me was use of consuming alcohol in Bolinas Park. Some of us were on the council in 2015 when the theater wanted an ABC license to stay in business. And some on the council were against that. They needed it to stay in business. And I was mayor at the time and wrote a letter in support. People were very concerned about kids getting alcohol. We all went through this except Stephanie, who's new, but I'm sure she followed it, the cannabis, and people concerned about cannabis businesses and how that would impact kids. I see Bolinas Park as creating a Fairfax festival for months. And, you know, people call Fairfax the party town. yeah, there's some benefits to that, but I really don't want to see a bunch of alcohol use in Bolinas Park. That would impact kids. I don't like it. I understand why people want to do it, so people can take takeout and go to the park and have their beer or their wine. But I really don't like the idea of potentially having kids exposed to a lot of alcohol in a park, and then a lot of people that are inebriated walking through town. So I do like a lot of these ideas. I think we should winnow it down to probably Mono Alley for now, unless there's a better idea. The whole Broadway Klaus area looked like it would just be a mess. And I had another idea, which I don't think would work for the businesses, which was maybe other than Wednesdays, we could cordon off some of Bolinas Park so different businesses could put some tables out and they could have runners go back and forth to use the park. And maybe that's not a good thing for businesses just because it's hard for them to watch their merchandise or service those areas. But I was kind of looking at different options so we wouldn't lose as much, because we also know when things open up, we're going to get more traffic, unfortunately. I mean, it's been very clean and nice. So thank you guys for all your work. And I'm also interested in the idea of limiting the times, that it's not 24/7. And I'm not sure where I'm going with that, but I know some businesses would like 24/7, but a lot of the businesses aren't open 24/7. And is there a need all the time? So anyway, thank you guys for all your hard work on this. And I just want to get all my ideas out.
Thank you. Just point of order here. I think what we're not all going to say all of our lists right now, because there are public members of the public that are waiting to comment. And so if there were any very specific questions, please ask, and then we'll listen to the public, and then we'll come back and see if we can somehow succinctly get our ideas out like Barbara did.
I apologize.
That's okay. Any specific questions, guys?
I have one, but it can wait.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
Let me just make a specific point that Perry's Lot is a private thing. Yeah, I have a lot of feelings about a lot of the things Barbara say. I don't necessarily agree with all of them. I'm also wondering about the ball field. I mean, that's a big space there. You know, obviously we don't want to trash it, but there's not Little League going on or anything.
Right.
So,
and
you know, that's a big space, you know, and if we're talking about restaurants with to-go food, you know, that could well serve our community.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think the idea of runners going back and forth is, I think any restaurant owner would think about that and think it'd be crazy.
Just questions, guys.
I don't want to get into the weeds. That's just
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, John. Sorry. I just want to make sure the public gets to speak.
Okay.
Anyone else? Questions?
Nope, I'm good. I'll have some comments after the public speaks, but I agree.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
All right. Excellent. Go ahead then and go to public, excuse me, to public comment.
Okay. I have a couple of emails that people sent that I will start with.
Okay.
The first one is from, well, I'll just read it. Dear Town Council, I urge you to adopt this resolution. Ability to quickly experiment and adopt new ways of allowing businesses to stay open. This must include the use of all the space for parking as well as any right-of-way changes allowed by the fire department. We want to allow pedestrian traffic the space to safely shop. The status quo will lead to shoppers moving their business to other safer places to shop and result in the death of our town. I also support approved changes to relaxing the alcohol restrictions. I think this is essential both for the restaurants and bars, both for their economic survival and also because they play an important role in defining the character of this town. Thank you, Daniel Knightley, Fairfax.
Okay, thank you, Daniel.
And then,
Another email, Michelle?
yes, the next one is from, oh, I flagged it here. From David Smadbeck, who is the president, executive director of our Chamber of Commerce. Dear Town Council, on behalf of the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce, I want to thank the Town Council for all their efforts to aid and support the Fairfax business community during this most difficult time. Our local businesses are crucial to the financial well-being of our town. We have already lost several businesses to the economic downturn due to the COVID-19 shelter-in-place situation we have been living under since March. I have had many conversations with our local business owners, and the 3 top needs identified in those talks were financial assistance, help in remodeling their business to e-commerce, and the ability to use the outdoor space in front of or near their place of business. We just want to express our wholehearted support in creating policy toward the use of public and private space for the use of our local business community. Again, our deepest appreciation for all your hard work. Most sincerely, David Smadbeck.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, David.
And then we have a couple of hands up. The first one is Valerie.
Hey, I'm still awake, just barely. So, so I was really concerned about the sundown date, and I just wanted to say a quick, one of my favorite businesses I know is closing now, which is Yoga Mountain, and I was really, I so wish there was this place and a way for them to keep going. I know they're looking for that, but that doesn't really affect this so much unless they could levitate, which is possible. So I really think it's important that we have a really clear-cut process for residents to raise concerns if they have any. I liked a lot of Barbara's points, and I think they were really important, actually, especially the alcohol thing. So right now I'm seeing people going down the street in their cars with their masks on and their windows rolled up. So all of a sudden we're saying we're going to transition into an alcohol environment where people are close to each other. And I know what happens when people start drinking, they stop paying attention. And I think you're going to have some real pushback on this. And I think you should really think about this. The other piece is there was so much fuss about medical marijuana, which wasn't even going to be around kids. And now we're talking about drinking in public again. And that is a huge problem because there are a lot of kids who are really abusing substances right now. And I know you guys know, even though we're not getting police reports about it, I'm hearing about it all the time. They're doing every kind of drug they can get, and they're doing alcohol and everything else. They're depressed, they're freaked out, they have no idea if they have any future. So this is probably not the best thing to I get it about the businesses, but I really want you to think about it because I think you're going to get some real feedback on it. And I'm really concerned about the hardscape, like who's going to pay for that? Because if you're going from sidewalk, which is the pedestrian zone, right? Pedestrian right of way. So all of a sudden you're sort of blocking that part of the road you're starting to block. So, and there's ADA requirements with all of this, and you have to have ramps maybe, and this and that. Who's paying for that? Even if it's temporary, it's going to cost some money. So you got to consider there's probably a bunch of stuff like hardscape stuff you haven't really got design stuff for yet. It was 103 degrees this afternoon at 5. And that street was so hot, I can't believe it. I can't imagine anybody's going to be wanting to sit out on any of those streets when it's hot like this. And we could have a whole lot of that. So there's another piece. So then they're going to want umbrellas, or they're going to want to have some covering. So these are all things that are going to come up. Might as well think about them now. And I'm really concerned, just as I was before, because
Valerie,
that one intersection.
Sorry, can you finish up just
Yeah,
because?
yeah, sorry. Oh, I see. Okay. So at that one intersection where we have bikes, pedestrians, cars, everything, and then you're all of a sudden, we're talking about the same problems we had with streets for people. It's, to me, it's no different right there. So really have to be a big consideration because it's really a public problem, I think, there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next is, I will call you Richard.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
So I'm just, because I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to try to talk really fast. And if I misunderstood some of staff report or some of comments already, I'm just going to state my views and maybe we're in agreement or whatever. The big words last time was agile. And there was this whole theme about just try stuff quickly and find out what works and what doesn't work. And so as much as I respect everybody's thoughtful considerations about, hey, what about this? And that could be a problem. What about that? That's how we get into bogs down. And I think we all know in this town, it's hard to get things done at all. And this has got to be one of these times where we really, really just try some stuff and, you know, look at it for a day or two. I wasn't clear on all of this, so I'm just going to say my opinion. I don't think that anything that's a temporary permit should have any fees and should go through any elaborate process with Planning Commission. Anything that wants to be contemplated as a permanent thing later, great, let's look at it later. I had a thought a few days ago, I think I wrote about it on social media, which was perhaps using the ball field, maybe only on Friday, Saturday night, or whatever the right designation is, but because it's fenced in, you could have kind of control to keep underage people out. And if all of the bars that do live music and are feeling like they can't really operate the way they need to, it could be possible that each could have a little station. You could do kind of take a page out of San Francisco's playbook where on the field there's like little white circles or glowing circles or whatever's needed in the evening, and people can kind of get their libation. There could be they can all share on the music. Music could be at a distance. No one can walk up close to a stage area. Maybe it's elevated, and then people can stay in their little groups, their little parties or family or whoever they're already feeling safe with, if that's allowed legally. And maybe there's some way to keep live music and a little bit of the alcohol culture with that. I think that it's also important to ask that restaurants and eating establishments whether it's meaningful for them to have the to-go and then people sit in a gathering area, or whether they really need table service and do they need facilities. So that's just something to get more resolution on, because we could have great ideas, but if it doesn't work for the actual establishments. I know that there was someone who commented on something on social media that I was interacting with from one of the shops down in Bolinas, and they were saying that they wouldn't mind having a parklet for retail, not just for food. So that came up. Broadway came up. Maybe there's some possible closure on a portion of Broadway just because it's a wider street with wider sidewalk. I agree that where we have the farmers market now, if that could be utilized more frequently, great. I would probably agree that let's keep the alcohol away from that area since it's open-ended and that has a tradition of being kind of family-oriented. But maybe, like I said, the ball field or some other area could be considered. And basically, let's just try stuff. Oh, last thing, if there's trickiness with where there's a car, there's not a car, and pedestrian flow, maybe we could do like painting or chalk that's almost like a corridor that like shows people visually where they can walk and follow the path if it's not always going to be a straight line. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Richard, very much.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Next is Deborah Benson.
Hi, Michelle. Thanks for recognizing me. So it's a complicated issue. In my mind, I see a restaurant who maybe can put 3 tables 6 feet apart in front of their facility, and that may not be better than what they're doing right now with takeout and having a parking space where people can come. I also have a question about the retail customers in that block. Where are they going to park? The county regulations say that the restaurants have to sanitize each table after each customer? Who's going to regulate that? Who's going to enforce it? I'm not really sure where the retail people are falling in here. I think they're losing their parking spots, and I'm not sure where they are in this plan. I guess that's it. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Michelle?
Sorry, I was muted. I was talking.
Oh, okay.
I am going back to the email, and there is an email from Jess Lerner, Cascades. I think this urgency ordinance is an excellent idea thus far. Thank you for your work on this. However, I have some questions. Why is the rent moratorium for local businesses not part of this ordinance? Is the rent moratorium only a county responsibility, or is it meant to be addressed by towns as well? If Fairfax is responsible for determining whether there should be for local businesses, I would ask that you extend the retail rent moratoriums that ended recently in addition to passing this ordinance. You may be familiar with Liz Lavoie's shop, The Utility Room, and her having to lose her business, and many of us are concerned about evictions occurring to our wonderful local businesses or business owners being pressured to pay rent when they're unable to during the pandemic, with no income and no way for people to shop. We need our vibrant and place-based local economy to survive and thrive during and after this trying time. Does the town plan to extend the rent moratorium for businesses as well? And can you please consider doing so as soon as possible as you are able? I have a letter with more details I will be sending soon as well. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Jess. I think we'll have a clear response for you. Let's go through all the public comment.
Mayor, can I just add something on that?
Yes.
So the governor just issued an executive order. So the county, when they just amended their order on the moratorium on evictions, did not include commercial. But the governor just issued an executive order statewide that extends the eviction moratorium through July 28th for residential and commercial. So that just happened a couple of days ago. And it's statewide.
And so the previous order, Barbara, that made them responsible for paying as of June 1st, that's waived by the governor's order?
Well, it's not completely clear, but what it says is that you still ultimately have to pay rent, and you have to. There's not much detail in this order because it includes a lot of other things. So going back to the original orders, remember when the county first acted, the governor hadn't issued a statewide order. So the governor issued a statewide order a few weeks later, and now he's extended it through July 28th. I can look into it a little more further if you like, or staff can probably do so, but nothing is set in stone. And I can't remember how long people didn't have to pay rent for, but ultimately they're responsible for paying rent.
Right, and it supersedes the county, who did not renew their commercial eviction protections.
It doesn't necessarily supersede it, but it's not like the statewide order on the shelter in place. This does apply to the entire state.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. So next public comment, please.
Next is Chance.
Hi, Chance.
Hi, good evening, Council. I guess I first wanted to start off by thanking Council for entertaining this, especially Stephanie, or Councilmember Hellman, and Mayor Goddard for the work they're doing, consulting with businesses as we try to figure out these solutions. I think any policy that is developed should really be business first, like some other commenters said, like what will they actually use? What could actually benefit them? I think there are definitely opportunities. There's no doubt that this is needed. I think I've been surveying community members and some folks that work at some local businesses, and I think for both the health and the vitality of our businesses and our residents and visiting patrons, I think we need to be creative, and we need to sort of we can't be laggards on this type of issue when, for context, San Anselmo is working to close down entire sections of their downtown to support businesses. People are going to go where they feel safe and where there's room. So I think this Sunday I went on a walk downtown with Mayor Goddard to take a look at how people were using the downtown on a weekend when it wasn't 103, for instance. But outside the utility room, there were 17 people in one photo that I had taken. Near the Gestalt House, about 30, about 29. So there are going to be more and more people coming out as they are trying to deal with the shelter in place, and I think we just have to be prepared to create the type of environment and the infrastructure that allows where they're not exposing themselves or feeling unsafe. The parklet idea is great, in addition to potentially making some outdoor space on Mono or right near the Gestalt House, as well as for other businesses on Bolinas if they're going to use the retail. Because trust me, on Sunday, right outside the utility room, people flocked to that outdoor retail infrastructure. That they really loved it. So people are going to peruse and try to get outside. I think the parklet concept is important for people that just want to eat somewhere. To Garrett's point about bikers that are around, and there might be an opportunity with that parklet across from the dry cleaner right next to that. The easement that Barbara was talking about. So I think that should be looked into, not just that easement, but even those parking spaces in that sort of enclosed area. It's sort of away from traffic, and it might be useful. And to Richard's point, I think that's a great comment, great point. I appreciate that, and I think we should keep being creative in that way. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Chance. Do we have other speakers, Michelle?
I do not see anyone. Yeah. Oh, yes, I do. Here we go. Mark Bell.
Mark Bell and Dominga. Sounds like there are a lot of ideas out there that you're floating. Obviously, some will work, some won't. But the idea of like having bands at the ball field or something like that, not the way the sound ordinance or the noise ordinance is enforced in this town. 2 years ago during the town picnic, for 4 hours, we were barraged with a noise level 5 times the allowed noise volume according to the noise ordinance. The noise ordinance says 60 in a commercial zone, 50 in a residential, and subtract an additional 5 decibels if an instrument or voice is being amplified. It was over 75 decibels to 85 decibels at our house for 4 hours during that festival, and that was in the afternoon. If you're going to put amplified music in the ball field, then you better revisit what's happening with the noise ordinance, because you're going to have some very unhappy campers. Some people have moved in here who were really enjoying the quiet of the past several months. And this is with the incredible difference from Perry's with Michael Perry, who's lowered the volume at Perry's so that we don't hear it. I think he's in the low 90s now, not what the town has permitted them at 98 decibels. All I need to do is drop him an email and he'll contact the guy and have them turn it down. But you're talking about the ball field. it's a funnel to our house and to our street. And if you're gonna have live music there, then you better come to grips with getting the volume down and adhering to the noise ordinance of this town. That's my only comment.
Okay, Mark, thank you very much.
I
Next,
do not, sorry, I do not see any more comments.
okay. So now we've heard from people. I think we could take the approach that Barbara set us off on, which I think was very efficient, and just put out, let us know, let Garrett know your thoughts, some of the spaces, some of the particulars, and very specific about the policies. One, the urgency, and two, the resolution. So who wants to start?
Well, I have some thoughts. I agree with Valerie's comment that alcohol generally causes people to relax and not be so careful. And so, yeah, that could be a concern. If everybody gets together in the ball field and has a beer, then social distancing may be compromised, and that could be a problem. I'm not totally opposed to it, but I think that was a really good point. And also the point of who pays for the infrastructure, because and on Bolinas Road, and of course I have a history around the Bolinas Road thing, because John and I both were on the GPAC when we all we did a town session that was very creative, and it really, the idea was at that time that maybe we could solve some problems by opening up the LC Bank corridor. And then there was this thought, well, maybe that could allow Bolinas Road to someday be something else. And then that just exploded into this horrific idea. Oh my God, people want to close Bolinas Road. And it just felt like a missed opportunity in the town, but because we just didn't seem to be able to understand that that was a far down the road, if we ever wanted to do it, kind of a thing, not like something anybody was pursuing today. So here we are talking about Bolinas Road. What I would picture right now that could work on Bolinas Road could be using some of the parking spaces, but not closing it to traffic, because based on public input and based on it being such a sensitive issue. But the closing that's in the staff report, the idea of closing, as I understand it, on Broadway, I think what the staff report was talking about, if I understand it right, is sort of from that bulb out that's outside of the scoop over to the bike racks that are outside of the coffee roasters. So that area, and also the traffic lane outside of it. So there would not be eastbound traffic. As one of the commenters said, you would, if you came off of Sir Francis Drake in a car and you were going to make that left turn and go toward the intersection of Bolinas Road, that would be the area you wouldn't be able to do. You would have to turn right, and presumably if you're going out to where I live, you would be turning right and then turning left onto Bank and going down through Bank and Elsie. So in a way, it's kind of that same sort of concept, that there's this other route through town that parallels Bolinas Road and try to get traffic going that way. I'm not opposed to trying that. In general, I love this whole discussion because we've got an opportunity here where there's not much traffic, there's significantly less parking, and there's a very great need for something to be done to help our merchants survive. So it's a really great opportunity to be creative. We don't have to worry about the rain or whatever. It's like, although the heat was mentioned, but it's like, yeah, let's try some things. So I just love the idea. And I liked what Deborah pointed out, that there's kind of three different things that merchants might want. There's retail on the street, there's takeout where people come by and pick things up, and then there's seating. So there's kind of three different things that might have to be juggled around as terms of how a street gets used. I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bruce. You didn't mention the policies part, because I don't think we're gonna have a lot of back and forth just because it's already after midnight.
You mean like the policy that's put out in the staff report?
Yeah, the temporary use permits and the
Yeah,
fee. for the temporary use
I liked all of that. I really agree with what Barbara put out, that we should have a review period of it, and we should, we should bring it back to council. I like that proposal to, I like the idea of you and Stephanie being involved in it, because and staff, so that it's flexible and moves quickly. But I'd like, as Barbara was saying, a way to come back and evaluate, partially because we want things to work well, but also partially because we want to learn things. And we may, some of these ideas that are tried might end up being interesting ideas. And so I think we want to, on both sides, we want to just come back and look at what we're learning as we go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bruce. Stephanie?
A comment on, so I hear Barbara's point on the timing and the 90 days versus Thanksgiving thing. Can we compromise on like 100 and issuing the temporary permits to like 120 days? I feel like 90 days is going to come up on everyone so quickly, and I want to alleviate the burden both for them and on our staff. So I just feel like we could survey, and I think that's a great idea, to get a read how this is all going for everybody, right? We could survey at 90 days, but you still need, that 30 days if you're going to make a change. So can we agree on the permits to be 120 days? Because I feel like
I thought they actually were, and perhaps I read it wrong, but I thought the temporary use permits were for 120 days, and then they could be extended beyond that for, I believe, I may be wrong, but I thought it was 90 days.
You're right.
And so what I'm saying, Stephanie, is that we really talk about as a council at 90 days, so that if we decide one way we want to go forth beyond 120 days, then you have full speed ahead.
Right, but Barbara, if we meet at 90 days, you understand we have to survey at like 70 or 75 days.
Right.
I mean,
right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm not saying that it, okay. The point is that we want to reassess where we're at.
Right.
So I'm saying by the August meeting, you guys will have done some reassessment. I'm not asking you to do big, but let's really see, is it working or not working for more than just the businesses? And we talk about it very seriously at the 90 days. So the TUPs go for 120 days to begin with. But rather than just granting the town manager the authority to extend another 90 days beyond that, we have a full discussion at 90 days and say, are we liking this or not? So we know, okay, another 90 days is going to be fine. So I think it's not, I mean, I think it's fitting in there. It's really just having the council weigh in pretty heavily.
All right, let's just keep in mind that not everyone's going to be ready tomorrow to put tables out, so it's not like we're measuring from June 4th to,
yeah.
I mean, so I'm really feeling the burden for the restaurants and the merchants. They've got a lot to do. And I want, if we're going to read something, I want there to be enough time to read it. I want it to be meaningful. So, and I'm sorry, when I asked Garrett, I captured 90 days. So fees to amend use permit, that's what I was asking. And he said 90 days. But then when I see on page 3, it does say,
Well,
I think you might be mixing it up with the
TUP.
temporary.
Hold on, everyone.
Garrett, speak.
So the temporary use permit is 90 days initially, and you can extend for 90 days. So the temporary use permit, the TUP, is 90 and 90. But you could make that 120 and 90. I mean, you can make it anything you like.
But the right-of-way agreements for public space, the right-of-way agreements for temporary outdoor uses, that's in the staff report, that's 120 days.
That's 120 days. So they don't necessarily match up.
They were different, but
Let's have them be consistent. So it's clear, and that would be my preference.
I would say from some of the businesses I've talked to, I'm sorry, John, and I'll come right to you, but they're not starting in the next couple of weeks. They're ordering tables, they're doing everything. So I would agree with Stephanie. We've been out there nonstop, so I would rather give it a little more time. So, okay, but we'll come back to that when we vote. But John, what's up? What are your thoughts?
Well, a number of thoughts. I mean, you say, okay, reevaluate at 90 days. We're going to hear about this in 10 days. You know, people stopping us and telling us what, at open time, the next council meeting, we're going to hear a lot about it from a lot of people, and hopefully be able to do some reevaluation of some things. I appreciate the fact that people businesses need to be able to structure things and plan. But at the same time, if we're going to try different things and experiment and see what happens, we can't just say, well, this is the way it is, and then we're not going to change anything for 90 days. I think we have to be kind of flexible. And then in terms of, I'll just hit the, use permit, fees and stuff like that right off the, because that's a policy thing. Yeah, I think the temporary things, there shouldn't be any fees, but if somebody wants to change it permanently or something like that, they definitely need to go through the process. I mean, just do the temporary thing to begin with and then start that process, in the case of the lodge, for instance. I think we need to close a lot more than just a couple of spots on mono. I think that really does disservice to everybody in town except for those 2 restaurants right next to that, Gestalt House and the sushi place. And nobody else gets the benefit besides them. I think that's, we might as well not do it in some ways, just because people are going to spill over into those areas anyway. I really like the idea of closing a lot of parking spaces along Bolinas, having, work it out. Some businesses are going to want people to do pickup stuff, and have parking spaces with that. And, to like Garanghelli's in particular, I think they're going to want that. And that's right where we're talking about closing the road. I don't know about closing that section way in particular. I don't, I think just taking that little section and closing it, I think it'll cause more disruption than anything else. Let me see, I guess, I like the idea of, just working with the businesses for what they need. I totally get, like, we need to have separate places where cars are pulling in for pickups and stuff like that from places where people are using parklets, or I prefer sidewalks, businesses using sidewalks and people walking in the parking spaces, because I think that functions a lot better. There's more space because it's the people that need the space between them. It's not the stuff that's piled up. The retailers will crowd stuff. I mean, just looking at the stuff that was for sale on Sunday on the street, there was 2 feet of space available on the sidewalk because there was stuff there and stuff in the parking place. let me see. I think, probably having a lot of music in the ball field. Some people will love it and some people will hate it. And and it may be, alcohol, everybody doesn't need their alcohol all the time. I mean, that's, maybe there's a way to say, okay, there's an alcohol section or something like that, but I really get, if people want to have, take their stuff to go, bring it to the park. I mean, I don't think it's going to work for runners to, go from a restaurant back and forth to wait tables that are a block away. That's crazy. But getting stuff to go and taking it to the park, I think that's quite potentially functional. And maybe we just designate one area where alcohol is allowed, because some people are going to really like that, and they are part of Fairfax too. But I think that it's enough of a problem, especially around kids and stuff. But I really like the idea that we can, adapt to change as it comes up. This is a whole new process, and we can't just like work it all out right now at midnight, and then it's like that for 90 days. I think that the rest of us should probably trust Renee and Stephanie to work out some of these problems as we come up to it, because we're going to run into problems. And, it's, working together with Garrett in terms of coming up with something that functions is really important. And I know it's a lot of work, and I totally appreciate what you guys are doing. And I'm sorry that a subcommittee of 3 or 4 or 5 is not possible with Brown Act stuff, because it's really valuable stuff that you're doing. And thank you. So.
Okay. Thank you, John. Stephanie, do you want to go? You're muted.
The page 3, could the extension by town manager. So Garrett, are you saying that you would be able to just extend it on your own in the absence of a council vote?
Yes. So you're talking about the encroachment permit right-of-way agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thought pattern could be extended to have some flexibility, but like I said, I envision reporting back to the council every 30 days. And at some point as we get there, it could be if everything's, I'll make this up, if all of a sudden everything's back to normal, then there'd be no need to do that anymore.
So you would do that on a case-by-case basis, or are we saying you would have the authority, sort of the broad authority to do that? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, so it'd be a broad authority. So, for example, if we blocked off a whole group of parking spaces, say on one side, then that's encroachment permits for all those businesses that obviously want to do it. And at the end of the 120 days, if you still don't have you don't have indoor dining and you still have all the social protocols, maybe we'd probably want to extend it. My guess is though, is once you get near the holidays, then you're not going to want to do that anymore as the weather turns and people are going to want more parking than anything else. So it's just a flexibility factor. But the reality is, reporting back to the council every meeting, you'll have ample opportunity to say, hey, we don't want to do that anymore. Then we wouldn't do that anymore.
I guess my preference would be expiration on it, because then we're gonna have to remember to say we don't want to do that anymore. I think it makes better sense to just put an expiration on it and then renew it if we want to renew it, like we're gonna renew everything else. Everything else is gonna be at 120 days. Renew it, your authority in one fell swoop, if that's what we want to do. That's my preference on that one.
Okay. Bruce or Stephanie, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, Bruce.
Yeah, thank you. All good comments. I just wanted to suggest one more little twist to this, that as we kind of assume that the way this whole COVID thing is going to go is kind of we gradually go through stage 2 and stage 3 and stage 4, and eventually whatever becomes normal again is what we do. But of course, it may be different than that. It may be that, COVID dies away for a while, but then resurges in the fall or whatever. So just as we think about this, it might be that we get all these things set up and people are doing all this nice stuff on the street, and then we have to just pull back. Public health officer says, hey, you're out of here. We got to social distance again. And then, well, then what we were doing can come back when the restrictions get relaxed again. So I don't know, it might be too late tonight to figure all that out, but just pointing out that it may become complicated and interesting at some point in the fall.
Okay, Barbara.
Yeah, so I'm sorry I messed up everything before.
Okay.
I would say a couple things. So I agree with the idea of being consistent on those two, the temporary outdoor use right-of-way agreements and the temporary outdoor use permit with 120 days. What I want to see, and it's not that I don't trust you guys. I think these are very difficult decisions, and there's a lot of flexibility within here. But I want to see that we have formal reports every month, not a town manager's report that's at the end of the night. It's on consent. We can pull it if we need to, specifically where you need to spend money or specifically where you want to close other streets. So that, and I'm not disparaging anybody, but what happened on Cascade Drive was there were a lot of changes made, and then we had to hurry up and try to figure out a way to work with people and fix it. I don't want us to do that here. I want us to be able to be involved every step of the way. I would like a reassessment. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we don't need to do it at 90 days, but let's do it a formal reassessment where we really look at how did it work. And Bruce, stage 4 is when everything opens up again. And if you've looked at the COVID statistics for Marin, in the last 2 weeks, we've had more than 200 cases. In the last few days, 3 more people died. And because more people are out in the community, things are opening up, we are going to see more cases. So it is possible that our public health officer will put a stop to certain things, but that shouldn't stop us from helping the businesses. I'm supportive of the mono alleys closures for now. I'm supportive of the idea of don't close Bolinas Road, absolutely, but use the sidewalks and close some of the parking so people can walk in those areas. I'm not supportive of the idea of closing that Broadway area because I just think it would be a traffic morass. I walked it and thought, how the heck would this work? I'm also not supportive of letting people drink in the park. I worry about the kids. I worry about a lot of people drinking in our town and seeing things on social media, the parties in Fairfax. And then, I want to help these businesses as much as you guys do. I think there's a lot of flexibility in that. I would like to have a discussion about, do we want to do things like limit the times? Or do we want this to be every day, all day? And one thing to discuss is there are businesses on Sir Francis Drake. So but I just want you guys to be thinking about Perry's, Barefoot, the stores that are down the road. Can they use those sidewalks? Can they do something? We can't go into Sir Francis Drake, but anyway.
Thank you, Barbara. Garrett, did you have something you wanted to ask? Because I want to make a few comments.
Oh, well, go ahead. Can you hear me better now, or is it still breaking up?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Oh, well, maybe it's so late. Anyway, I was going to offer suggestions to walk you through so you just make some decisions, but I'll just wait till you're you're done
Okay.
with your comments.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, I'm not going to go on and on. So I've spent a lot of time downtown, and we've talked to every single business downtown, every retailer, every restaurant, and scoped the spaces with some of the design mind that John, like, you know, shared with us, and have found some interesting spots, like the parking lot on Broadway that has 7 spaces in it, and it connects to that little public right-of-way that we have with the porta potty in it. And that could actually be worked into a really sweet place. Of course, as we work with businesses, we're looking at replacement parking. So that is happening simultaneously. As we look at how much parking we may lose, we look for replacement for that parking. Some of the businesses that you would think might want the space in front of them don't want it. So we're really working, you know, and have been working business to business. The idea of closing that part of Broadway was not, in front there were not receptive to it. There was an idea that perhaps maybe those parking places, there's only 3 parking places in that area between Klaus. So it's the east side of Klaus and the west side of the Bolinas Broadway crosswalk to the Parkade. So it could be that something happens there, but it doesn't look like they're interested in using that whole roadway or the, you know, eastbound lane. So in that, because of that, we were thinking about places like that little parking lot. The businesses want the spaces to be adjacent or right in front. That goes for retail and for restaurant. No restaurant so far has been interested in any way of to have runners, or even businesses not interested in bringing tables out into the street that's not adjacent or near their restaurant or shop front. So we've been left to look for all these pockets that might work right there adjacent. Many of these businesses have private parking lots that they can enter into agreements with their neighboring businesses and their landlords in order to apply for one of these temporary use permits. So that will happen, and that will give them space. The mono lane we've discussed with the Gestalt House because it is right there adjacent. ABC allows them to serve alcohol right there. That would be about 4 p.m. until closing for them. It can't be closed all day long. There's garbage service, and there are tenants and people that live back there. We've talked about the ballpark. I know there's talk about the ballpark being used for outdoor exercise classes and Tai Chi and yoga and all kinds of things like that. That's still to be explored. That would require a temporary use permit, I imagine. Correct, Garrett?
The ball field?
Here's the ball field or the outdoor spaces to allow for people to do classes.
Ball field would be strictly up to the council. If you wanted to say, now hear this, we will let businesses conduct classes in the ball field.
Can we do that tonight?
You could do that tonight. Well, actually, you don't need to do, all that is a direction thing of just using the spaces. Because you own that property. So you almost don't need to do anything other than saying it's okay for them to hold classes there. We would still have them sign a permit, an agreement or whatever, just for liability purposes, but you could allow that.
Well, I would definitely propose that we do that. That was brought up by many people, and that's a perfect use of outdoor space. But what I wanted to ask is that, Barbara, I understand you're not wanting to give the authority to an ad hoc committee to close streets, and that makes perfect sense. But I would ask for a little bit of permission from the council for us to continue with the conversations that we've started with businesses and look at, you know, continue to look with a fine-tooth comb for space. So I don't know how I propose that to you all, but short of doing road closures, are you willing to let us have the flexibility to continue with this work?
Of course.
Perfect.
I think the other thing is, I'm also concerned about us spending money where, you know, it's $2,000 here and then it just keeps adding up. So I would like those kind of decisions to come back to the council. But I think you guys have done a great job, and I'm just really concerned about road closures, allowing drinking elsewhere other than places under people's control, and also expending money, particularly that we're in a tight time. But otherwise, no, you guys go for it.
Fairfax to be a destination. Let's keep that in mind. Like, we need to invite commerce to take place, right? Because San Anselmo's got it going on, and so do all the rest of Marin towns. They've all voted for it. So we're the last to go.
You haven't voted for everything, and I will tell you that Fairfax has had it going on way longer than San Anselmo.
Well, we don't got anything going on right now.
Madam Mayor?
Barbara, just to address half a second, Janet, and I just want to finish the thought, is that we have talked with every retail and business and restaurant business on the north side of Drake. And the sidewalk is not somewhere they want to be, and they certainly don't want to be in the parking places. So many of them, thankfully, have some back outdoor patio space. Unfortunately, a couple don't. But
So
okay, I'm hearing Garrett and Janet want to flag me down.
Yeah, I think what I was proposing is if I could just walk you through some things I'm hearing you can make some decisions, because otherwise you're just going to keep on talking things. And I don't think some things you need to make a decision on right this second, but there are some things you really need, because you can always change your mind later, but I like to just move through it. So what I'd like to do, with your permission, is just for the temporary use permit. That's the urgency ordinance. So that's at 90 days. It sounded like you're all okay with doing the initial period of being 120 days, right? Okay, so that's one question. Now, the other question is, it allowed an administrative extension of 90 days. Is that okay, or make it 60? So then it's an even 180 total, and then just make it temporary use permit can't be longer than 180 days. So you're setting a finite limit. Now, remember, the temporary use permit is only on private property. So this doesn't affect parking on streets. It affects their off-site parking, but ultimately, that's on their property. So if you did 120 days, you could always evaluate it again. You'll have opportunity to. And if you made it another 60-day extension, that's a total of 180. That's 6 months. You could just have it. That's it. You can't get any more than 180 days.
I'm fine with that.
What's wrong with 30-day extension?
You could do a 30-day extension.
It's just
30 days isn't much, but that's fine.
Yeah, they're already getting 120 days. And if we do a reevaluation and certain things aren't working, or it's kind of crazy, what's wrong with 30 days?
Barbara, the thing is that staff is so overworked that at 30 days, I'm not quite sure we want to have to reevaluate these things. I think 180 days takes us through the hot season when people would want to be using the outdoors. And we'll be surveying and looking around and reporting back. But I would not want to put that on staff every 30 days. So I like 180 days. It takes us right through June, July, August. Yeah, right through November.
I'm in favor.
Right.
Okay.
I don't agree, but I'm the odd man out, I'm sure.
Okay, so when we get to the urgency and you're adopted, we're gonna have to make a couple of changes to it. Okay, so there's that. That handles the TUP, and now there's some other key policy issues. So for closing of streets, it sounded like everyone's okay with that front portion of Mono by Bolinas, but don't do it for Broadway or anywhere else. Is that what the council majority is saying?
I actually am fine with all the things you suggested, but yeah, certainly those. Yeah.
Because I'm just trying to narrow it so you get the side and streets, and you can always go back and revisit that at another meeting.
I mean, it seems to me that people, from the comments we've heard, it sounds like people don't want to close Bolinas to traffic, even making it one way. The traffic needs to go on, but that still leaves the possibility of trading parking for some kind of space. So I wouldn't be opposed to doing that. I think it would be great. Try it out.
But
Okay.
what do you?
How it would work, but I'm happy to leave the discretion to you all to see whether something might work on.
Well, I'm not supportive of closing Bolinas Road. So I
But
think
that's
that
not
the
closing
question
traffic.
is, it's not about using the parking or the sidewalks. It's about closing Bolinas Road. And
Yeah.
so I'm not supportive of that, but I've already said I'm supportive of the sidewalks and the parking, and I think others have said that too.
Yeah, I said that too. So.
Okay, so it sounds like mono's fine. You could rethink other things. It's mono. We're not talking narrowing any streets or anything at this time. It's just mono. You can come back. You can think about it. We can come back to you if we have some other suggestions. Okay. So on the mono avenue, just to be clear, we're talking about that limited time frame, which in essence is the business would close it at 4 or whatever time, and then 8. They were responsible for putting out the barriers, their tables, and so on, cleaning it. So that's the concept for that. Okay. So to be clear, now it sounded like the majority of you also.
Just one thing, Garrett, is we have to change the ordinance or the resolution that has the streets in it.
Right. We'll change that. I started crossing it out. Then what was it? Oh, okay. It sounded like the majority of you said allowing consumption of alcohol in Bolinas Park was a bad idea. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And it would be hypocritical of me to say otherwise. Although I have to say that the businesses are desperate and they're clamoring for somewhere where we can safely allow that to happen. I have a question for Janet before I even consider that. And that is, if we were to designate any kind of a roped off area, or we were to designate Bolinas Park, it's not like we're opening up all public space for drinking. Would there still be young people allowed in that space? Like at a festival with a beer garden?
Right.
I don't want to take any of our public space that's so limited and say, we're not turning them into bars, and say that kids can't come into them.
This is a really unclear area, and we actually called the Marin ABC office to try to talk to them about this and see, what they would allow. And it appears that what they would like to see happen is a little different than what they're going to actually enforce. And so I think it's safe to say we presented the option of people getting to-go food and alcohol, and then taking it over to the park if the town removes the restriction on alcohol in the park, and sitting there and eating and drinking. You're not supposed to drink in public is the problem. And so they're having to make temporary adjustments to the regulations for this. And we talked to them about minors, and we talked to them about, what happens if there's a minor in the park who's consuming alcohol, somebody gives it to them. And there was a thought that perhaps the licensee, and those are the people they have control over, the licensee might have some liability or responsibility for that, but that they weren't going to really look into that right now. And so I think all of these things are very unclear, and there isn't a really clear answer on that. But if you try to, if you say that you don't mind having alcohol in the park, for example, then people will be able to take their to-go food and drink and go over to the park and consume it. And that should not pose a problem. If you start designating areas of the park where you're roping things off, you need some way to monitor that. You need some way of controlling that, because basically what you're saying is in this area, people can drink alcohol, and you will probably, ABC will probably, I'm just guessing, but ABC will probably want you to limit the age of people in that area, just like they do for special events. So I don't recommend that you try to rope off a specific area. I think if people have to-go food and drink, and you temporarily allow consumption of alcohol in the park, that people go and they sit in the park and they consume their food and beverage. And that's probably going to work out fine. It's something you're going to have to come back and look at if you have huge problems with a lot of minors getting alcohol and sitting in the park and drinking it. You're going to need to look at that.
Okay. So Garrett, what you're wanting to know is what exactly in terms of
So,
alcohol in the public?
right. So I had proposed Bolinas, and I need to know if the majority of council is saying, no, at this time, we prefer not to allow alcohol in Bolinas Park. You could think about it later, but you could just right now say no. You could think of other things, because if you wanted to allow in the ball field, you would have to do the same thing. You'd have to adopt a resolution to allow it in the ball field.
Right.
But for now, I'm just trying to get some guidance to start with, and then we can go from there.
Okay. Do you want that decision now?
It would be, what I'm trying to do is go through the extent you can make a decision, the majority of you, great. To the extent you can't, that's okay too. Because then it's a little difficult, because you're going to adopt a resolution that has it in there. So you have to decide if you want it in or out, or just the safe thing would be take it out. You can think about it later.
Bruce.
Well, you all have talked with the police about this, I know. What were their thoughts? I mean, it's sort of like kids are allowed to go into a restaurant where they serve beer and wine along with the food, and that's something that's just accepted. On the other hand, Gestalt House serves a little bit of food with their larger amount of beer, and that's kind of like a bar. So where's the line?
Kids are allowed.
When it's outside, it's not the establishment anymore. It's all the different establishments sending people off to the park to have whatever they got. That's where it gets complicated, I think, is just that we don't have that control of saying this business has a beer and wine license and is primarily a restaurant. This other business is something else. We lose that when we're just saying, hey, sure, go ahead and drink alcohol in the park.
You could change it to alcohol and food.
I think it's a really good point, but I guess then does it bleed into, okay, you can get a 6-pack at the 7-Eleven and drink it and the 17-year-old can ask 21-year-old to get him a 6-pack, and then he's, that's what it leads to, right? I think that's the concern.
Or the 21-year-old can drink 2 6-packs in Bolinas, because
I think that because there's so much concern and because it is a super slippery slope, I think that we would at this point prohibit, in my mind, I would propose that we prohibit the drinking in Bolinas Park. We know that as space is tight, people are going to do what they do, but to allow it explicitly allow it feels wrong at this point. And it is something we can revisit. If we're really busting at the seams and people, we have to revisit it. We have to be agile about that.
Okay, it sounds like the majority says no Bolinas Park. We'll take that out of the resolution.
Is that true? Everyone raise their hand if they're wanting to take Bolinas Park.
Yeah, let's revisit it.
Okay, so we'll take that out. The next thing is for the right-of-way agreements, encroachment permits, or whatever we call it. Right now, it's initial 120 days, and then extensions are allowed for 60 days. I think I would propose the same thing if you match it up with your TUP, would be the initial 120 days, 160-day extension, and then after 100, that's a total 180 days, and then no more. And then the council obviously could have time to revisit it, because we'll come back to you in 90 days and you'll look at it. We'll come back to you again. And so, but that makes it finite.
Okay. Is everyone good with that? Can you raise your hand if you're good with that?
Yeah, and what about my point about the TAN manager's flexibility? Are we including that with it? Will it expire alongside that 120?
Yeah, you mean the town manager being able to extend it? I'm sorry, I didn't hear everything. Extend it for 60 days? Is that the question?
At 120 on the encroachment permit?
Yes, yeah, the initial 120, and then I can extend it for 60 days for a total of 180. It matches up with the
Then
TUP.
your authority expires afterwards.
Yeah, what it pretty much would say is can't have the encroachment. Yes, you can't have the encroachment permit more than 180 days.
Okay.
I'm talking about your authority.
Yes, it would expire. I can't,
Okay.
right. I mean, the reality is I could issue encroachment permits now, but I would never issue it for a restaurant.
Okay.
Maybe what is asking, if I'm guessing right, is that not everybody's going to do this tomorrow, right? And so let's say the question is 180 days from now, are you going to still be able to do these if somebody comes and wants to do one then? Or if someone did one 2 months from now, then does their 180 days continue 2 months after everybody else's does?
I think the thought pattern here is a good point. We should take a look at that because you have to group them all at the same time. So if you're going to block up a block of parking spaces, it's all the same length of time. So we would adjust the term.
Garrett,
Janet,
if I may, encroachment permits are revocable at any time. So you can revoke it. You can revoke it at any time. So if somebody gets one for 120 days, and for some reason you need to change what you're doing out on the street or whatever, then you can revoke this.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Absolutely. And that's why I really support what Barbara was saying. And I think the part that really seems obvious is let's look at this every meeting. We should really have as Barbara was suggesting, I think a consent, something on to really kind of a report of, what are the issues that are coming up.
Yep.
And we should be flexible. So, on the other hand, businesses like predictability. If a business is going to spend $1,000 on furniture and maybe even hire somebody to get this all going, they aren't going to appreciate us changing our mind in a month. But, given that understanding, we shouldn't figure that we've just roped ourselves into this and we can't move. Flexibility is really key.
Right.
I think the point that Garrett was trying to make, can I just interject here? So if we're talking about 120 days and then 60 days beyond that for both of these kind of permits, but I think we're talking about, at least right now, the way I'm hearing it, is it would end the end of November and with the 6 months. But if somebody doesn't come and get one for 3 months, they wait 3 months because whatever, then I think we need to have an end of a term. So we say this 120 days with the 60 days, but then saying no later than 11/30/2020. So some businesses aren't going to get started for a while. We don't want them trailing on into January, February, or whatever. We want this all to end at a certain point. So I think he was suggesting that you would put a term that you would allow the 120 and 60, but that you have a certain end date. And I think that makes sense. And in my mind, that makes sense to do it that way. And then if we love this whole thing and for some reason COVID goes on, although I can't see people sitting out in the rain, but whatever, we could certainly change that later.
I think that sounds good.
Yep. Okay. So what I was just pointing out is the initial term is up to 120 days. So the thought pattern is everybody would ultimately match up if you're blocking off a whole bunch of parking spaces.
Yeah.
Assuming they wanted to use it. Because we're not gonna let someone, they don't want one, but there's spaces in the middle of 5 spaces. We can't just have that one space there for parking.
Okay.
Okay.
Garrett, what else?
Okay.
But also, I also like the idea of on consent having a report coming in.
Okay. So I think it doesn't have to be in the resolution, but when you adopt things, you just, if you would like, you could make a motion that you get monthly reports and whatever the 90-day survey and whatever else you want us to do. Although I have the notes, I know we're going to do that, but if that makes you feel more comfortable, I think that's fine.
Doesn't have to be codified.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so let's see. So Blind spot. Oh, okay. So let's see. We talked about the parking lots. We talked about use of the parking spaces. One of the things for town role is, I'm assuming the town's going to install whatever temporary barriers and delineators. That's just being a
Yeah.
cost that we're going to have. Question: do you want us to try to do initial cleaning of the sidewalks and parking spaces? I have no idea what that costs.
Like a pressure washing or something?
Yeah, like you steam clean, brush it, or whatever.
On the sidewalks or the parking places?
Both.
Well, I have to say that for the parking places, part of the concept was what several of you have mentioned was to take and make that in the parking places and do a chalk sort of community art project out of it. And so chalking on dirty pavement is not a great is not very satisfying. So if it could be cleaned without going to huge expense with, I know we have to do steam cleaning. You know, whatever cleaning we could do would be really good because we're going to be using the streets and the sidewalks.
So there'd be a cost. I would say, I don't know what's cost, but it could cost upwards if you, depending how many spaces, maybe it's $10,000 up to.
What about the sidewalks?
Well, I'm just guessing. I'm saying up to, because we don't have the equipment ourselves.
Okay, so what do you all think? Big expense will be the delineators because it takes time and they've got to be glued into the road.
I think it would be good to clean, but I would also suggest, is it worse thing for Public Works to buy a power washer so we could do it, or?
You can't do that anymore because of storm drain.
I've looked at equipment like that. It is definitely several $1,000s. The one that kind of sucks up everything and doesn't go into the storm drain. They get to be pretty pricey. How about this? If you just give me a number, say not to exceed $10,000, we'll see what's the best thing to do. Okay.
It's nice to have the equipment. It's nice to have the equipment. So
yeah,
maybe
I don't think we should invest in that at this point. I think not to exceed $10,000 sounds good.
Okay.
But I think we need to ask these businesses to also clean, so we're not constantly cleaning this stuff.
Oh yeah, we're not their janitors.
Yeah, they'll have to maintain their space for others. Okay. All right. So delineators, I'm not sure about this ADA ramp. If we're going to have to create them, the thought pattern would be, depending how you're blocking it off, maybe there's a curb ramp right there that you could access, come down, and maybe there's another one you can go back up on. I'm not sure from ADA perspective if that's not considered a acceptable path of travel. So that's something we have to look at. The worst case scenario is we'd have to create some kind of temporary ramp, which I'm assuming we would have to do, because I don't think any of the businesses would do it. And then I'm assuming the businesses will provide and clean their own furniture, tables. We're not providing any tables or chairs in any location.
Okay. The question is, there is that lot on Broadway that does provide quite a bit of space, and that connects to that little right away off Bank Street, that we would have to have some tables there because it's not close enough to a business to ask them to take responsibility for that.
So
You're talking about the six spaces.
The 7 spaces, yeah.
7 spaces plus which are you talking about? The Bank Street extension?
So the Bank Street extension and the 7 spot within the Redwoods there. It's actually a really.
Oh, you mean the parking lot?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so you mean using the parking lot for whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I would need to know if that's okay by the council. And then if you want us to put out tables and chairs, what I would suggest is you got to be prepared for them to walk away, because what we would do is we would put them out in the afternoon on Friday and we'd pick them up Monday morning. And if we do that, I guess the question is, if we have to disinfect these tables, that's going to be pretty pricey. But my suggestion would be pay the chamber to do it. So the chamber wants to hire somebody to disinfect, then that's fine. I don't have any staff to do it, and I have no idea what it really costs. Although I know San Anselmo, when they looked at doing their tables and chairs just on the weekend, when they're going to close the street, they were quoted a number of like $600 to $700 for the weekend.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have you guys look into this one rather than doing it tomorrow? because people can go to Bolinas Park to do their takeout for now.
Yeah.
And why don't we just get a little more information on that so that you don't have to do it on the fly at 12:56?
That would
Okay.
be great.
Perfect. Okay, then it sounds like you're okay with the uses of the parking spaces. We talked about time limits for mono. I think the parking spaces would just always, once they're set because we couldn't take the linears out. So they would just be that way for whatever the certain period of time. Okay, I think that's actually, unless I'm missing something.
There is one more thing.
What?
So if you're going to have a subcommittee, an ad hoc subcommittee under the Brown Act, you need to have a council vote to designate Councilmember Hellman and Mayor Goddard as an ad hoc subcommittee for this particular task. Is that what I'm hearing you want to do?
Yeah. I mean, so that's up to the council. Does somebody want to, does someone not want that committee? And if you do want it, can you please make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have motion Reed and second Ackerman. So Councilmember Kohler.
With the monthly reports.
This is just for the ad hoc. This is just the ad hoc committee.
Just one question. Do we need to do more than designate the people on the council? Because I think you're going to have chamber and some businesses.
You can't, a council ad hoc subcommittee can only be 2 council members. There can't be any other members on that subcommittee. You could liaison with other people, but that Brown Act subcommittee is only 2 council members.
Okay, thank you.
We have many liaisons. Anyway, so Barbara, your vote?
I said aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. John?
Aye.
And Bruce?
Aye.
Stephanie?
Aye.
Okay. Aye. So that was a motion, Reed, and second Ackerman.
We have,
And
do we have a name for our subcommittee?
Ad hoc.
Hey, Garrett, did you get the ball field?
The ball fields. You wanted to allow classes in the ball fields, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
And then how will the businesses know how this process is going to work? So what is the process? What's the timing? How quickly can we do it? And how do we let them know?
Well, how we let them know is electronically and working with the chamber, and we can put it in the newsletter. What we're trying to do is set it up online, like Novato does it, so people could do it that way. The TUP might be a little different because there aren't that very many, so they could fill it out on a piece of paper and submit it. But for the encroachment permits, we're trying to do it electronically. Worst case scenario, they fill out some paperwork and then submit it.
Okay, so submitting it isn't as easy because we're not opening town hall until no sooner than the 15th, right?
Right. So they would have to submit it electronically, but we're trying to get it so they could fill out the form electronically.
For the TUPs as well.
No, the TUPs, well, maybe, but I'm starting with encroachment permits electronically. The TUPs, there aren't as many, and they need to submit maybe a little more information so they can fill out. We'll have some form, they can fill it out, submit some stuff.
Because I know that there are businesses waiting in the gates to submit this form so that they can operate.
For encroachment permits.
No, for the TUP.
TUP. Yeah, so the form we have, the form won't take very long, but they'll still need to fill it out. We're not focused because there's such a small number. We're not focusing on creating an online form. We'll have a form, they can just fill it out, they put a diagram and then submit it.
Okay, so when we get questions, we just tell them to immediately email you, correct? It's just really, I mean, we've never been in a situation like that.
They can, and they might have to continue emailing me just because I get twice as many emails now.
I know.
So it's easy to miss them. But yes, the thought pattern is we try to get these things all up and running next week sometime. TUPs
To
maybe it's
do one
easier.
thing, rather than people emailing you, Garrett, can't we set up a town email that people can go to and that gets checked? I just hate the thought of these things going into your email with all the other stuff. So isn't it easy enough to create an email, town at email TUP or something like that? And then someone can check that daily.
We
Please.
can. I think there aren't very many. Okay, I would say this. Let me promise. There's probably only a couple businesses ready to go, or three, four maybe. Just for now, we'll set something up. Just tell me, just put TUP, and then I'll make sure I send it to someone so it doesn't get lost and it can get
Garrett,
processed.
you know, as it would be pretty, I mean, I don't know who does the technical stuff, but if you just create an email address right away, and then you could start out with that email address just forwarding to your email. And so it's just, that's what it is. But then
We'll look at that. It does cost us to create another mailbox, but maybe that's
Anyway.
not a big deal.
Okay. And otherwise, for the rights of way, that I'm trying to make this as streamlined as possible for you, but people are wanting it now. So
the rights of way, I need some time to create that form online. Even if we copy it and we get all our insurance things, we just need time. If people are saying they want this by Friday, that's going to be unrealistic. Next week, that's what we're shooting for.
So they should get in touch.
Yeah, they should just give us till early part of next week. It'll be on the website. That's our goal.
On the website. Perfect. All righty.
Okay, so I think in terms of I think I have enough guidance on what to do. Obviously, when you adopt a resolution, there's some changes we'll need to make to it that we'll point out to you. But otherwise, I think we're ready to do this.
Excellent. So would someone like to make this this motion?
I can try.
Okay, excellent. Two separate motions?
Yeah, and I'll try to mention the changes when I go through them.
Thank you.
So adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into certain right-of-way agreements for outdoor dining, seating, and outdoor uses for other businesses, to close certain streets for the same purposes, and to waive certain restrictions in publicly owned. Oh, no, stop. We want to, so let me just, we're not going to add that part at the end. So it's going to go like this. Adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into certain right-of-way agreements for outdoor dining, seating, and outdoor uses for other businesses, to close certain streets for the same, and to close certain streets for the same purposes. Now, going to the resolution, I've been trying to keep track.
Yeah, so for the resolution, I have a change in section 3 where it says the term of the right-of-way agreement, and that's on, I don't know, page. I guess that's the second page of the resolution.
No, it's actually, wait a minute, Garrett. It's 3, second page, and it's the third paragraph down, where it says the term of the right-of-way agreement for temporary outdoor use shall be no longer than 120 days, but may be renewed for additional 60 days. And my question is, do we want to say no longer than 11/30/2020?
Yeah, you could say right-of-way agreements need to expire by 11/30/2020. All right-of-way agreements need to expire by November 2020, November 30, 2020.
Okay, so that's the first change.
So it may be renewed for up to 1 60-day period.
Yes.
Okay.
For 1 60-day period. Okay.
And then
now going to the next page, where you have, it's a sort of an incomplete paragraph in the middle. It says the town council desires that portions of certain streets, and I would just say including Mono Avenue.
Right.
That's the end of that, with the rest of it in there. So you take out but not limited to Broadway, and you just
Right.
say including Mono Avenue.
Right.
Okay, and then take out item 5.
Right. And we just renumber.
Okay, do we need anything else on here that I missed?
May I ask for a clarification?
Correct, yes.
Okay, we are talking, when we say certain right-of-way agreements, we are talking about revocable encroachment permits, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Typical, traditional, revocable encroachment permits.
Right. Yes.
Okay, okay. Is that right?
Yes, so do we need to say that, Janet? Is that what you're trying to say?
I am trying to make sure that I know exactly what type of vehicle this is. If it's a revocable encroachment permit, then someone doesn't necessarily have a right to a set amount of time. It is revocable at will by the town.
It says revocable in section 3.
Okay.
Revocable and limited use.
Okay. So we don't need to add any language. So, okay, that's.
Wait, Barbara.
Yeah.
In terms of so if we were looking at that parking lot on Broadway, we would need to allow for the consumption of alcohol there because it's a public place.
Oh, I thought you wanted to consider that later.
Yeah, we talked about considering that later.
Oh, you want to consider it now?
I think we need to consider that now. It would be the only other place that isn't directly connected to a business like Gestalt that would allow for people to take to-go alcohol there.
I'm sorry, which place?
The 7-spot lot on Broadway.
Across from the hair salon.
Across, yeah, with that little public, the Bank Street lot with the Bank Street extension.
Oh, okay.
Because otherwise, you're right, John. It's only favoring one business.
And pretty much for that thing, that's open to all businesses, and so people would take food and drink to go and sit there.
Right.
That's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. So really, what you're saying is the part where we say you can drink in Salinas Park, we would change that to it's okay to eat and drink in whatever that place is called.
The Bank Street lot.
The Bank Street lot? I think of the Pavilion lot, the Bank Street lot.
I've always called it the Parkade Extension, but yeah, got all kinds of names.
That lot on Broadway next to the Bank Street inspection. Okay.
So I want to say this, even though I'm making the motion, I'm not supportive of that. So I'll be voting against this, but I'm trying to make the motion because I've been keeping notes.
Okay.
You're making the motion, but you're going to vote against it?
Yeah, which is okay.
Stephanie, you can feel free to make the motion if you prefer to. I've been taking notes.
I was just clarifying.
Yes, because I'm not supportive of allowing alcohol in that little parking lot. So I've made my position clear on that I'm not supportive of allowing alcohol outside where businesses are not in control. So that's why I'm saying that, and that was a new item.
I see.
Okay. So maybe for sake of simplicity, if Councilmember Kohler would consider a friendly amendment to that section 5 with the knowledge that she doesn't support that, so we don't have to do another motion and take this motion away, is you want to allow alcohol and food in the parking lot on.
Who polices that area? I mean, isn't this something that, Janet, that you brought up, that somebody has to police that area?
Well, I'm just saying that if you have a roped off area where alcohol is allowed and in other parts alcohol is not allowed,
no, not doing that.
It's not going to. You don't have any way of ensuring that that's what happens, and so it would be not necessarily the best idea to do that. If you're saying that nobody is going to be in control of that area, you're not going to have any town staff or anybody out there. It's just going to be a place like the park, and you can get your to-go food, and you can go and sit there and eat and drink. You know, you're setting up tables and chairs, and so you are creating an expectation that in some way you're controlling what happens at that property. And I think that's certainly comes with some risk.
So Garrett, how the toolkit that's being made at the county that you guys have worked on has handled all of these policies so that we don't have to be doing what we're doing right now, I thought. Because
Well, no.
everywhere else is managing to do a far bolder things than what we're noodling through right now with one parking lot and parking spaces.
It's because they want to allow it. So if you want to allow it, we'll figure it out. I think Janet's just saying you have some risk when you allow that. It's just like San Anselmo closing the streets and letting everyone drink and eat.
I get it, but they're doing it with 7 blocks of street, and that's where people are going to go if we don't get a little bit outside our comfort zone here.
So
sorry, I don't mean to be so impatient, but we've worked really hard to try and save the businesses. It's not going to happen.
These businesses are clamoring for this, correct?
Of course. Yeah. I mean, there's issues, whatever. Yeah, we've covered that. It's real. They're going down. So we just need to create some space. And so anything that we can do, they will be grateful for.
So basically,
I think, if I may say just one more thing, I think there is a difference between creating space on the sidewalk or in the parking spaces in front of a business where they're controlling actually that space to some degree, and setting up a space that's not controlled by any of the businesses. It's not supervised. It's not sanitized. I mean, I don't know who is going to clean those tables and chairs, and that is part of the requirement that the tables be cleaned.
So we'll hire college students who have nothing to do for $15 an hour.
Well, maybe this is a chamber job.
The chamber needs to hire these people.
So we'll figure that out.
Okay. Well, how about this? If you need to figure it out first, then you would just come back to the council then with whatever you're going to do, right? Isn't that the whole thought pattern? That the concept was explore it, how it's going to work, and then come back to the council on how you think it's going to work. Because literally now you have a meeting on June 17th.
Right. But in the meantime, we're not allowing it then.
I know, but you could adopt another resolution to allow it. I'm just saying you don't include it in this, doing a separate resolution.
What about
it's cleaner.
Let's get this done and we'll bring it back.
In the parking space in front of their place where they have a few tables, they allow it there.
Yeah, because ABC does. As long as it's adjacent to your property, you could adjust your ABC, get whatever that modified permit is, and you could serve. And you don't have to have barriers and all this other stuff.
Okay, so we're deleting it for now. We're bringing it back on the 17th because you were going to look into the tables and all that issue.
Right. So 5 is deleted. We don't need to modify that. So your motion has all those changes amended.
And we're not including that friendly amendment.
Right. Correct.
So does somebody want to second that?
Are we, I'm sorry, number 8, are we just gonna have it remain valid until we rescind it, or do we want to put an expiration on this?
Oh, you did in section 3, you said all right-of-way agreements must expire by 11/30/2020.
Right, but number 8 says effective period, so it should be added there as well.
Oh no, this thing's effective, but the right-of-way agreement, you can't. I can't issue any right-of-way agreements after 11/30/2020. They all expire by then. I'm just saying you already addressed it. If you have.
All right.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
So does somebody want to second that motion?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, Kohler, and second Reed. Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
Did I say you, Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, so then we need a second.
You want me to try it since I've been taking notes?
Yes, please.
Okay. So introduce and adopt an urgency ordinance entitled An Urgency Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, authorizing the town manager to establish and issue temporary outdoor use permits to allow restaurants and other businesses to provide outdoor dining and curbside pickup, and waiving any applicant fees in the town review process with the following changes. And Garrett, jump in if I may. So under page 5, item D, the number 1, the last sentence would read, the temporary outdoor use permit shall be valid for an initial 90 days, 120 days. Permits may be renewed administratively for an additional 60 days and shall expire by 11/30/2020. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, or you could do the same way. You could say all TUPs will expire by 11/30/2020.
Okay, accept that change. And as far as I can see, there were no other changes.
Yeah, I didn't see any other changes either,
Okay, so
unless Janet
I
found something.
made the motion.
No, I
Second.
just want to say, and waive full reading, and it's a 4/5 vote requirement.
In here, so waive full reading. Okay.
And I will second that.
But Stephanie, did you have a?
No, I was gonna second, but I'm just trying to move this along.
Okay, so motion Kohler and second Reed, Vice Mayor Ackerman,
Aye.
Stephanie? John?
Aye.
I can't, I'm
My
so-
name's Barbara. Yeah, aye.
and myself, aye. And myself, aye. Thank you, everyone. Garrett, can you please agendize this? We can figure out how to narrow it down, but it needs to be on the agenda on the 17th.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
and speaking
Okay.
of 17, we have item 17.
Okay,
Let's
perfect. So
wrap
last
it up.
item of the night. This is an adoption of a resolution calling for a general municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2020 for the election of certain officers, requesting the Marin County Board of Supervisors to consolidate with any other election conducted on that date, and requesting election services of the County Elections Department. So this is Michelle. Are you still here?
No, I've gone to bed.
She ran for the hills.
Michelle,
Turn my video on.
staff report.
I'm here.
It's so nice to see you.
Hi.
Okay.
Okay. So, as you know, 3 council seats or terms are expiring this November, December. And every June, we call for an election when we have a regular election year, which we do this year. So we consolidate with the county, and we need to ask them for their services to do that. I'm really tired. I can't remember. Does anyone have any questions?
No.
Oh dear.
Easy. I will say that the filing period begins in July 13th, and ends August 7th, unless an incumbent does not file, and then a non-incumbent can file up until the 12th.
Okay. So no questions from council. Is there any public comment on this? I see there's still 6 people hanging in there somewhere.
Yeah. I don't see any public comment. No.
Okay. So seeing none, I'll bring it back. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move, okay, let's see, let's get this right. That the adoption of a resolution calling for a general municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2020, for the election of certain officers, requesting the Marin County Board of Supervisors to consolidate with any other election conducted on that date, and requesting election services of the County Elections Department.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so I'll take the silent hand on that one. So motion Ackerman, second Hellman, Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman,
Hi.
and I as well. I think we're skipping town manager. Do you have something incredibly vital to tell us? Okay, and I would like to adjourn tonight. We opened and dedicated to George Floyd, of course. And in adjournment, I would like to adjourn in the memory of Larry Kramer, who was a famous AIDS activist. His early involvement in the movement is what allowed many of the people who suffer from AIDS today to still actually be alive. So he was an early and vital activist in the AIDS movement, and he passed away this past week. And thank you for letting me know that, Barbara.
And by the way, he was not just an early activist, he remained an activist. And by his ACT UP, it caused medicines to be adopted earlier. People who typically lived 1 year or less were able to live longer, even in the early days. And now there are still, a friend of mine still alive from 20 years ago. So he was amazing, and we owe a lot to him.
Okay. Hey, thank you, everybody. Before you sign off, I want to thank staff, the work that you guys have been doing the last few months and getting this done this week with the budget. I cannot express my gratitude to you guys more heartily. So, and get some sleep, and we'll see you on the 17th. Okay.
17th, June 17th.
June 17th, 7 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Sorry, 6 o'clock. Okay, excellent. Good night, everyone.
From now.
Good night.